Hello and welcome to round 4 of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament 2022. We are your hosts for the day. I'm Fiona Steil-Antoni, almost forgot my own name there. And I'm joined by Grandmaster Robert Hess. Robert, how are you today?
Well, Fiona, I didn't forget your name. I also didn't forget my name. So I guess I'm off to a half decent start, but I'm thrilled to be back. Yesterday was such an electric day. We were so privileged to watch Vidit Gujrathi take down Daniil Dubov. That was the absolute highlight. And of course, we had 3 other decisive games. So we're spoiled, Fiona. That's all I have to say.
Absolutely. What a day it was. If you've missed the game between Daniil Dubov and Vidit Gujrathi, you definitely want to look that up. Also, we did a rapid recap of the day on that, so you can find that on our YouTube channel. Elsewhere, Richard Report beat Niels Grandelius, Yesapanko beat his fellow countryman Sergei Karyakin, and Jorden van Foreest got back to winning ways by taking out Pragnananda. So after 3 rounds, Robert, we have a sole leader already.
It is quite early, but for the fans of Vidit Gujrathi, they probably hope the tournament ends now. He is in the sole lead, 2.5 out of 3. And on the other side of things, if we look from the bottom up, Niels Grandelius not having that great of an event. Unfortunately for him, he has 2 losses in the first 3 games, and there's a whole pack chasing Vidit at the top with 2 out of 3. So Fiona, really exciting stuff thus far, and it's anyone's tournament, more or less.
Absolutely, and today I believe we have 2 standout pairings as we see the matchups there. I think, like every day, something for everyone. Niels, who, as you said, will be has been struggling. He's playing Pragnananda, an interesting one. But this one, I think, Magnus against Jorden, is one that's going to take a lot of our focus. Jorden has joined Team Magnus for the match, so it will be interesting how the dynamic is of him facing his boss. And the other pairing that I've been waiting for, here it is, Vidit Gujrathi, our tournament leader, playing against Andrei Yesapanko, who's also had a great start to the event.
It shows how many great games there are when Caruana Dubov is not the center of our attention. But you're absolutely right, Fiona. Those other 2 games you highlighted, Magnus Carlsen taking on his second Jorden van Foreest. Some people may think it's awkward for Jorden. Maybe he'll get fired. Of course not. That's a joke. But it's actually, I believe, pretty awkward for Magnus because he has to decide what to play against somebody who's worked on his opening. So for Magnus, we'll see even what his first few moves are. And then the other game you mentioned, the leader, Vidit Gujrathi, chasing him is Andrei Yesapanko after a very nice win over Sergei Karyakin. Sure, Karyakin made a pretty fatal error in judgment late in that game, but it was because of the sustained pressure. So Yesapanko, he may be quite young. He's just a teenager, but his age belies his strength. And we've seen him thrive in Wijk, Fiona.
Yes, absolutely. Last year, he beat Magnus Carlsen here, a game I shall never forget. The reaction of Andrei. I think that video is everywhere in the internet. You can find it. That was just such a special moment. And it will also be interesting to see how Vidit, will he be able to keep a level head after yesterday playing what was probably one of the best games of his life. So a lot of action to look forward to today, and you too can get involved at home.
They certainly can. Just like I voted on Vidit Gujrathi's win, perhaps being an early candidate for Game of the Year, people can guess the results. They can vote on the results. So don't forget to vote on the results of today's games. Go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, which should be the 3rd tab up at the top there, and select your winner. You could win a piece of the $1,000 prize pool for best voters or free diamond memberships. Voting ends after the 10th move of each game, so don't miss out. Remember to vote on all the games. Fiona and I will be back shortly. Round 4 in Wijk will start soon.
Welcome back, and round 4 is about to get underway here in just 3 minutes. As we see Anish, who is he talking to, Robert? What's your guess?
I can't quite recognize the backside of whoever this is. I will work harder on being able to know players just by their jacket.
Put my money on Erwin Lamy.
Oh, that's a great guess because it's his main second, his trainer, and he is playing the challenger section. So that feels like
have we gotten it? I think now with the big view into the playing hall, I think that's the outline of Erwin Lamy, who was his second here last year. As you said, this year he's playing himself in the challengers, and instead Anish is this year seconded by none other than Arian Tari from Norway.
Oh, you trade one fantastic second for another, so it seems like Anish has some great friends, and we see Pragnananda. He's sitting down playing as Niels Grandelius. That promises to be a fun game as well.
And we saw Niels smiling there. Good to see him still seemingly in high spirits despite a tough start. And I saw that Richard Rapport, he wrote on Instagram, posted about his game against Magnus yesterday, and he said, I'm excited, or I'm paraphrasing, but that he was excited for his match against Shahriar, and he didn't know what to expect. Was he also going to have to face some early G4 stuff? We shall see. And here comes our tournament leader, Vidit.
Yeah, there's Vidit, there's Yesapanko. We know Yesapanko's been sitting there for a while. Vidit joins him at the board. And one thing about Mamedyarov, he's wearing the G4 hoodie. I'm sure he wore that hoodie way before he played 3G4, but that's what I'm calling it. So I'm hoping that we see some fighting chess from Shahriar today. That hoodie has done wonders in this tournament in terms of delivering the goods.
We see both players dressed up quite warm. Dude actually looks very cozy in his woolen sweater or jumper, what you want to call it. This year it isn't as cold, I feel, as some previous years. In Wijk and Zee, the weather has been quite mild, and I don't know, Robert, why I'm talking about the weather, but we're still waiting for world champion Magnus Carlsen. We see Daniil Dubov has just arrived for his clash against Fabiano Caruana. They're coming in so fast. Sergei Karyakin exchanging a few smiles with Anish Giri. And
yes.
It's 59, and once again, everyone is there. We see some fist bumps and clocks being started, but Magnus Carlsen a few seconds late once again. And there is Richard Rapport, who I think this one also a very interesting game between Sam and Richard.
It definitely should be, and better late than never for the players who are getting there at the last possible second, or even as the clocks are starting. So I am really looking forward to today's matches. The players settling in, of course, just going to feel out the first few moves, what their opponent has in store for them. But I know that the players have in store for all of us great fighting chess. So many decisive games thus far, Fiona.
It's funny to see that although the action has started, most of the photographers in the playing hall, they're not bulging, they're staying right in front of that board because they are waiting for Magnus Carlsen. They want to capture the moment of, I think we'll see a handshake here. I don't think it will be a fist bump, but we shall see.
Maybe it'll be a friendly slap on the back of the head. When you're good friends, when you work together, you can get away with things like that. But Jorden van Foreest, nobody should forget, he is the defending champion.
Is Magnus, just walking into the playing hall. So we will see what's it gonna be. A handshake between the two players with the photographers all getting the shot that they came for.
And have you noticed, Fiona, that Magnus tends to wear a lighter suit color when he has the white pieces, and then a darker suit color when he has the black pieces? During the World Chess Championship, I noticed that he would trade off the colors like that.
And I know, it's interesting. I don't think Magnus used to do this, and I don't think in general that he is superstitious, or at least I've never heard anything, I've never noticed anything. But it seems like it started indeed in Dubai, when he got the other Magnus on his team. Magnus, I believe his name was Barstadt, not Bastard, as someone called him in one of the press conferences, who seems to have had... Sorry, what were you saying, Robert?
I was going to say we should never speak of those press conferences again. I think the world is a better place without those press conferences.
But yeah, it seems like the other Magnus had some influence on the style and the dressing rays of Magnus Carlsen, who has just opened the game with knight f3.
I would say that I wasn't expecting that move. And knight of three, of course, is a flexible approach. You can play in the ready opening for g3, bishop g2, and a Catalan, fianchettoed bishop. Or you can go back to some of the main lines with d4 and c4. So Magnus not making his intentions very clear, at least not yet. And I'm sure Jorden, even though he made a quick reply here with d5, he was just wondering, what does Magnus want from me today? And will I allow it? So d5 played very principled chess in the center. We're only on move one. Nothing too exciting just yet.
Do you think that Magnus is going to try and steer clear from some big theoretical discussion and play something more offbeat?
And he plays g3. I think he will avoid mainline theory because it is awkward to play the person who trains you. They have been working tirelessly on openings that fit your style. You've discussed your opening plans, your wants out of the opening with them. So to play something that they can't expect, that is just sort of a casual opening without tons of theory that they can't memorize things, I think that's the right way to go, and it will make Magnus's life easier as he gets out of the early stages of the game.
Yeah, so we will come back here. Of course, we see Jorden has just played g6. Maybe we can bring up the bird's eye view to get an early impression of, do we have anything crazy going on here today?
Well, we see a Petrov from Report, and that's not crazy. But from Report, I don't want to see a Petrov. I mean, Petrov can still be a very fighting opening. Fabiano Caruana, he is playing down in the bottom left side of the screen there. He is playing against Dubov, but he is the main proponent of the Petrov. He's played it with great success. But from Report, I usually expect hectic opening lines, hectic games. And against Sam Shankland, he decides to play something a little calmer.
Yeah, I'm curious what will happen in that game. Sam has had three very long games. So I'm curious to see how much is he still willing to try today. But I think Sam is a fighter. But yeah, Rapport choosing one of the more solid lines, so we will see how that one develops. I'm curious also about Mamedyarev's game with that queen coming out so early.
Yes, and temporarily Mamedyarov is up a pawn, but this is still part of standard opening fare. The queen on d4 had recaptured a pawn that captured his. And Fiona, before we continue talking about the game's preparation, such a big part of chess, right? Sam Shankland, known as one of the most prepared players on the planet. And he had something special in an interview he did on a podcast where he talked about his preparation, and in particular for this opponent. So we have the image here. It's hard to see at first glance, but then you zoom in to number 6. And does that say Report random BS? Because I haven't read a book in a while, and I still think that's what it says there.
It does, and I mean, I don't know if Sam realized that this was going to be screen grabbed. I'm very curious to know what's in that file. I wonder if we can get away with asking Sam about it after one of his games, but an interesting folder for sure.
Well, that game is still in just the first few moves. I pulled it up here. It has been a Petrov, and after knight of 6, d4 was played. So Sam, he is choosing an interesting line. The main continuation typically is knight takes e5, d6, and then the knight hops back to f3, knight takes e4, and white has the choice. Do I play knight c3 and trade off the pair of knights? Do I play for the move d4 straight away? Many options at this stage of the game, but Sam chooses the move d4, and after takes, bishop d3, d5, he gets to take with his knight on e5. So both knights in the center. These lines, Fiona, can get sharp pretty quickly, and if the players don't know what they're doing, then it can get iffy for the black side, because white, of course, has the first move advantage.
Yes, indeed, and well, we will see. For now, both players blitzing out their moves. We will see. Will we get something more sharp or a more peaceful Petrov? For now, shall we maybe check in with the tournament leader, Vidit, who is playing with the white pieces against Yesapanko?
Sure, let's go there. Not many moves have been played, but perhaps Vidit Gujrathi has been inspired by his opponent yesterday because he is the white pieces. He chooses an Italian. He had success on the black side of an Italian that was really wild. And happy memories, used the opening for himself. And it's Andrei Yesapanko who hasn't made his reply. So for Vidit to play the Italian and Yesapanko to sit here thinking, it's clear that Andre did not expect the Italian from Vidit today.
Yeah, and well, I don't know how often Vidit has played it before. Sorry, I don't know how often Vidit has played the Italian before, but Yesapanko goes for knight f6. Of course, black always has two main options, either bishop c5 or knight f6. And what kind of approach do you expect here from Vidit? Will he play something offbeat like Dubov did yesterday, or will we just see a gioco piano with some c3, d3?
It's really difficult to predict because even Vidit's first move comes as a surprise. He's a d4 player, and I've considered him a d4 player through and through. And yet in today's game, against the young Russian star, he played e4. So from the very first move of the game, Yesapanko, like, what does he want from me? Why did he change his first move specifically for me? And we get to the Italian, he chooses d3 rather than knight to g5. And I think many of our viewers will be more familiar with the fried liver. And after d5, pawn takes d5. You don't take on d5 with your knight. That is losing to knight takes there. I can't even do it. That's how bad the move is. Knight takes f7. This is a known opening that is very, very bad for black because the queen comes to f3 with check, and the king has to go to e6 just to save the knight, and it's just bad news from the black side. So in this game, Vidit says, I don't want to deal with these lines with knight a5, and black sacrifices a pawn, but gets a very quick initiative. White's pieces have moved a bunch of times, and then black will develop and go for a counter on the king side. So Vidit says, I'll play calmly, d3 and c3. No real surprises, but it's just interesting to note what choices the players are making at this point in the game.
Yeah, and we will see here. I think we will. It's not just a repeat, funnily enough, of Vidit's game from yesterday with the black pieces, but Yesapanko himself yesterday was playing the Italian game with the white pieces against Karyakin. So we will see here who keeps the upper hand out of the opening, who will be able to land the first surprise. Well, I mean, you're right in that Vidit landed the first surprise with e4, but Andre well familiar, I think, with these positions from both sides. So we will see what Vidit had in mind.
And there was a good question, and yes, I did read the chat. I can't believe it myself. Why don't more top players go for the fried liver, the knight g5 lines? It's because they're more forcing that in those positions. If we go back here, there is so much more theory and computer engine preparation, whereas the game continuation is a bit vaguer, where you can like sort of wander around and try to find a way to outplay your opponent on the board rather than over the engine preparation. So I do think that players like to go for these lines and just go for it at the board to their own devices. It's really a rich opening with many different variations. And I think Vidit might have been inspired by his opponent yesterday. That knight a3 variation was quite cool.
And we see he has just castled here. So for now, well, no repeat of yesterday, but we shall see how this game develops. Shall we have another look, Robert, at the bird's eye view?
Let's do just that. We have all games just getting underway here. Looks like Caruana against Dubov. They've followed some Spanish variations, the roll-up Hess. We can get into that. There has been a Grunfeld in Praggnanandhaa against Grandelius. It looks similar in Karyakin against Giri. So if Karyakin plays queen a4 check, he will enter the similar lines that we saw Praggnanandhaa play. And that can be awkward when two players who are playing quite near to one another, they repeat lines. And Mamedyarov against Duda, by the way, you mentioned that first. Look at that game. There's no queens on the board. Everything's been traded off. So maybe we should head there first in case we miss anything major.
Yeah, let's head to Mamedyarov against Duda. Actually, it's funny that those two games, which are mirrored so far, I think we were both on site. It was such a funny story in the Isle of Man. I'm so bad with the years, but I think 2019?
2019, that's correct.
2019, when two games were mirroring each other. In this case, we're quite at the early stages, but they mirrored each other for over 20 moves. And the problem with that was they were sitting one next to another. One of the four players was Karyakin, funnily enough, so he might be involved once again. Shirov, I've forgotten who was playing who. You probably remember, Robert.
Yu Yangyi and Alexei Dreyev were the four players in
Exactly,
question.
and they ended up actually moving one of the boards to another playing hall to preserve the players' peace of mind, because there had been a big group of spectators just gathering around that. So I'd never seen anything like that before or after.
And I was playing in the tournament, and I just remember that all of a sudden they're picking up like a chessboard and bringing it over, and I'm like, why is Shirov on the last board? Like, he's doing well in this tournament, and it's because of that incident. It was uncomfortable. It, generally speaking, is when players are going deep into their preparation, and they're like, wait, do I play what that person's about to play, or do I sit and figure out what I should do? It's just not a good place to be in. So we're just joking and referring to that. But in this game, the move c5 was played by Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and that's a relatively rare move. It is still common. It's been played thousands and thousands of times, but at this point in the game, there are so many options for black. c6, getting into the triangle position that we've seen in many games already. You could bring your bishop out to b4. These kind of Vienna positions are quite fighting. So in this game, we see c5 into a semi-Tarrasch, and after cd5, we don't see the move knight takes d5, which Duda played against Praggnanandhaa. Instead, he chooses c takes d4, and now, Fiona, we're getting into this variation that I'm pretty positive I've seen Vidit Gujrathi play a number of times in the last couple of years, where the queens come off the board here and white plays knight g5, so temporarily down a pawn, but you're immediately winning the pawn back. The white king can castle, as it has done in the game. Black's king is going to be stuck in the center, but players have shown that this variation, you get the bishop pair, and eventually you win your pawn back. You check here, then take this knight, and you win your pawn back on e4. The players from the black side of this position, Fiona, have shown that, honestly, it looks a bit iffy. Your king's in the center, but it's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if you can enlighten us. The only differences here in terms of pawn structure is white has just one pawn island on the king side with the pawns on f2, g2, h2, while black has two pawn islands there with the isolated pawn on h6 and then the pawns on e6 and f5. So I guess one of the questions is how much of a problem is that? But then we also see that the bishops are of opposite colors. So if we picture a scenario where the knights come off, the rooks maybe come off, that would always just be a dead draw. But the question is, where is white's pull supposed to come from here?
Yeah, we have to assess sort of the pros and cons of this opposite colored bishop dynamic. And when you have bishops of opposite colors, you need to note that this is kind of obvious and sort of inherent to the nature of having opposite colored bishops, that black will fight for the dark squares, white for the light squares. So when pawns are on light squares, the dark square bishop has more space in front of it. It's got a longer scope. But the problem of having pawns on light squares, in particular pawns on e6 and f5, is that they're can be attacked by the light square bishop. And a pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. If you know this pawn e6, that looks quite loose. You'd probably want to put your pawn back on f7. That would be black's best move here. And we are in a new position. So that's why Duda is sitting and thinking, because Radjabov and Carlsen have played this variation before. They played it during the pandemic years, where online in some of the Champions Chess Tour, the Chess 24 events. Knight c5 has been a choice, immediately putting some pressure on the pawns, probably trying to provoke this move b6 to open up the light squares over on the queen side. So knight g3 is a new choice. And I guess as I am sort of going all over the place trying to talk about the whole dynamics here, this e6 pawn is the most problematic piece on the board for now.
Yeah, and we see that Duda has gone into the tank for the first time, Shahriar blitzing out all his moves, so clearly this is his preparation. I guess White's idea is to try and put pressure on that point you've highlighted, e6, as fast as possible, bringing the bishop to c4 if we can. We have to be a bit careful while the king is still on c1 to not run into any trouble with a pin along the c file, but in general, I bring a bishop to c4, a rook to e1, and target the weakness on e6 as fast as possible.
And it's not like black is well developed either. White has a rook that's in the game, thanks to the queenside castle, a knight in the game that's hopped around quite a bit. And so black needs to be careful right now. It may seem like 5 different moves look pretty decent. Knight c6, bishop g7. One other move that comes to mind for me, I'm not sure if it's any good, is move h5 to try to go h4 to kick this knight out of its g3 square, because that knight right now could even go to h5, which is quite a nuisance for black to deal with in many different positions. It's a light square, can't be kicked out very easily, and it limits the scope of this bishop. So h5 makes sense to me. Knight c6, if that move were to be played, it wouldn't shock me, but bishop c4, rook e1 happens so fast that I'm very worried about the location of the black king.
Yeah, I think a lot of things to consider here. For Duda, I think he's just going to have to decide with a long-term plan, figure out how he's going to deal with the weakness on e6. And I think we'll leave him for now because, as you said, a lot of different options. And very often the players, when they are faced with a new move, they will take some time. So we are back in the bird's eye view to see what else, maybe of the games we haven't looked at yet. Robert, is anything drawing your attention?
Let's see. So, so many options here. I see that Yesapanko has not castled yet. He played h6, still going into familiar territory. The game between Caruana and Dubov, I'm in general curious about these two players and their opening preparation. They're two of the best on the planet. Dubov, of course, has worked with Magnus Carlsen in world championships past. Fabiano Caruana has played a world championship against Magnus Carlsen. So trying to learn from them, see what theoretical lines that they're diving into. And one part about this, if we bring up the game, is that Fabiano has more time than he started with, and Dubov has spent about 10 minutes. That's not a lot of time to spend, but for somebody as well prepared as Dubov typically is, maybe that's not the best sign, Fiona.
Yeah, it's especially in this tournament so far. We've seen Dubov 2 days ago. He made a draw against Karyakin and ended up with more time on the clock than he started with. Yesterday, he was also the one to spring the surprises on Vidit. So maybe we can go back to the start of the game here. And as you highlighted, I think very important, Dubov was already part of Team Magnus for the match against Fabiano. Of course, things change a lot in 4 years, but still he is very familiar with Fabiano as a player and with his openings.
And it's interesting because in that match, Magnus was playing c5, the Sicilian, against Fabiano. But here, Dubov chooses to play solidly, play the king's pawn, and this bishop e7 move, rook e1, b5. This is mainline stuff played. I can't even tell you how many times. I wouldn't be surprised if it's hundreds of thousands at this point. Bishop b3, castles, a4. So we've seen Magnus play rook b8. He even did that against Dubov. He did it against Jan Epanoshy. I almost forgot Jan's name in the World Championship. Yeah. These types of moves, but bishop b7 is very principal. Right? You're developing, you're making sure your rook is defended in the event of a pawn trade, because previously it was left hanging. And now d3, d6, and c3. So another interesting choice, because here white can play the move knight c3, which applies pressure on this pawn on b5. And it also, let's say after the move, knight a5 is possible, b4 is possible. You can move this knight even into the d5 square. So you're playing first with your pieces rather than with your pawns. But Fiona, I think you had some insights or things to note.
No, sorry, I was curious as well. Openings aside, you know Fabiano so well. He started with 3 draws. Yesterday was maybe a somewhat frustrating game and not getting anything from this on the white side of the Berlin Wall against Sam, and then in the end even having to defend. How impatient does Fabiano get when he is off to these 3 draws and now with the white pieces? How much risk do you think he is willing to take today?
I don't think he's a major risk taker in the sense that he is going to lose his objectivity. He's a very, very practical, pragmatic player. He wants to assess the board, and he's going to choose openings that will maximize, in his opinion, his winning chances. But he's not the type of player who's going to play G4 on move 3, right? That was a fun thing that we saw from Mamadjar, but that's not Fabiano's style. And I also don't think he's rattled. He understands that in chess at the highest level, that draws happen with regularity. So 3 draws against 3 very strong players, I don't think that's going to bother him. And in this game, you know, if he can get a win in this one, for example, he'll go to +1, which is a great score in this field after 4 rounds. So he takes it, generally speaking, game by game, move by move. Of course, like any human, there are things that will bother him. If he's not playing his best chess, he's not making the most of opportunities, that's going to get under his skin. But I think a new day is a new day for him, and that's not always the case for other players.
Indeed, and today, well, he has the other added benefit that for Dubov, sometimes it's tough to bounce back from a loss, especially what was quite a painful loss for him yesterday. But yes, back to the game. So Fabiano chose instead an approach not with knight c3, but by putting the pawn on c3 instead.
And we're already in very rare territory because at this point here, the knight can come to d2 first. We've mentioned in previous days and previous games that the knight often reroutes over to the king side to square like g3 or e3. But here, Fabiano leads with the bishop. Another idea, by the way, is knight a3, which is very clearly attacking this pawn on b5, putting some pressure. And honestly, my opening knowledge will end right about here. I think queen d7 just to protect makes sense. And I mean, the position is very complicated because no pieces have been traded, and Fabiano going for a rare continuation with bishop to g5. And I have to imagine that this d5 square will be important. Whenever you see pawns 2 squares away like this, e5 and c5, you know that the square in between is one you want to take advantage of. So if this knight does get to e3, you will get that d5 square. And it's true in many different Sicilian positions and in a Spanish where black has committed the pawn to c5.
And I think once again, this is a position where I might pick your brain about all the tensions we see here. First of all, on the queen side, there is this tension with the pawn on a4 and on b5 looking at one another. So the question is, does white, I guess black never wants to take, but when does white want to take? The other question about tensions is in the center. Does white ever want to go d4? Does he just want to try and play for this outpost on d5? Does black ever want to push one of his pawns? So a lot to consider in terms of the pawn structure here.
Well, you only asked me like one question there, so it's going to be easy to answer. I think you more or less answered one of the questions immediately, that because black doesn't really want to take on a4, white isn't in a huge rush to take on b5. Taking on b5 can help black in the sense that you make this rook active. And there is a bit of an issue for white down the A file if you're not careful. So one idea that black often plays is the move pawn to b4, not necessarily in this position, but in positions where you played your pawn to b5, your pawn to c5, and your knight a5. b4 is a common idea, but that loses your grip on all of the light squares. So you push your pawn. Now you don't have to worry about a takes b5, but you see in a position like this, white controls all these squares thanks to this bishop on a2. It's not the end of the world for black. Black is creating new tension on the queen side, but still that's a big concession that's not going to go away anytime soon. So for black, as I look at this position, I mean, the first move, honestly, that comes to my mind is h6, because a bishop was put on g5. But then you have to wonder, was the bishop put on g5 simply to take on f6? And then why did I play h6 if that was the idea? White is probably going to go for that anyway. And so is h6 helpful to me? Not especially. We know what white wants to do: knight d2, knight f1, knight e3, and getting d5 will be very difficult for black, because even if you don't lose a pawn immediately, this pawn e5, you hand white a lot of the light squares if those bishops get traded. You have kind of bad dark square bishop staring into your own pawn. So just like in King's Indian positions, that bishop can be quite a bad piece. Here we see the bishop doesn't have the clearest future.
Yeah, so instead of h6, we see that Daniil decided to go for a move you mentioned a couple of minutes ago, queen to d7.
Yeah, and it protects b5. And you asked the question, does black want to take? Now white does need to be careful about that. We didn't want to take a move ago, because then we're left with an isolated pawn on a6 and a knight that's hanging on a5. This bishop takes f7 check ideas to work together with these rook and queen here. So that actually, for example, bishop c6, I think queen takes a5 is winning a pawn. You sacrifice your queen just to win it back. That is check. The rook opens up and white is a pawn ahead. So taking on a4 is out of the question immediately. But after the game continuation with queen to d7 here, now perhaps we do take on a4. And if white doesn't gain that pawn back, black has opened the b file for a rook. The bishop can slide up to c6 to defend that a4 square. So now Fabiano does have to really consider, or he's just well prepared, he's already considered it, can I give away that a4 pawn? Is that something I can allow? And if the answer is yes, he'll just develop his knight probably to d2. If the answer is no, we'll see him take on b5 first.
Yeah, it's, well, we will see Fabiano taking his time for the first time in this game. We see that he's already gotten a 15-minute edge on the clock, meaning he had played all his moves instantly up to this point. And now, well, we will see. I would be surprised if queen d7 came as so much of a surprise to him. But we'll come back to this game. I suggest, Robert, that we quickly go to the bird's eye view, have a look that we're not missing anything dramatic, and then we'll go to our first quick break of the day and come back with all the action here.
At the start here, definitely the most interesting game is Mamedyarov against Duda with that king on e7. Duda did just develop his knight. He put h5 first. So he moved his h-pawn and then brought his knight to d7. That means rook c8 is an available option. His rook can maybe come to h6 at some point. But rook e1 does look a bit frightening. I have to acknowledge that unless rook c8 and that pin that you mentioned earlier, Fiona, that may be the problem that allows black to get away with this kind of slow developing try.
Yeah, we just saw Mamedyarov on the camera thinking about these options, so that's definitely one of the interesting games we'll come back to in a second. I know there's also a lot of Prague fans in the chat, so we'll definitely look at his game against Grandelius. But for now, we'll take our first quick break of the day, and we'll be back with all the action here from round 4 in just a few minutes.
Welcome again in Wijk aan Zee.
Schaken staat voor verbinding. Verbinding hier in het dorp in Wijk aan Zee, maar ook onder schaakfans over de hele wereld.
Ik woon nu 20 jaar in Wijk aan Zee en sindsdien ben ik gek van schaken.
Het leukste aan schaken vind ik dat je met jezelf bezig bent, maar ook met de tegenstander.
Ik vind schaken een fantastische sport. Het scherpt de geest.
Wijk aan Zee is de thuishaven van het schaken.
Met schaken leer je vooruitdenken.
Ik ben bijzonder trots.
Eindelijk weer gezelligheid in ons hotel.
Het is een herinnering, elk jaar weer.
Herinnering?
Eigenlijk het eerste jaar dat Magnus Carlsen bij ons logeerde in het hotel.
Dus ze hebben altijd wat te vertellen en zijn heel erg passievol.
We beginnen met een lege gymzaal en we toveren het om naar een professionele schaaktoernooi.
Deze klus, tijdens corona, hoe vet.
Ik kan me geen januari voorstellen zonder schaaktoernooi.
Daar leeft Wijk aan Zee en daar leef ik zelf ook. Het is gewoon heerlijk. Echt een onwijs mooie tijd is het voor.
Verbinding.
Tactiek.
Thuishaven.
Wijk aan Zee leeft.
Welcome back, round 4 here in Wijk aan Zee. And Robert, unfortunately, we already have our first result of the day.
What do you mean, unfortunately? You know I love early draws and draw offers, so I'm very happy to see that game conclude. I don't know what to say, Fiona.
We didn't even have time to look at it. We saw it was a Grunfeld, and well, maybe we can just, we don't want to spend too much time here, but see the quick repetition that the players found.
And this is a known variation, and you can't really blame Anish Giri for this. He has the black pieces. He's playing a very, very strong player. And at this point in time, after the move Queen A5, Knight to D2, castles, here White has some options. Bishop E2, I believe, is a move here. Knight B3, of course, play the game. Rook C1, which does give up the A2 pawn in some lines, but gets some quick activity. So here, the move Knight B3 was chosen, and after Queen takes C3 check, Bishop D2, let's count the squares that this queen can safely go to. No, 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 no. Oh, okay, and no over there, and no there. So we only have one choice, and after Bishop C1, I'm not going to do all the same highlights, but the queen can only go back. So the draw by repetition is forced from Black's perspective at this point. Karyakin lost yesterday's game. He probably is not in a great mood after his blunder, his huge mistake against Yesapanko. So he's like, let me just get to the rest day. And that is something we see top players do, Fiona, is after a bad result, they just want to make sure that the losing stops.
That is true, and I also, my feeling is that very often before the rest day, we see more peaceful rounds. I don't think we're going today to see, I don't want to bring any jinx it, but I don't think we'll see 4 decisive results like we did yesterday, because I think on top of what you said about Karyakin not wanting to take too much risk after losing yesterday, I also think tomorrow is the first rest day, and in general the players don't want to go into the rest day on a loss. So I think in general those rounds tend to be more peaceful, but here with so many rating difference, I mean, it's such a diverse field, I don't think we'll see all quick draws, and thankfully that is so. I think we'll go back to the bird's eye view and see what are the interesting games that we still have going on here, which is most of them.
Yeah, the games do look quite interesting, especially the Pragnanda Grandelius game. The Shanklin Report game is also heating up. But one game I do want to go back to, just if you don't mind quickly, Fiona, is the one between Mamedyarov and Duda, because I was thinking about a number of variations during the break. And if we just go back a few moves here after Knight to G3, I mentioned H5, H4, but I did it in a way that was like, that's my dream. I didn't actually think H5 would be that great of a move with the king on E7, but I understand it much better now that I put some real thought into it. And the reason why is Knight to D7. That looks like a very natural move, bring your knight close to the king. But then there's Bishop to B5. Now your knight's under attack twice, and I'm just trying to play Rook to E1. Very straightforward chess. If you say move your knight to a square like B6, then I'm going to bring my rook to E1. And now I'm threatening knight takes pawn on F5. if you bring your king to f6, I have a knight h5 check, which we mentioned earlier is very annoying. And the knight can often reroute to the square f4 because a knight on f4 will put even more pressure on e6. And if you make a move like king to f7, then bishop d7 is a really nasty idea. I'm just going for your e6 pawn. If your knight takes the bishop to remove the immediate threat, a new one lands and the b7 pawn is lost. So I think that's the reason why Duda, instead of moving his knight, where he could also have gone to c6, that would allow knight h5, knight f4 type of ideas. The bishop can't develop because g7 is under this knight's control. And then even g3, bishop g2, fianchetto, rook e1, white's play is just much too easy, very natural moves. And black, on the other hand, has difficulty adjusting to this dynamic. And it says about level, slightly better for white. But Fiona, I think that it's just much, much easier to play from Momjaro's perspective.
It's incredible to see just how fast, after a new move like knight to g3, if you're not careful as black, just how fast you can already get into some very concrete trouble here.
Yeah, and the move h5, I mean, seriously, like, I didn't mean it as like, oh, I know for sure. I was like, oh, I would love to kick this knight away because the knight has to go back. But the reason why it's so good is now after bishop c4, knight to d7, the pawn is already on h5. So if bishop b5 were to be played, it looks similar, but the pawn's here rather than h6. Now, once this knight jumps, let's say it goes to b6, and the rook comes to e1, going for this e6 pawn, the king can go to f7, because after bishop to d7, now we see why it's so important, the pawn's on h5. Rook h6 is a possibility, defending the pawn e6. And now, why did you put your bishop on d7? It looks really awkward. It's actually not that helpful because black has covered all of his bases. And now the dark square bishop will develop. This rook on a8 will get out of there. And black is, as you see, is actually better. So clearing the h6 square, really important. And this particular line showcases why.
Indeed, and well, Schach had no interest in putting the bishop there. Instead, king b1 makes a lot of sense. We talked about the c file earlier. You don't want to keep your king behind the bishop and run into some rook c8 with trouble. Because now, well, you're a bit late already. If you, maybe there are still ways, like I guess there are complications maybe after rook takes e6, but you're not in time. Well, this is also not the way. So I'm curious, Robert, what is the way? Is it with knight f5? Or I was thinking we were not in time to play b3 because of b5, but maybe then there is some knight f5.
Yeah, actually, it looks like it should be pretty good for black because you're winning this bishop, but it does say that black is slightly better. This king, if it goes to d8, oh, hates that. Oh my gosh, that's why. Look at this. You're attacking this pawn on b5, and after pawn takes c4, knight e6 check. I don't think you really want to walk your king to the e file, but you have no choice because your king's out of options. So this would, at the very least, win back. I think knight c5 check is good. Even knight takes f8 is possible, but you're winning this knight here on d7, and white is well ahead.
Yeah, so a mess here, and Schach said, no thanks. I'm just going to put my king to b1 instead, avoid all of this messiness, but keep my own threats very much alive after king b1. Of course, his next idea is to bring the rook to e1, put pressure on e6, put pressure along the e file, knight f5 will still be a threat. And I think Duda, we see him sitting there at the board. He already has some very serious questions to answer here.
He does, because if you think you're just going to play h4 and kick this knight away, you're going to be in trouble with this knight on d7 being loose, and this knight can reroute itself to e2, maybe into f4 or d4. So this e6 pawn is going to remain an issue. I guess h4 is possible. I actually thought it was not going to be a good move. At least tactically, it looks very iffy. But apparently, h4 still is okay for black. I just getting into that territory where one mistake could even lose due to the game, not just end with a worse position.
Absolutely. And Robert, I'm laughing because I see Arrakis in the chat is asking, is Hess a bit calmed down from yesterday? I don't think I can handle that much excitement 2 days in a row. Yesterday really was a special day. But Robert, would you be ready for a repeat of the madness we saw yesterday?
You know, there is a rest day tomorrow, so I am going to give it my all before I get some rest. And I did promise that we'd go to the Prognomonde game against Grandelius, because if any game is going to get me as excited as the Vidit game did yesterday, I believe it's that one, because there's a pawn on h4. There's potential for an attack. The Black King does look safe and tucked away for the moment, but whenever I see h4, Simon Williams is somewhere, right, Fiona? You know, he's very happy to see this kind of move.
Indeed. He was the one that famously dubbed the H-pawn Harry the H-pawn. I think he'll be watching that game and he will be approving of what Prag has done here. Maybe we can go back to the start of the game and see how we got here.
For sure. It was a Grunfeld, and unlike the game between Karyakin and Giri, this queen a4 check was played. And it seems like a very strange move, because Black can block the check with the bishop and then attack the queen. But then White can sit this queen on a3, which is what happened in the game. And in these types of positions, Black is, in the Grunfeld, generally speaking, Black is playing for c5. And with the queen sitting on a3 like this, it seems very difficult to make c5 work. So you give Black a developing move, but the bishop is not very impressive on d7. If the knight goes to c6, it will not be impressive there. A pawn 3 squares away dominates a knight, and the c3 pawn in combination with the d4 pawn makes that knight look a bit useless. So that's why we saw knight to d7 here in the game, blocking in the check, knight f3, castles, queen a3, and still c5. It's a temporary pawn sacrifice, but Fiona, in the Grunfeld, it's all about this Fianchetto bishop.
Indeed, Grunfeld, a very active opening where very often Black is even happy to give up some material to activate that bishop on g7, which is the all-important square, the all-important piece.
Yeah, well, also square, because if you don't have the piece there, then the square is quite vulnerable. So d takes c5, not a move you really want to play. From what you see, the evaluation tank, because Black plays queen c7, goes right after this pawn. And if you say, I'm going to protect my pawn, I'm going to try to be greedy, well, b6 is played. You can't take on b6, you lose c3. The bishop on g7 reigns supreme over the position. So these kind of decisions are sort of made for you when you play this opening. Bishop e2, if there's a swap on d4, not a big deal, b6, and then h4. So I love this move, Fiona, and part of the reason I love it is it encouraged Niels to play e5, because when we're getting attacked, some players think we need to react on that side of the board. But one great method of defense is attacking the center, especially with the White king still sitting here. Now, e5 does just that. It strikes in the center, tries to hit the d4 pawn. But look what Prognomonde does. He goes d5, and now this bishop on g7, it turned from a Grunfeld bishop, which was open, trying to slice through the position, into more of a King's Indian bishop, which is staring into its own pawn. So I really like the nuance here by Prognomonde, because I think strategically he now has an advantage, even if objectively for now the position is okay. Going forward, this is a big deal where you have a protected passed pawn in the center, and this bishop on the dark square is blocked by its own pawn.
Indeed, a very interesting fight coming up here. But Robert, I actually, we've got a little surprise for you and a little surprise for our viewers as well. So we're going to go to a quick break, get something set up, and be right back. So stay tuned. You don't want to miss this.
Hey, what's up, Anish?
Hi, Robert. Your room looks so sad, man. Where do you live?
I'll invite you. I won't tell everybody on stream where I live, but I'll let you know. I'll just shoot you a message real quick. But
really sad.
Speaking of sad, what happened in today's game? I mean,
that's a good segue. Sure. No, I was it was quick, I have to say. Especially, I thought it wouldn't do it this way, but sure, possible also. It's the shortest move repetition in the Grunfeld probably that exists. You can do a lot of longer ones if you.
Well, I think we all wanted a bit of a longer game from you. So, you go into the rest day, you have 1.5 out of 4. I'm sure not the result you're looking for, of course. But is this the type of game you get to just relax a little more and have 2 rest days in a row?
Well, as they say in such cases, that today's game was not the one to blame, for my standing. And I have to say, playing Sergei, who also lost yesterday, I was really preparing myself for a very dangerous game, for a battle, because he's a very good player, and I thought he would definitely give it a shot. I don't know how much risk he would take, but I didn't know. But I thought he would definitely give it a shot. I guess I surprised him with Grunfeld, and then he just didn't have anything ready, and he decided to just call it a day. But I have to definitely, some say, do better.
Well, how much do you think this has to do with him playing the candidates later? Like, even if he has something up his sleeve, right? When you're playing in a candidates year, you don't want to play your new opening ideas before that.
No, it's not that. I think he just didn't expect Grunfeld at all. Because if you expect it a little bit, you can come up with some kind of a small try that is a little bit better than this. I just think it was more him thinking of, like, I don't know, the Knight f6, e6, and the Slav maybe not considering Grunfeld at all, which is, I don't know, a little bit odd, because I think I played it a couple of times last year. But yeah, I don't know. Also, sometimes you don't know, like, people don't have the mood. Like, I'm definitely like feeling like I have to do something. I feel like I want to give it a shot in this tournament. Obviously, it's many rounds to go. But maybe he doesn't like the way things are going, and didn't want to fight it today. Find it out today.
Well, he did lose yesterday's game against Andrei Yesapanko after was uncharacteristic mistake from him. So why don't we, if you don't mind, if we go to the game between Vidit and Yesapanko, your buddy Vidit, I mean, what has gotten into him?
Yeah, he's played well. I mean, the first round was just a normal game. He played Sam Shankland, and he was playing a good game. Sam had some opportunities to defend, he didn't, and Vidit won. Was characteristic, usual Vidit, let's say. Then he made a draw with Fabi with Wijk. There was also nothing spectacular. But then, of course, he had that game with Dubov, and I've been in that situation myself as well a few times. You are not really the headline maker. You are just getting surprised. You are in a dangerous position. And you just try to fight for your life, and as you fight for your life, somehow the best of your qualities come out, and you win a great game. I mean, I've had that happen to me a lot, and in some way we have similar. Some of our traits, mine and Vidit, are similar. So in some way we have a little bit of a similar style, and so such games can happen. When pushed with the back against the wall. He just played really, really well, and I did think like his defense deserved more than half a point, and then as Dubov blundered, I thought that it's happening. I mean, I have to say that also for Danilo it's very unfortunate. I mean, it's so rare that your opponent gets to defend such a position, and he was putting pressure very well as well. So it was very unfortunate for Danilo, that he got 0 points out of that game.
Yeah, it was a beautiful game through and through, and of course, with the F3 move was the big culprit. But to find Queen C8 check, Queen G4, it's within Daniil's
very much within, for sure. Hey, I remember a game of his against Svane. I think it was Svane, right? There's very, very famous game where he was chasing the king to like A3, I believe, and then actually Daniil sometimes has these calculation errors, but when it comes to like chasing the king and stuff, he can be very good. And I remember in that game against Svane, it was the European Team Championship, I think, he found a very, very beautiful and a difficult sequence of moves to checkmate the king. And so in that sense, I am actually a little bit surprised that he didn't that he didn't find that queen c8 check. But at the same time, you have to imagine it in context of the whole game. It's like, you know, you have this, it's a bit like this, I don't know, tennis or table tennis battles, you know, when you keep smashing and the guy returns, you keep smashing, the guy returns. And after you smash so many times, at some point, yeah, you just like, you don't even touch the ball anymore because like you can't believe that he keeps returning the smashes. I think that's more or less what happened. Like he was just so shocked that, you know, and I think he was, yeah, if he was in a good state, he would have found queen c8. And queen c8, g4, c4, c6 is a kind of a study-like thing that someone with the imagination of Daniil is very capable of finding.
I agree. It was a long, exhausting game, I'm sure. Both players had a rough night of sleep. They slept like a baby, but still were exhausted when they woke up. And how about we transition to today's game? Because Vidit was in that battle yesterday, and now we have a completely mirrored image. The board is the same through and through. So what do you think Vidit's aiming for? For starters, he played e4 on the first move, which undoubtedly caught Andre off guard.
A little bit, maybe. I do think Vidit has played. I'm trying to think how often he has played e4. Yeah, okay, it's not his, probably not the most often played move by Vidit. But okay, you know, when you play a top tournament, like Andre knew this tournament is coming up for so long, he didn't play the European Rapid, World Rapid and Blitz. So he's taken that time to prepare clearly. And you know, when you prepare for top tournament, you have something prepared for e4. So I don't think he was shocked to see that move. It's the best by test, so-called. Yeah, the Italian bishop b6 system, I think it's a system that Andre borrowed from his match against Magnus, where he was playing with the white pieces, battling against that system every day in the World Cup. And Magnus was playing this bishop b6 business. And now, did we play a4 or not? That's the move that Andre played. And now, yeah, Andre played it with knight d2, knight d7 first. But anyway, transposed. Bishop b3, c6, knight f1. Yeah, interesting situation. Now, of course, it's symmetric, but at the same time, white has an extra tempo. And the question is black going to mirror with rook e8 but allow d4? Or is black going to try to be the first one and start with d5, which I suspect is the way to go. And now after e d5, knight d5, d4, we keep the symmetry, but after ed, knight d4, we've got that control of the e-file. And what often happens here is rook e8, trade, bishop d5, cd, and then you play this kind of position where you've got an isolated pawn, but you have a bishop pair. And I think that I've seen this position before as well. I think it's some sort of theory. We might see that happen. Because if rook e8 now instead of d5, then you've got to reply to d4. Because if you don't strike back right away with something like d5, which probably doesn't work, I mean.
Isn't this territory where, I guess I don't know this position that well, but these kind of positions where the rook ends
bishop
up
f4
on,
and e5, yeah, usually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't maintain the symmetry this way. So sort of the symmetry is temporary. Yeah, we are definitely going to see something. What also people sometimes do is they go bishop e6. He can do it right now. No, move earlier. Although here as well, but maybe move earlier.
Okay.
You can do that sort of always and play this position. If takes, then takes. Or d4, yeah. And then at least you get to trade the pair of bishops. But yeah, I think d5. I mean, I'm pretty sure d5 is the way to go, and I suspect that Andre will play it as well.
Yeah, Anish, I mean, when we look at this position, as you said, white has that extra tempo, and if you get d4 in, it should be pleasant at the very least. So when you're making these decisions, and you seem to know this position, you studied it, and if you haven't studied it, do you think a player like Andre is more likely to accept the isolated pawn, knowing that that is a weakness that he'll have to deal with, but at least he can work around it, or just allow a situation like this where d4 happens before black gets that play himself?
Well, generally, when we play these Italian positions nowadays, we sort of tend to think that if white gets d4, without black able to strike back in the center, or without black having grabbed a lot of space on the queen side, with like b5, a4, which sometimes happens, the white should be a bit better. So, as a rule, your first instinct is to try and avoid getting yourself into that position where white has more space. So d5 is really the principled way to go. And of course, the justification is that if you take on d5, knight d5, and knight e5, which would be the question, I suspect there is some takes and bishop f2 kind of trick there. King f2, queen f6. And this is sort of standard tactic that the whole thing is based on. And I mean, Andres knows this inside out, and I suspect he also knows this position. But I'm wondering why he thinks this long. Although actually both of them take a lot of time. We did as well, so maybe they're just trying to take the time, make sure they're not confusing things.
Yeah, and as we were talking about, I think Andre, even if he's familiar with the position, he almost certainly didn't study it for today's game, because Vidit usually does play d4. He played it against Caruana earlier in the event, but both players are doing well.
What I suspect with Andre is that he thought that since he knows this a lot with white, he can play it with black. But if this was not his the direction he was looking at with white, then he doesn't know it. You know what I mean? Like he was going for d4 with the knight on d2. These are very different positions. And now he realized that this is not what he prepared with white, and he's trying to figure out why not. But yeah, you can see his hand movement. He's calculating d5, ed. There is a hand movement, knight d5, d4. Yeah, it's coming, d5.
There it is, yeah. Question for you, though. When you play an opening from one side, do you enjoy playing it from the other side as well, or do you hate it because you like it from... like, let's say you play an opening as white. Do you not want to play that same opening from the black side because you prefer to play it as white?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I was thinking about these things a lot because, one of the strengths of players is their being self-aware and knowing what positions you play well. Because, many people are very delusional, and it's easy to be delusional because of your arrogance. You think you play everything well. And you think, okay, I lost that game once and whatever, and in the French defense, yeah, because I had bad luck. That time I also lost because I slept badly. That time I also lost because I was not even trying to concentrate. But you have to be self-aware and try to go for things you're good at. And I was thinking, indeed, whether being good at an opening with one side makes you good at this position with the other, because essentially maybe it's just the fact that you understand the position as a whole. You know what I mean? Helps you play it with both sides. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You have so many of these positions where one side is attacking the king and the other side is playing on the queen side, and you have so many players who only want to play attacking, for the king. So I don't know. Honestly, a position like that, this Italian, you can be pretty good at it at both sides because it's pretty simple. But it's about these asymmetric ones that are much more complex. Some kind of King's Indian, that, for example. Today, I think we saw it in Arjun Ergaisi's game. I think that was a King's Indian. There, it's much more different because it's very asymmetric.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, this, right, as you're saying, the position is pretty much the same, except the rook is on e1 versus the rook on f8. Anish, before we hop to another game, besides rook e8, I mean, another move that comes to mind is bishop c7 for black, rerouting that bishop into a new diagonal. I'm wondering if at some point black can think of putting a knight on f4 as well. So you said rook e8, that is a position that I feel like I've seen before, but is there some merit to the move bishop c7 here? Yeah,
for sure. There is merit to not playing rook e8, because if you don't know about the sequence with taking and taking on d5, you might assess it as very... you might think it's better for white, because besides the d5 pawn, you've got the b5 square weakness. And this is pretty ugly, though you can cover it with the bishop d7, but you could try to stay away from this position. And indeed, any other move than rook e8 is possible. And bishop c7, like you said, comes to mind as well. And then it's a question, because now we have some structural trumps. We've got this isolated pawn, but in bishop c7, you don't have that. So we can see, instead we have the e-file. We can see
doesn't this feel like a Vidit type of position, like from the white side, playing against an isolated pawn? It doesn't seem very tactical in nature. Not that, of course, he can handle tactical positions. We saw him do that yesterday, but this feels like the type of position that he ground Sam Scheinken down in round one. Very different, more pieces on the board, but still like that kind of dynamic.
Well, there's definitely that potential, and if white trades the right pieces, imagine the dark squared bishops leaving the board. Let's say some knight c2 takes, knight takes. And imagine now also queens, traded and the knight coming like to d4 or whatever. Then, of course, white is much better. At the same time, black still has the bishop pair, and that bishop from b6 is gonna go to c7. And black, at some point at least, and black will, might try to set up some sort of kingside thingy with, at some point, maybe knight h4. You don't know. Bishop c7, queen e5 lining up against. The king is pretty safe for now, but who knows? So black has some Black has some ideas, but yeah, it depends whether Andre will go for it. Like the move you suggested, bishop c7, looks also very natural without burning any bridges.
Yeah,
and now it's also
later. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a question how white will proceed. You can develop the queen, but also maybe hope with a knight to f5, and some knight df5 is a question, for example. I don't know if the knight is stable there, but it is quite threatening. Leaving with the bishop from b6, like on one hand, it does a good job on c7, but it was also doing a pretty good job on b6.
Right. It's just one of these things, like, if not for bishop c7 or rook e8, do we have a third move? Because either we have to accept an isolated pawn, or we remove our bishop from what has been a good-looking diagonal to this point. I don't know.
You know what sometimes happens? Like, I don't think it's here, but there are variations similar to this, where black does a crazy move bishop e6. It's not here. But the point is there that if knight e6 fe, then suddenly there is a huge pressure on the f2 pawn. I mean, if that doesn't work, black like knight e4, for example, here, I think here it doesn't work, and then it's really bad. But if it does, then there is a line like that. There's a game, I think, of Ho Yifan against Levon Aronian from a World Cup many years ago, where this kind of thing, I think she took on e6 in a similar position, bishop f2, and it was king h1. I think it was kind of, very exciting complications. And so that is a possibility sometimes. This bishop e6 is crazy move, bishop e6. So there are options for black, for sure.
Yeah, and actually options are likely what's making Andre think so much right now, because he's familiar with those types of positions, but not this specific one, most likely. And that's a big mistake that players make sometimes, even at your level, right, Anish, where you've seen a familiar idea, so like, yeah, that could work out, and then it's refuted because there's some subtle difference in the position.
Yeah, I mean, that is there. And also what usually happens is the mistake is not only that, the mistake is that you haven't anticipated your opponent going to play, for example, 1e4 or the Italian, and then you haven't really repeated your file. And you've looked at so many things over the past couple months, and you don't really remember which was where. And you've seen the things, you've seen the ideas, but you don't quite recollect. And then sometimes trying to recollect only hurts yourself, because just playing a position without knowing anything can lead to better results than trying to recollect something.
For sure. And well, why don't we hop away from this game for the moment, because Andre's still on the clock. We have 6 games still here. Yours, of course, finished in the draw. So Prognoz pawns in h5, so that catches my eye. Which of these games catches yours?
I like that you said yours, of course, finished in the draw. Let me see. Well, the Shankland-Rapport game, it's my... I know this because it's my Petrov course, not Petrov, the Chessable course. Yeah, I have this recommendation for white to do this exact thing against the Petrov, and I think they followed like almost all the way, for sure, until move 11. Okay, or move so 12, better.
So this is all Anish Giri.
Surprising that Rapport played the Petrov, right? He's not the kind of guy you expect to play the Petrov, but there we are.
That was my exact reaction. I saw the Petrov and I was confused, because Rapport, I mean, he's such an energetic player for the most part. I would not have thought that he was playing that these days.
Yeah, Richard is really fascinating. Like the combination of his play, his demeanor, and like he's so random. So random.
I think you mean that in a complimentary way, right?
Oh,
hard
always.
To predict.
Random is a very complimentary word.
Well, okay, so you said through at least 11 moves, rook e1, c5,
yeah,
striking
queen
in the
f3,
center.
I think that's also the main line is c4, bishop f5, knight e5, d e5. Now, I think there's also rook e8 here, but there's also bishop c5. And you can take on c8. I think this is actually a game also of Jorden against Friedman. And Jorden went rook d1, collecting the pawn.
Okay, so here in bishop e3, rook d1.
Yeah, but black, he did some f6 stuff and got some counterplay, I think, in that game, which Jorden won anyway in the end. But bishop e3 is much simpler. And now after a trade, a lot of simplifications, but white does have a bit of a potential there. And the question now, for example, is if black can play queen b6, trying to simplify further. Because rook endgame, of course, has a tendency to be very drawish, but now white is still a bit better because you're easy to pile up on the open files against the pawns. Yeah, rook b1, rook d1.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, it looks to me like black might just be in some trouble, but I guess the a2 pawn.
Yeah, I will go rook a8, rook a2, you know, and simplify. And for example, if we get 4 against 3 at some point, that's going to be good enough for black to make a draw. So I need to trade like 4 pawns for 3 pawns. And yeah, Sam will probably take with the queen there for sure. And now, but Richie can also play queen a5 instead. Queen b6 is a bit too desperate. You can play a move like queen a5.
Okay. And I mean, but can't white just play sort of, you know, f4 and play, you know, advance on the king side, because white's foundation is very solid and black will always have these pawns. That
yeah, for sure. I mean, again, after f4, black has 2 ways of dealing with this kind of stuff. You can just try to trade queens with queen c5. Okay. Or sometimes, I'm not sure it's here, but you can try to do something about the pawn storm and go for something like f6, but here it's very suspicious. But something like f6, if e6 and f5, try to isolate that pawn. It's sort of a standard way of, okay, here is e7 wins, but it's a standard way of dealing with these pawn storms. Just that here you're not in time. You need 1 more tempo with queen c5. Here just queen e6 and it's lights out with queen c8.
Showing that for everybody.
Yeah, so after f6, e6, you had to trade queens right away, probably. But then if f6, e6 and queen trade, then you've got also f5 afterwards. I don't know. Yeah, let's say queen c5 here.
Instead of f6?
Or maybe, I don't know, do you want to include f6, e6 or you don't?
I mean, I was just worried about f5.
Yeah, that's why. So I'm not sure we want to include f6. Queen a5 is a bit on the slow side. Did he play b6?
He played b6, yes.
Okay, yeah. The problem with b6 is that you no longer have that queen trade option, which is very tempting because, you know, if I get these pawns going, like the f pawn goes to f6, it's like some checkmating ideas are there.
Right. I mean, f4 seems automatic, but I think something that we keep highlighting is that even in the event of these queen trades, like let's say we did that queen c5 line, can't white just trade and then bring this king right to d4?
Yeah, you'll try to do that, definitely. And then, because the pawn structure is somewhat closed, somewhat asymmetric, black struggling to find a way to trade everything down, yeah? Because you want to trade pawns, as many pawns as you can, and open as many files as you can. But now with the king marching to d4, I don't see indeed an easy way for black to somehow get rid of the pressure. So, yeah, I can't quite recall what exactly. Why did he take on e3, by the way? Maybe that is an inaccuracy. Yeah, I think that's is an inaccuracy from what I recall.
I was gonna say maybe you told him to. Maybe in your course.
No, my course is for white. My course is white. So I'm only responsible for what Sam is doing. Sam is my man.
So okay, you are in a way indirectly one of Sam's seconds because you created a whole course that he's.
Yeah, but Sam is second to everyone with so many courses of his. Like yesterday, he ended up playing his own course, right?
Yeah.
In Berlin.
Oh, so rook e8 first. That way you can trade on your own terms, and you know if the trade happens, your rook comes up to c5.
Too many courses, you know. Actually, besides the courses is fine. At least courses you have to buy, but you've got these YouTube videos as well that are free. And like there is one YouTube video. If you look at Mamedyarov Duda, perhaps the second most uneventful game of this round after a clear first one.
I don't know which one you're referring to. Okay,
yeah. This endgame, you know, it was analyzed on YouTube by Alexander Khalifman, and you can just check out those analyses completely free of charge, which is very nice.
Okay, so we're in this game here between Mamedyarov and Duda. You said this whole thing has been prepared.
Well, I mean, for sure, the opening and 11 bishop g5 h6 is also his recommendation, and then okay, at some point, I think Shahryar was on his own, and he didn't get to press. Yeah, like the final position is comfortable. H5 is good. You want to be able to push h4, and you also need to actually protect the e6 pawn. That's your only worry. You need to somehow guard the e6 pawn. Don't fall for like rook e1, rook h6, knight f5.
Yeah, right.
With your arrows, you know, you are setting up people for blunders.
Well, we went through this earlier. Don't worry, Anish. I actually was talking about some of the nuances here. For example, knight d7. The problem is that after bishop b5, and the knight comes, I don't know, somewhere like b6 or c5, and rook e1, king f7, there's this move bishop to d7. So with the pawn on h5, there would be rook h6.
Oh, like that, yeah.
And that's a big difference.
But now Duda has got everything under control, right?
In the game, yeah, it seems that way. So if we return to the game position, his last bunch of moves, he brought his knight to e5, his king to f6. Another reason why h5 is so important. There's no knight h5 check. So rook e1. And would you take black's position here?
What happens if I sneeze? Will I get disqualified?
Do you sneeze?
Yeah, I'm about to sneeze. I'm just warning you. Okay. Don't get scared. Like, it's not transmittable over webcam.
No, I'm more concerned about how loud it's going to be in my ear. Don't worry. I don't think that you're going to give me whatever little sniffles you have.
Do you guys do this? That's what she said jokes on the broadcast or not?
We've steered clear from them, but
but if I am going to sneeze at some point, don't worry.
Okay. Okay. I'll make sure to keep
a very comfortable position for black. Like, he's got everything he wanted from this, and his only weakness, which is the e6 pawn, is very well covered, and his pieces are very good. Shah has nothing here. Probably we'll try to just simplify things further. Actually, I could already think to prefer black somehow. I don't like the g3 knight at all. It's pretty awkward.
Yeah, my coach growing up always said the worst knights are those on b3, b6, g3, and g6. They tend to stay there too long, and then when they get kicked around, it's generally not very good for the side. And I mean, Shahryar, he doesn't look phased. He kind of looks like he's just hanging.
Yeah, hanging you will, but you know, I mean, as soon as like 5 moves happened in that game, Shah already knew that it's not going to be fireworks. So I guess by now he's accepted his fate there. But I'm sure there are more exciting games. By the way, that Vidit Yesapanko game, is it?
It is.
It is. Yeah, it is exactly what I was. Yeah, it's sort of the engine recommendation. So I'm not surprised Yesapanko reproduces it.
So just to show everybody what happened, rook e8. We were talking about this exact line: isolated pawn on d5. Bishop e3 and bishop c7. So he did spend some time to get to this point, Anish, and at the very least, it looks pleasant for white. I get what you're saying, that black is the bishop pair. Of course, that black's position is okay, objectively speaking. But from the way optically it would appear, I would definitely prefer to have the white side.
For sure. I'm trying to be annoying with black here. Right now, I'm threatening bishop takes g3. I'm trying to be a little bit annoying, and that's all what I can do. In return for my bad pawn structure. So now you have to decide, like, how do you protect? Do you protect the knight on g3, or do you protect the bishop on e3 instead?
And how would I even go about protecting the bishop? Like,
some queen d3, queen d2 kind of move. It can get very concrete. Yeah, 95, maybe some. I don't know if you can play queen b5 or not.
I like it. You're trying to trade queens. This d5 pawn's
that makes me wonder if 95 was accurate. Maybe bishop d7 first.
Yeah.
And then I'm hitting the pawn. If b3, I'll go. Yeah, I have a feeling that what we're doing so far is very decent. Yeah, now 95 queen d2. Yeah. Okay, if white gets to consolidate. That's a huge compliment.
You heard me?
So go ahead.
I said coming from you, that was a huge compliment. That what I was doing was decent. I'll take it.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. You know, whenever I'm complimenting you, it's filled with sarcasm. So don't get too flattered. No, but I'm a big fan in general of your play, Robert. And actually, our last game we played some tournament on Chess.com. You were really tossing me around, so I have tremendous respect for you.
I don't remember our game.
No, I do remember that.
Okay. Well, here this position looks very nice for white. I mean, if bishop takes g3, I think we should show everybody that the opposite color bishop's position. That's no problem to have these double pawns for white, and this d4 outpost for white's pieces. The bishop on d7, that's the problematic piece.
Yeah, the d4 outpost and like the absolute control of that square is really nice. The knight is there, bishop can also be placed there, and very little counterplay. I wouldn't rush taking on g3 with black, frankly. That's really selling your bishop pair too short. Like they say, one of the advantages of the bishop pair is that you can get rid of, like you can trade one of them at the right moment. But this maybe isn't the right moment to just so easily give up the bishop. To just double these pawns, I don't think it's worth it.
I think that many people hear that opposite colored bishop's positions are just drawn, which is very extreme and is not the way you should look at chess. But it does hold true that in many positions with those opposite colored bishops, the dynamics, when they're queens on the board, you can actually launch an attack, you can control certain squares, and in particular, it's this d4 square and this isolated d5 pawn in front of it that's giving white the pluses of the position.
Yeah, exactly. Like what you said, with the queens on the board, the opposite colored bishops could make things more exciting because you don't have the bishop to protect all these squares, right? So then the bishop, the attack, let's say if you've got the dark square bishop, the attack on the dark squares will be very hard to defend from. While with queens of the board and also rooks, heavy pieces of the board, with only the bishops, of course, then the drawish tendencies are super high. You can give up a pawn or even two sometimes and still be able to block all the pawns. So it's all about having queens on the board or rooks on the board. That makes a difference. But let's see some other games. We still have a few games too.
Sure. I was actually going to ask you to, channel your inner Danny Wrench and read Vidit's body language for us, but we can look at other chess games.
This is what Danny does. Oh, this is Vidit's face number 27. This is I forgot my YouTube password face. and now I can get all my subs, and I have to ask Anish for a raid when I start a new channel. No, it's it's Vidit's face, which is like, I'll pretend I forgot about my yesterday's game, but deep inside I'm still celebrating it with joy.
Wow, I really prefer your analysis to Danny's. Don't tell him that, but that's good.
It's all good.
Let's go to the Pragnananda Grandelius game, which we can see in the bottom right-hand side of the screen here. There's a pawn on h5, so obviously I'm excited.
It's very unusual what's going on. I mean, this is the kind of Grunfeld game you want, not the kind of Grunfeld game you get.
I mean, it seems strategically terrible for black with his dark square bishop, white opening up the h file.
Yeah, looks almost like a King's Indian. Now it's very interesting what has happened. White is able sometimes to give up the dark square bishop if in return he gets this dominance over the light squares. And there is definitely potential for white to be much, much better strategically speaking. You've got this unquestionable protected passed pawn and the full control over the light squares. And you've got that h pawn to h5, which is huge, because if it's get blocked on h4, it's a very different story.
And the way this happened, Anish, if we go back, it was a Grunfeld where white went queen a4 check.
Yeah, it's a very
brought
sensible line. Queen a3 back, okay.
And right here, so h4 was played, and I was joking that Simon Williams would be thrilled that Harry the h pawn is going up. Niels played this move e5, and I actually used the same reference, that it went from a Grunfeld bishop, which is happily poking at white center, and then it became a King's Indian bishop as soon as he went e5. So I felt like that had to be the move that was the culprit of getting black into a bad position.
Well, yeah, I mean, e5 is something they do a lot in the Grunfeld, and like Peter Svidler has had a bunch of games with that. It's a little different to King's Indian in that after e5, d5, you've got the d6 square. So often the knight reroutes itself there, and the knight on d6 is very efficient because it blocks the d pawn, but also keeps an eye on the e4 and c4 squares, reinforcing b5 and f5 breaks. And I feel that Niels maybe thought that somehow by closing the center this way, yeah, he weakens the h5 push, but I'm not quite sure. How did he follow up? Like f5 right away is a bit... Can I go f5 right away, or is just very bad? It could be actually like a must as well. It could be bad, but it could also be like the best move by far. Knight g5, I've got knight f6. I'm not that scared.
Can I just try to, go for...
Yeah, it's a very wishful thinking, but I see what you're trying to do. Maybe I block it with the queen, just queen d6, can I?
I guess you can, but what if I just like attack you everywhere? I don't know.
I am of course worried. At the same time, do you have like maybe fe or not? And bishop to f5?
You're a brave guy.
No, I'm c4. Yeah, it's very ugly. Yeah, just c4. No, just c4. No, let's not go fe. Let's go.
I was thinking
h6.
Can I even h6 and
No, I wanted to go h6 with black move. Oh. No, fe is a very bad move. Okay. Maybe h6 with black and knight e6. Maybe I can take on. On e6 and no, this is on give up f8.
I mean, I don't like it. I'm just trying. I don't like taking e6. That's
this is very sus. No, this is very sus. No, let's go back. Okay, but it was not so bad for me. So f5 I like. How did you play? Knight g5, knight f6 is only move. Queen b3. Now let's see how I can treat that. d6 is a very big threat. If I take on e4 with a knight, I'm happy if you
d6, but
I'm happy if you take my exchange probably.
Okay, so then you're telling me that I should just play positionally?
Yeah, this is very ugly. I don't like just this position. It looks very sad. I won a pawn, but it's an isolated pawn, going to be blocked with the bishop on e3.
Yeah, then I'll probably.
And then you go h5, c4, and I have no knight to use the d4 square, so it's very sad. I don't want to trade knights with black.
I don't mean to make you sad, just for the record.
Well, I mean, we are trying to justify e5, which is by no means a good move. And it's not even clear if b6 was the right move, but okay. Instead of e5, what about bishop b7? Just
attacking the center.
Yeah, are you going to go d5 or are you going to go h5? D5 maybe, yeah.
I can't decide between d5, e5, h5.
Oh, e5 as well. Oh, e5 very much so. e5 very much so. Yeah, I like that. With the knight on d7, it's very effective because the weakness of the d4 pawn is not so felt, unlike the knight on c6. Yeah, I like that. No, bishop b7 is also not. Maybe cd first. Yeah, what about cd and then bishop b7? This looks more to the point. Yeah, it's actually the same thing. I could have traded there as well. Yeah, I'm liking a little bit of counterplay here, and I can place my bishop on d5, but then you'll go h5, and I wonder what I've achieved. f6 comes a bit too late.
I often wonder what I've achieved, so I get the thought process.
You're a commentator on Chess.com. Come on, Robert. What more does a man want? Or a woman? It doesn't matter. I see Fiona there. What about knight f6, by the way, instead? Because if knight f6, e5, I would have knight d5 square. But now anyway, h5. Also haven't achieved much. No, not good, not good.
So maybe this is just a good line for white. It's what we're getting.
No, black could also. I mean, b6 is a question. I don't think b6 is a must.
So b6 is the move that you wouldn't have gone for?
We would find out. Certainly, the game would be more interesting if Sergei went for this line instead. What he did. Oh, actually,
I see. You're keeping your secrets.
There are also deviations earlier, but yeah, here, b6, h4, e5. After d5, how did he proceed?
So it went knight f6, and that's why he has that bad bishop in the game.
Yeah, bishop g5 again. Yeah, it just takes an h5. Yeah, this is h5 is a huge achievement. Bishop g4 kind of playing into white's. He goes back. Yeah, he goes back. Okay. I see. So he's trying to somehow make use of his bishop pair. Maybe he will reroute his bishop to g5. That's where the bishop is most active. And it's a question for white.
Hop away, right? I mean, you're going to go bishop g5, and I'm not going to let you take my knight.
No. The question here, I would think, is whether you want to play c4 and kind of fix something, or you keep that square for your pieces.
Well, it's definitely a pleasant position for white. Anish, we're going to head to a quick break. I don't know if you're going to stay with us. You're welcome to. You don't have to. No pressure either way. But I think people are loving that you're here with us.
How was the toxic chat?
I don't read the chat, so I'm saying that they're loving it.
Chat is nice, having banned like 200 users in the last 2 minutes. She's like, it's very nice now. They're all very friendly.
Well, I was saying they're enjoying it. I don't know for a fact that they are. I just assume, because who wouldn't enjoy
You're not reading the
your
chat.
Company?
Oof.
No,
it's not how you grow your game, Robert.
Didn't we message one time where you were on a stream on mute? Like you weren't saying anything. So you grow your game in unusual ways. I'll try to do it for myself as well. We're going to go on break. We'll be right back for more from Tata Steel 2022.
Yes, welcome back everyone. My name is Big, I'm the producer here, so if anything goes wrong, you know who to blame now. We have the Challenger checkup right now. Every day next to the Master section, we also have the Challenger section where we check in to see how they are doing. The winner of the Challenger section will be playing in the Master section next year. So there's a lot to play about, there's a lot to fight about. And today I have a game of Maurizi versus Pierre. Two grandmasters now playing in the group. Pierre actually was the one that we had on the first day, but now we're looking at for round number 3. We have a pretty equal position right here. The king is still central. Black's king is already castled, already very safe. So the first thing White do here is to castle long, make sure everything is defended, and Knight trades off that knight for the bishop and goes away. Queen c7 to make sure everything is handy dandy. We see a slight edge for White because we have the open file here for the rook, but nothing too crazy just yet. Now, the next move, rook to d6, is a little bit provoking. Why doesn't Black just play b6, hit this pawn here? It is very weak. It is for the simple reason that we are going to double up. We look at this bishop. If you play bishop e6, there's a bishop here on c6 as well. Bada bing, bada boom. That is my rook row, so we cannot play that. If you're thinking about, well, I'm just going to defend it, that's going to be the way I'm going to do it. Then we're going to take away this pawn, make sure the queen is taking the pawn, so you lose that bishop. So those are things that are unfortunately nothing we can do. So Black played rook to e5, hitting that pawn with the rook. Very smart idea, still looking for the weakness. And after rook to d1, we have a little bit of a pressure on the d-file. And now bishop to f5, which is a very interesting move to make sure, well, I'm going to get out of the way. It makes all sense. Boom, we hit him with the e4. e4 is being played. It's chasing the bishop away. Not really, by the way, because if a pin on the queen, there's nothing forward then. But queen to h5. And here's where things get interesting. We see two rooks looking at d7. And we see this queen hitting f7, so you have to make sure that f7 square is defended. So Black plays a very normal g6, defends everything, and all is fine and dandy. But after queen h4, we still need to make sure that the bishop is fine. If you play something like bishop e4, it is possible. Rook to d7, things can get a little bit tricky. Let's say we go queen to c8, which makes a lot of sense. We trade these off, and finally the queen comes to f6. You have to defend, but even though this is a position that is equal, look at these pieces being trapped. f7, there's so much pressure on it. These pawns are going to go up and attack on the king side, so this is not something that we can go for. So after queen to h4, Black plays bishop to e6, hitting it back. Make sure to have some nice attack on the queen side, and we don't have anything here. Queen comes to f6, jumps in there, hitting this bishop, and this rook is being completely cut off by, by its own bishop. So bishop to g4 actually has been played, and this is where things get very interesting because White played bishop to f3. It's defended by the queen, and you cannot take it. However, Black did take, and what happened? Bishop takes f3, rook to d7, and we actually had a resignation because this f7 pawn cannot be defended anymore. If we lose this rook, queen f7 check, king h8, we have a mate on h7 or on g7, whichever one you prefer. So what else can we do? There's a very interesting position, a very cute little idea there at the end that, let's say we go back. We return to c8. We're going to say like, well, this is not something I want to go after. We're going to do this. After rook to d8, rook to e6, hitting this one, we give a check, rook to d6, and now you can see, after, let's say, bishop e6, all of these pieces are trapped in, especially the queen cannot even trade itself because of all the back rank. So the move the engine suggests, which is actually very funny, is play king d2. With the idea is to walk its way to h6 and deliver the checkmate on g7. And it's actually very difficult to stop this king from going over all the way there. We're making some random moves, but you get the idea that after this queen, king gets all the way to h6, there's actually a mate in threat. Now, why don't we just play after king d2, let's say queen to e7, which makes very much sense. After take, check, king g7, which is the only move, we play our rook all the way back, and we start eating these pawns up. So the position, it all starts and it all ends with this pawn on c5, which is an amazing idea. Amazing play by White. Well-deserved win. And he is not in the lead. He has 2 out of 3. There are 3 others with 2.5 out of 3. Just like in the Masters group. Nobody is at 100%. But there's definitely going to be some interesting games, some fighting chess. And let's hope we also have that this round in the Masters. Let's bring it back to Fiona and Robert Hess.
Hello and welcome back here to round 4 at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament. Robert, I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me again.
I'm not afraid. I'm happy. I missed you. I mean, I was here dealing with Anish all by my lonesome. That's a difficult task, but in all seriousness, it was great to have Anish Giri on. He had a pretty quick day at the office, so I am glad you are back, Fiona.
Yeah, and well, I was here all the time, Robert. Don't worry, I had you back off screen, and I noticed that there's so many interesting games. That one game we haven't looked at in a little while is actually the Carlson game, where we just see some things happening right now. A lot of the other games, I think in general we see fewer pieces on the board, considering that we're only 2 hours into the game.
Yeah, this Carlson game, which we see in the top left, it's just 2 minor pieces per side off the board. But you notice that Black has a knight and a bishop, White has 2 bishops, and Fiona, in a closed position, the bishops can't thrive so much. So that's why we love this triangle pawn structure for Black. Of course, we can go back and see how we got here. But in general, this kind of triangle pawn structure for Black limits the scope of this light square bishop.
Yeah, and Magnus, I think Magnus, of course, will be eager to show Jorden who's the boss. Last year he was held to a draw, but he was playing. Magnus was playing with the black pieces. So this year, of course, he's out for blood. We see him there play bishop d3. But how do you fight against this triangle pawn structure?
It's going to be a slow buildup. Of course, right now, there's an attack on this knight on e4. And the big question for Jorden is, do you retreat the knight or do you play the move f5, which protects the knight and makes sure that you have 2 pawns defending it, but at the same time, you weaken some of your position. Because if White, and I should say when White eventually plays the move f3, if White is able to sort of open the board up for that light square bishop, when you make moves like f5, your king could later be in some trouble. I don't think the king is any trouble here. The position is so closed and it will remain closed, in particular because the d4 pawn will always need defense. So even if you get f3, you can't follow it up with e4, and that's the type of move you need to blast open the position on favorable terms for White.
So Jorden thus far doing a good job, but yeah, here a few. Well, just as we say that, he goes for f5.
Yeah, he has no fear. And why should he? It's a very solid setup. No weaknesses in the position for either side. And we can go back in time to look how we got here. It's funny that the game between Magnus and Jorden, the reigning world chess champion and the defending Tata Steel champion, not an important game, I would say.
It's just, I mean, it's also a testament to just how many exciting games we have going on here. I think it doesn't happen so often, and once again, it's also, I think, just had such a great tournament with a big field, 14 players, a 13 round robin event. Robert, I don't know what it is today. I'm struggling to speak, but always such a diverse field and so much action for us to look at.
Yes, and not every single game will be as sharp as Dubov versus Vidit. We can trust Mamedyarov usually to have those kind of games, even if the results have said 3 draws for him, and he's looking like This game might not go in the winning direction for him, but I mean, the way this one that we have in front of us went, it was just a solid affair. Like if we stop here, a pair of knights have been traded. The only tension that exists is between the c4 pawn and the d5 pawn. And so it's a slow buildup. I like the move bishop e4. And I also like what Magnus did in response, because this is quite instructive for people to see that the bishop moved away from f1, because if you look at the pawn structure, we talked about how black has this pawn triangle and it limits the scope of white's light square bishop in the game. It limited the scope of black's light square bishop to this point. And there's a reason why bishop takes f3 was played, because if you make some move like just random like rook a7, and then the response knight d2 happens, your bishop's not going anywhere. And in fact, it's about to get trapped with f3. So let's go back to a8, f3 happens, and then g4, and your bishop is lost. It's just trapped. So when you have pawns on the same color as your bishop, that means that the bishop is limited in terms of its mobility. And that is why we saw the move bishop takes f3, and we got to the position we see. First of all, knight c5, taking advantage of a hanging bishop on c3, so you can't just take. And then we get to the game position, Fiona, where, I don't know, I'm kind of impressed with how Jordan's playing, generally speaking, and I think it's a good start for him. But when you've commentated, covered a lot of Magnus Carlsen, while I like what Jordan's done, is this not the type of Magnus Carlsen position that he ends up winning like 5 hours from now?
Yeah, absolutely. I like you. I like what Jordan has done so far, but it isn't enough just yet. Against Magnus, you can never relax. He's going to play this position here with the bishop pair until the cows come home, as they say. Also, all 8 pawns still on the board. Magnus, I think, very often understands pawn structures better than anyone in the world. So Jordan, very impressive so far, holding his own, but he's going to have to continue doing so for the hours to come here.
I like what you're saying. Oh,
sorry, no, go ahead.
I was just saying, I like what you were saying, that no pawns have been traded. He knows when to trade, whether or not he'll play c takes d5. Of course, black is not going to take on c4. That would give white the whole center. And maybe white will play c5 at some point and start targeting the queen side. So back to you, Fiona, but my apologies.
No, don't worry. I was just going to say, before we move on to that game, we have Magnus here on camera, and his portrait is now ready as well. So let's have a look at that and see what Magnus had to say before the start of the event.
I think the first time I heard about the tournament here was probably sometime in 1999, but the first tournament that I actually followed was the one in 2000. So I would say that's my first firm memory of the tournament here. Probably my best memory from the village here was the year that I won, and people of Wijk sang a nice little song for me. I really appreciated that. I think there are people in my team who are better than me at working with engines. So I would say I'm not so good at finding ideas with it. So I generally prefer thinking on my own. Solving chess is way, way out there, and frankly, I hope that it won't be in a very, very long time. My goal for this tournament is to have 13 days of good preparation and a good mindset when coming to the board. Hopefully, I can get back to my best after a couple of, let's say, frustrating performances the last couple of years.
Magnus Carlsen, who has been coming here to Wijk aan Zee for 17 years. This is his 18th participation here in Wijk, Robert, and as we heard, he has plenty of good memories from the tournament.
I wonder why. Why would Magnus Carlsen have good memories in Wijk aan Zee? It can't be because he's won this tournament so many times, can it?
Certainly not. Certainly not. I thought it was very cute how he said, you know, he has great memories of when the villagers sang a song for him. Magnus Carlsen, he has won this event hope I'm not getting this wrong, but I think a record 7 times. A few years ago, he overtook Vichy, who was the previous record holder with 5 victories, but he is going to be looking to get another one here, as he said in the interview as well, after a couple of, for his standards, subpar performances.
Yeah, I think Magnus is the type of player, once he has a bad event, he remembers that, and then he wants to right the ship and then win it. So he feels that energy from a substandard performance for him. And I kind of echo what you're saying, that it's really sweet to hear him talking about that experience with people who are from Wijk aan Zee, people who are from the Netherlands, who usually in non-pandemic years come to play in all of the amateur tournaments within the festival, and also to celebrate the top players, because the Netherlands has such a rich chess history. So many people play the game and they love the game. I remember the opening ceremony several years back where there was somebody, I believe in his 80s, who told me that he'd been coming to Wijk aan Zee for the chess festival since he was in his teens. So he's been to many of the festivals, and that spirit that is throughout the country of the Netherlands.
Indeed, a tournament that is so dear, not only to the locals here from Wijk aan Zee and the surrounding villages and towns, but to Dutch chess players from all over the country. And we certainly hope to have the amateur groups and our spectators back next year. But for now, we're back in the bird's eye view. And Robert, what is catching your attention here?
Well, honestly, it's the game between Shanklin and Rapport, and not because it's an end game and I want to torture you without queens and attack. But if we go to that game, it's a bit surprising, the transition we saw. Anish was on, he was talking about how he's made a whole course to this point, and I'll put the position back where that point was here, and the move b6 happened. You can see my arrow is still there. Push the f pawn, try to take advantage of the fact that black has this backward d pawn. White can push the majority. We cut the board in half. White from the e file through the h file has a 4-on-3 pawn advantage. So you want to use that and push your pawn up the board, maybe go after this black king. What Sam did, rook d1, that makes sense for sure. Queen d7, and then he put e6, immediately trading queens here. And after rook c5, the rook protects d5 and is coming to a5 to attack a2. Honestly, if anyone is better, I would say it's black.
Robert, I'm so disappointed because, well, I was sitting here the whole time that Anish was on and listening to you guys. And when Anish pointed out this idea of the f-pawn running up the board, I looked at it and I thought, that looks really, really good. And so I am quite disappointed, not just to see the queens come off, but yeah, to be in this endgame now when I don't know how easy was f4, f5 to parry. Of course, it was far from a decisive advantage, but it did look very promising.
Absolutely. I mean, f4, at the very least, it keeps your pawn e5 very safe and sound, not that it needed more defense, but just to deal with f5. Let's say you play queen to d7, which does stop the immediate f5. You can keep playing rook d1. There's no rush for this e6 move. I actually don't know how Sam thought white would benefit from it, but you keep up this position where black is stuck in place and white is the only one who can kind of press forward. Queen f3 comes to mind next to try to get f5 to work. Everything is well defended in white's camp. So I think that e6, which he did in the game here, rook d1 first, then e6, that was a rushed decision. And he might be upset with himself after the game because he went from having a plus to now where he has, to my eyes, really no winning chances. And if he's not careful, this can do a sort of a Caruana Shanklin from yesterday, where the side that has the advantage isn't quick to notice that he's lost the thread, and then black could even be better in this game.
Yeah, and I think Richard Rapport is going to be quite relieved here, and I'm curious to see if we will hear from Sam after the game what his thought process was. I wonder if there was anything he could have missed, or if maybe he thinks this endgame might still be better for him, but that's hard to believe, surely.
because I don't believe it, and I don't think that Sam believes it either, as you're suggesting. So that's just why I want to bring us here. Not that the position is really that exciting at the moment, but it does give Black some potential because Black has the better pawn structure. And if you can win this A2 pawn, you'll have an outside pass pawn, C2 and C3 double isolated pawns. We've talked about that in previous days, in particular yesterday. We're trying to come up with a name for Praggnanandha's pawn structure. It's just not a good thing to have in endgames. Whereas with queens on the board, with more pieces there, it was perfectly fine. Now these pawns can be picked off.
Yeah, the only thing I'm wondering is, as White currently, I am controlling the e-file. Of course, the dream for White would be to get both rooks onto the 7th. But it seems like a distant dream at the moment.
And whenever one rook comes to the 7th, Black can play rook f7. So we could just see, a draw. I mean, look, for example, rook e7. I could see this kind of situation happening where you just repeat moves, but I don't think that Black is forced to repeat. And that's really the essential aspect of this position, is that Black can at any point try to trade a pair of rooks. If one pair of rooks get traded, White's in huge trouble. What's keeping White about equal in this game is both pairs of rooks, because of what you're saying, Fiona, an ability to go after the 7th rank, an ability to pile up pressure on this pawn on d5, because if those rooks get traded, and I just want to put that on the board to show everybody, now the king will support it's already lost. The evaluation just went all the way down. The king will just support this pawn on d5, and the rook will either sit on a3 and win the c3 pawn, or you'll just win the a2 pawn directly, and White's toast.
Yeah, and we see Sam there looking at the board. I wonder, he's not giving away too much right now, but I wonder if there's maybe already a little bit of regret about playing this hasty e6. And just as I say that, it's almost, he looked into the camera almost like he heard us. But yeah, definitely at least a small missed opportunity here from Sam, and as you said, now he's the one on the defending side. But let's go back to our bird's eye view one more time. Praggnanandha, what do you think, Robert, on the bottom right board? Is Pragg going to get his first Tata Steel Masters victory here today against Niels?
Well, at the very least, he's earned my favorite game of the day award. His pawn going up to h5, putting pressure on Niels Grandius, the bottom right-hand side of the screen, and we'll bring it up on the full screen here. I mean, White has an attack possibly brewing along the h-file. And as we were discussing with Anish, that even if what Black is a strike with f5, you don't really want to take on e4. That leaves Black with this isolated e5 pawn. The position is closed, and Black has a bishop pair. Bishops love open space. So f5 is an attempt to open the position, but maybe it opens it in a way that gets the king in too much trouble, for example.
Yeah, and we see Niels actually, who's down to only half an hour on the clock. I think it's the first time that we see Pragg being so much up on the clock and Niels so low. I think it is a testament to just how many problems there are already. f5, it is a move that you would like to play, but as you pointed out, I mean, it does create weaknesses, and with pawns, we talk about it every day, pawn moves are always committal. Once you play f5, you can never go back. And if not f5, what are the alternatives here for Black?
Not a question I wanted you to ask me. I think part of this is, and we've made mention of this, and it's important for people to really take this in and use it on their own, that when you're getting attacked, you do often want to create chaos on either in the center, that's usually the way to go, or on the other side of the board, because it's not like this is a one direction position. I don't want to talk about, all the band members, not the story of my life, but either way, White can't just focus all of his attention on his attack. Let's say the move a6 is coming, b5 is next. So do I have to look out for that b5 move? maybe it's not so scary, but we know at least what black is trying to drum up, some kind of counterplay. But this particular position, I'm not seeing the type of counterplay you need to start feeling comfortable. And if f5 is the choice you eventually make, after h takes, which isn't forced, white doesn't have to rush that decision, we have this open H file that could be dangerous. The king does have the F7 square and can eventually run away. And that's good news. But like, let's say white plays A4 and decides to play on the queen side as well. You don't really want to see A5 and an opening of the other rook file. And if you play A5 yourself, you're saddled with this pawn on B6, which isn't a very good piece. So I just feel like even though objectively the position isn't that amazing for white, from a practical point of view, black is forced to kind of shuttle back and forth. And white, on the other hand, can keep up with various ideas, rerouting this knight from D2, maybe via B1 to C3, or coming up with another square to go to. I just think that it's so much easier to play for white that it's going to be difficult for Niels to play this game.
Yes, and we will come back here, but Pragg definitely with the upper hand here in this game. Oh, and we've had a result. We just came from there, but the game between Sam Shankland and Richard Rapport has actually ended in a draw. They just repeated move immediately. You were saying Richard could play on, but he decided to repeat the moves. And as we can see that the players are already gone, and our arbiter Arno is gonna put the pieces back.
Yeah, I wonder if there was something better. I mean, we have the benefit of the engine off to the side. It just looks like a position where black isn't really in any danger. Although with the rook on E7 sitting here, I completely get it. Like, I don't want that rook to remain. Let's say we get greedy and take on A2. Rook takes D5 happens, and you're about to see the consequences because rook F7 no longer draws, it loses. Rook D8 check, a second rook comes in. The rook has to block, and then this rook comes D7. Fiona, this is what you were saying,
dreaming of.
Not afford. Yeah, you were dreaming of from white's perspective, and you had a nightmare about it from Rapport's perspective. So that would be a disaster and just a loss for black if he were to allow this.
So that's the second game to end peacefully today after Karyakin against Giri. And maybe we can go back to the Mamedyarov game. I don't know. Yeah, so let's bring up Mamedyarov against Duda. I believe one of the last things during our last break, I was complaining that I was feeling a little cold here in the commentary room, but it looks like I'm not the only one.
Yeah, or Mamedyarov just trying to drown out every other noise, every other person in the room, and he's just a man by himself trying to figure out what move to play.
I love that for you. I think it's so rare. I think in some, in open tournaments, we might see a lot of this, but in an elite tournament, sorry, this is too funny.
I think it wins him fans, honestly. Look, it's good to be dressed well. I don't think he's dressed badly. I think, he's comfortable, and people like the hoodie, right?
Yeah, and there is no, I saw there was always questions. I don't think there is no dress code here in Wijk aan Zee. I also think it's not an outrageous hoodie. I don't think this is shocking. And it could just be, it could be that he's cold. It could be that he's drowning out the noise. But yeah, it's just an unusual image to see during an elite event. But let's talk about the position. Is he maybe trying to hide himself? What do we make of the position on the board?
I think he's a man of the people. He represents the masses. People wear hoodies. That's what they do. But on the chessboard, he is really as unique as they get. So Mamedyarov, he is trying to figure out a way forward here. But when we had Anish on, he was saying how, honestly, I might start to prefer black's position. So why is that? Black has this pawn on E6, which has been a problem. But right now, it's actually quite well defended. And this bishop that has gone to A4 can eventually come back to the B3 square, and that would be a nuisance for black to deal with. So it's going to be interesting to see right now what Mamadjara plays because he can retreat the bishop to attack the pawn. I see what's happening here. I'm going to defend my pawn on e6. I can't afford to lose it. And I would be thinking about rook to d7, going after the b7 pawn. The issue here for white is you're just thinking, I'm going to get active. I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going for e6, now b7. But what about your own pawns? h4 is already hanging. Bishop c5 develops and not just attacks a pawn, but attacks a very important square. If you play f3, no longer do I win a pawn, but I win a piece because bishop f2 is a dual threat of rook and knight. So I think that Mamadjara has to be very, very careful at this moment with his bishop trying to land on c5. It seems like black has coordinated quite nicely at this point. And this h4 pawn, that's why the rook is up here on d4, Fiona. That's not really the type of defense you want for a pawn on h4.
No, and well, Shahriar Mamedyarov here clearly has a little bit of groveling to do. Do you think this is an opening novelty gone slightly wrong, this knight g3? Do you think it has backfired?
It's a really good question, because if we go back to that moment, h5, perhaps that's the only move. And there are other moves that keep the game within an objective balance, but it was the only move that allowed Duda to neutralize most of White's initiative and then come up with counterplay of his own. So I love the move h5. I didn't understand how deep it was. It was sort of something I threw in there because I realized the h6 square could be important. Kicking the knight would be great. But the way Duda has played this, he's fended off the novelty very well. And he's getting activity for all of his pieces, his king up in the center. And I mean, it's odd. We have to say that, Fiona. Playing rook e8 to e7, not developing your bishop, bringing your king all the way up to f6, which is defending a knight on e5. This is not how we typically see chess played.
No, indeed. A very sort of fresh position here. Not just fresh, but unusual position. And Shahriar, well, he is at home usually in this kind of battle. But yeah, we see him there deep in thought, and we will see what he comes up with. We will leave him to it for now, and let's bring up the bird's eye view again to see the two results. Two games have ended. Karyakin against Giri and Shankland against Rapport has ended peacefully. Maybe we can go back to we haven't seen, or at least I haven't seen, Fabiano in a while, and of course we'll have to go to our tournament leader Vidit. Where would you like to start, Robert?
I have a quick question for you, Fiona. Did Magnus Carlsen go up a pawn somehow? Am I counting correctly? Does he have 8 pawns and Jorden has 7?
You're correct. Somehow there seems to be one board that both of us are missing. For you yesterday it was the board on the bottom right corner. For me it's the one in the top left corner, and you've pulled it up. Let's see where that pawn has disappeared.
So rook c1, g5
G5.
And then after queen e2 he played g4, which allows the capture. And in general, in these types of positions, so you want to play f takes e4, and if your rook gets to f3, let's say you had 2 moves at once, all of a sudden black is better. And then we'll start trying to push pawns up the board, open up the position. This king is not very safe here. Black's king is way safer because of the control of the board. So he wants to take on e4. That did drop with the f pawn. He did drop the g4 pawn, because taking with the d pawn, that keeps your rook closed, and you're not ever going to get the f4 move in. And then d5 happens. It is a position where white is ready to open up the center thanks to the placement of the rooks. You say, oh, wait, that's a free pawn, right? I go up a pawn as black, and then this rook lands on c5. d5 falls. a5's in trouble. I'm not even sure which rook you take with on d5. It depends how black plays here, because you might win the second pawn, or you might take with a c rook and land on the 7th rank. So black's position just falls apart immediately had he taken with the d pawn, which is why he took with the f pawn. But Fiona, a pawn is a pawn if my math still serves me well.
A pawn is most certainly a pawn, and to be honest, I'm confused, because we talked so much about giving up material, sacrificing a pawn, the compensation. It doesn't always have to be something concrete. Very often it will just be active piece play. But here, I mean, I will have to ask you, Robert, to explain to me why did why did Jorden go for this g5, g4, which clearly the idea was to give up the pawn? What does he have in return? Where does the compensation lie?
I like how you framed it, because it is intentional on Jordan's part. So if we just go back a couple moves before he started marching his g-pawn up the board, after rook a to c1, and then g5, well, I don't want to make the g-pawn move. Let's start here. That black doesn't have an active plan. So while the position is all right for black, in chess, we think about strategies, not just moves. If you're just making individual moves, you're not really playing chess, because it has to be a coordinated effort. So Jorden sits here. He's like, what do I want to accomplish? And the answer is, I don't really know. So his plan is not very clear. Whereas for Magnus, we have potential to take here, bring our rook up in the c file. Rook c2, rook c1, queen e2, maybe f3. All sorts of ideas come to mind. So it is easier to picture a path forward for white. So what he did in the game, which does lose material here, let me get rid of those arrows, is he made his life easier at the same time. I could see a rook landing on f3, a queen to f7, and if the center of the board and queen side can remain closed, that's a big if, then black has an initiative over here on the king side. Black is down a pawn. I am not convinced the queen side will remain closed. So ultimately, I really like how this position has gone for Magnus, because the bishop on e1 doesn't look like a very good piece, but it defends this f2 pawn, and that's an open file. So having the bishop here is of the utmost importance. I do think that Jorden has play, and some sufficient play at that, but as this game continues, he's going to need to prove it, because if he doesn't have some threats of his own, Magnus is just up a pawn, and will try to convert that pawn advantage into a win.
And you talked about the queen side. I mean, it's very hard to see how black can manage to keep the queen side closed. White will be able, whenever he wants to either take on d5, also the pawn on a5. As soon as the rook from a8 leaves, that is going to become very vulnerable. So this is not the kind of position where Jorden can just bring all the forces to the king side without having to worry about the queen side. So I'm starting to like Magnus, but of course Jorden, he let's not underestimate his idea. He went for this quite confidently, and we'll see if he can prove me wrong.
And we can give everyone a visual of how the locked up queen side can make black's life that much better, because I'll just make some moves and they don't have to be good. Don't worry about the evaluation bar. Let's just do it. So c5, b5, b4, a4. I did made it so quickly. The evaluation bar at first didn't move, but look at it now. White is up a pawn, but according to the evaluation bar is just in huge trouble. And the reason why is the queen side is closed, which means that white can't make any inroads there. There's nothing to do. It's a pawn chain. You can't get to the base pawn. A pawn chain is as strong as its base pawn. Good luck getting there. Now, black, on the other hand, can put one rook on f3, can bring this rook up over here, can play h5, and white is helpless to do anything on the king side besides sit and wait. And that's why this position is maybe just winning for black, even though you're down a pawn. So that shows you that Magnus cannot close the queen side. He would never do that, but his attack on the queen side, if you will, his potential to win a pawn over there and open up the position, that is what is keeping him ahead, not just the extra pawn.
And we'll move on from here in a second, but we saw that Magnus captured on d5, and of course Jorden recaptured with the e-pawn. You don't want to allow white to open the c-file.
Although the bar is starting to again go into black's favor here. He goes rook c5, trying to get after this pawn, and b6 is not really a recommended move, because the rook will retreat to c2, where it covers the weak point, and you can double on the file over here. It is saying, though, that black is doing well. I think it's because when this rook comes to f6, it defends the queen side, and so the queen side is closed enough, and black can bring that rook over to the f file, double rooks, and Honestly, I see the promise in the position. Maybe this was a really deep sacrifice by Jorden that I saw Magnus up a pawn. I'm like, okay, it has to be good for Magnus. But credit to Jorden van Foreest, who has given a pawn to his boss, the world chess champion, and saying, I don't care about material. I'm going for your king.
And I agree with you completely, Robert. I think I was also maybe, and I think it happens to so many of us, to be blindsided by the bar for a second, especially when it's Magnus Carlsen playing. But Jorden, and I think Jorden, not only does he have this position, you know, where he sacrificed a pawn, he is playing for the initiative. I also think he might have a slight psychological edge because he has nothing to lose playing black against Magnus. But if you're Magnus, you're the world champion, you're playing your second, you're playing the title defender, one of the lower rated players in the field, the last thing you want to do is to lose, and especially to lose as white. So I think certainly a very interesting decision here from Jorden, putting pressure on Magnus Carlsen.
And if this queen side can't be opened up, Magnus is going to be in trouble. It may not be that terrible for him. His king side is defended for now, but if that H file opens up, we see an H5, H4, pawn takes G3, like we are seeing in the Pragnananda game. You see that Pragnananda game in the bottom right and the Magnus Carlsen game in the top left. If Jorden can do what Prague just did of pushing the H pawn up the board and trading it and opening up that file, that could be big danger for Magnus's king.
Indeed, and Robert, we will take a break in just a couple of minutes, but maybe before we do that, we can quickly update the game of the tournament leader, Vidit, against Yesapanko.
For sure. Well, we've been discussing lines where Black's bishop pair is no more, and as I pull the game up on the screen here, the white pawns are doubled on the king side, but there's opposite colored bishops. So there's a bishop on E3, a bishop on D7. I don't really think that white has all that much, but as Anish and I had been talking about earlier, that this D4 square is really important. So if this bishop can replace the knight on D4, if that can successfully happen, then I think white is doing pretty well. And then you try to put the knight on a better square. But for now, it's hard to arrange those pieces, as if the knight moves, the C3 pawn is loose. And if you move the knight to a square where it defends C3, with the knight e2, it's actually Black's turn. But I was going to say rook e8 would have been a response anyway with pieces in a row. So I just feel like Black has sufficient play thanks to the queen in the center. On e5, this rook can slide into the game on e8 right now. And I do think that Yesapanko is doing quite nicely.
Yes, after Vidit sprung the surprise of one e4 on him, it seems like Andrei has kept things under control all along. Of course, the game is still young. We're only 2 hours 20 into the round, so a lot can still happen. But for now, things seem quite level here. We will come back to this game and to the remaining 5 games after a short break. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
I was watching this tournament when I was a kid, when I wasn't a strong player, and I was just watching all the best players in the world come here. And I remember the first time I played here. Back then it was, there were 3 groups along with the open section, and I was playing in the C group. That was in 2008. But I was already watching this tournament many years before that. Usually there's a huge amount of people who love to play and to watch chess here. Now it's of course a bit different. Times have changed a bit, but hopefully someday we'll go back to that. Yeah, I grew up analyzing with a board, but things are very different now. Most of the analysis is done on the computer, but still it's nice to go back to that sometimes, and I think it's also useful to analyze over the board because it helps your understanding of the position. Even if you have the best analysis in the world, it might not help you over the board if you don't fully understand exactly what's going on. And it also helps your memorization if you see it over the board rather than seeing it on the computer. So I think it's still very helpful to work over the board. So it's also up to the guys who are, who have been there a bit longer to adapt because all the younger players are improving so quickly. Yeah, my goal is to win the tournament.
Good to see Fabiano's portrait there. He has been coming here since 2008, one of the many players who have played in all 3 groups, the C group, the B group, and of course the A group, which is now known as the Masters. And Robert, I thought quite the understatement there by Fabiano when he said that times have changed a little bit with the situation here.
Yeah, they certainly have. But one thing that he hopes will come back, he'll rewind the clock to win in Wijk again, because he had that one phenomenal shot. I think he hit a monster score, like
10 out
points.
of 13.
Yeah, that is absurdly good. And his start here, honestly, Fiona, not looking like he's going to get near that score, because we have his game in front of us. Dubov has neutralized most of White's initial advantage out of the opening, and I think that Daniil, after a loss yesterday, he's playing quite nicely on the black side.
Yeah, this position looks very solid for Daniil. Not clear to me at first where Fabiano can put pressure. One of the things is maybe the pawn on a6. Could this become a target in the long term? And of course, my second question, as always, is what about the tension in the center? At which point do you want to do something as White? If you decide to do something, what's it going to be? Are you going to take on e5? Do you ever want to play d5? And same for black. Do you want to take, or as black, do you just want to sit?
All great questions. And I think one thing that benefits black here is there's no presence of c-pawns. Because when there are c-pawns on the board, the bishop can't safely go to b5, because White would have a pawn to push to c4 to kick the bishop out of there. So this bishop can just sit on the b5 square. He goes rook b8 first, which I really like, attacking this pawn on b2. But if that pawn on a6, which you point out, Fiona, is attacked, then the bishop just goes to b5, and it's an active defense of that pawn. So maybe we can go back a little bit just to see how we got here, because the queen was on d7. That was, I think, one of the last times we looked here, and he took on a4, which in some ways you don't want to make that move, but Dubov, he said, looks good to me.
Yeah, so he captured that pawn, which right now cannot be recaptured, but after Fabiano retreated the bishop to b1, there's already 2 attackers on a4, the white queen from d1 and the rook. And Daniil tried to hold on to that pawn for a little bit longer, bishop c6, and Fabiano decided to strike in the center.
Yeah, he went d4. D5 could be an option. The pawn e5 is already loose. And after swapping a pair of pawns, Daniil said, I'm just going to play h6, deal with your bishop. Fabiano retreats rather than captures, because if he captured on f6, the bishop takes back and applies pressure on white center. So he backs it up, and then knight to h5. So it's saying your bishop's coming off the board. Let's get rid of those pieces, and after bishop c2, it's clear. a4 is going to be lost, but Dubov had no issue with that pawn leaving the board, and he played a clever little move, knight to b3. If you're going to win my pawn, it's going to be without this knight hanging behind it on the a file and then that a6 pawn. So knight b3 swaps off the knights in a way that allows black to regroup quickly and attack this pawn in the center, and then Fabiano retreated his bishop. So he kind of stole a couple tempi from Fabiano, who would have loved to take on a4 in one move and had a knight back on d2. So let's just show that to make it as clear as possible. If knight f6, the move bishop takes a4, this knight defends e4, as does the rook. If you take and I take back with my rook on a4, I'm already putting pressure on that pawn that you pointed out, Fiona, and white is much better.
Yeah, so Daniil cleverly playing this here in a way not to give Fabiano any pressure along the a-file, and after those few moves we saw, the bishop went back to c2, and Fabiano has just decided to go b3, so defending that pawn by advancing it where it is well defended by the queen and the bishop. One question I have for you, Robert, as black, do I want to try and push my a pawn, try and get in a5, a4? I can't do it right now. Or do I want to keep that pawn safely tucked back all the way on a6?
It's a good question. I think for now, the pawn sitting on a6 is good, and bishop b5 is a natural follow-up, because now the pawn and bishop defend each other. So you don't have to worry about leaving a more major piece like a rook to handle that pawn. And the center is defended from both sides. E5, of course, defended twice. E4 defended twice for white. And I could see this game turning in a way that is more comfortable for black, because this bishop on c2, it's protecting this pawn on b3, but look whose bishop is better. Both bishops are doing the same job, but black's is better placed. So I would slightly prefer black's position, even though I acknowledge the position is quite level. And I think that this game, if you force me to predict, which sometimes you like doing, Fiona, I would say that this game will be a draw in the relatively near future.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think another sign, like, I think very often we can pick up on these little body signs. I don't know if you saw it, but after Daniil played bishop b5, he gave Fabiano this quick look, which sort of often indicates, okay, I'm quite happy here, I'm comfortable. It's not an implicit, anything explicit, but just very often a sign of things to come. I agree with you. I think this will be another peaceful game. But let's go back to the bird's eye view and see maybe where are our decisive games going to come from today.
Okay, the Mamedyarov Duda game still looks really interesting. There's potential there. The game between Magnus and Jorden on the top left of our screen, we see that Magnus remains a pawn ahead, but Jordan's pieces are just so nicely positioned, aiming towards the white king. In the bottom right-hand side of the screen with Pragnananda and Grandelius, I mean, that game, open h-file, the king on g8, not looking too safe, but safe enough for the time being. I mean, Fiona, we have options of where victory can come from, but oftentimes a victory at this level requires a mistake from one of the players.
Absolutely. I was thinking, can we maybe start by going to Pragnananda, because I see that Niels has just played bishop f6. And of course, my first question here is bishop f6. Well, the one square that the bishop was defending from g7 was h6. And now my queen is given the option to infiltrate. Is that something I want to do or not?
I guess the downside of bringing our queen all the way here is that we know black will play queen g7 and offer a queen trade. So we have to evaluate, is that what I'm looking for, the queen trade, or would white be happier with the queens on the board? And I know you know the answer, and I know that you do not want to trade the queens at all. So you're very kind to help explain this to the audience, but I know you were like, there's no way I'm playing queen h6 to trade the queens. If you are going to go the h file, and actually this is an important point, you can go to h3, which still keeps the same threats without attacking g6, but keeps the same threats of putting the queen on h6. And one of the benefits of queen h3 is black does not want to move this pawn. If you move this pawn, you think, oh, I'm taking a free pawn, your queen's under attack now. White plays bishop g4 and the game is just over. This is how games are lost very quickly. This is a terrible bishop. This knight can recapture on e4, and there are just tons of problems for this black king. For example, if we trade here, and even if we defend this pawn with our king, knight takes e4 happens. This knight, just a gorgeous piece. This bishop is a dud.
Yeah, so queen h3, definitely the more tempting option. Maybe we can also be more patient as white. I know that I was the one that suggested bringing the queen in immediately. The second question, I think, or the second comment, I think you always, when you play chess, you want to look at black's, at your opponent's last move and ask yourself, why did they make this move? What are they trying to achieve? And bishop g7 to f6, I guess the idea is that the bishop maybe wants to come forward to g5 and activate itself this way, and at the same time also defend by keeping an eye on h6 from a more active square.
That's right. So, I mean, it's not just about queen g7, freeing the square for the queen defend, which we were talking about in the event of queen h6, queen g7, and now we have to evaluate the queen trade. White has the benefit, something we talked about earlier, of being able to play on both sides of the board. And just because the queens go off doesn't mean that white can't play for an advantage, and that advantage could come from playing a5. So white can open the other flank, and something to be very careful about is if this rook, let's say I play a5 and we trade queens here, this pawn is under attack, so we'll defend it with king g7. This rook, believe it or not, is going to come right here. And so rook h3, rook a3, and then try to play pawn takes b6. We take over another open file. We have no access on the h file. So let's go over to the a file, where when we take on b6, our rook will land on this a7 square or on a6 to put pressure on this pawn. So that's the type of vision players have to have. And you know that Praggnanandhaa is thinking about this move a5 because he put his pawn on a4 the very last turn. Like that was his move. And then Niels went bishop f6.
Yeah, and I think a5, unless he can find, unless there's something that bothers him about the immediate a5, I think that is the likely move that we will see appear on the board here. And Praggnanandhaa still very clearly in the driver's seat. Niels Grandelius, he's had a tough start to the tournament, and he will have to dig very deep here to save this position. Against...
I have a question for you, Fiona. Sorry to interrupt you there, but I need to ask you. You look at the clock situation where Praggnanandhaa is well ahead. We know he's better objectively, but what kind of stance do you take from White's perspective? Do you start trying to get ultra aggressive because your opponent doesn't have time to think? I mean, how do you think Praggnanandhaa will handle this position with the edge, but also the lead in the clock?
It's an interesting question because I think very often younger players and more inexperienced players, they will be tempted to try and punish the opponent immediately as their time is ticking down. But Praggnanandhaa, although he's still only 16 years old, I think he already has the maturity and the experience to try and put Niels' clock situation to one side, not let his moves be influenced by that. And I think he will try and make what is objectively the best move on the board. And I think in general, it is good advice. Don't let yourself be rushed by your opponent's time. Very often, if you try and play against their low time, it tends to backfire.
That's for sure correct, and I've had experiences of that myself. Usually I'm the one down on the clock and my opponent's trying to win on time. And what the mistake we often make is thinking that if we go for some kind of checkmating attack, that's scary for our opponent. But oftentimes, if we're going for checkmate, there's only like one or two ways to stop the checkmate. So the moves are, in fact, are easier. If queen h6 is played, Queen G7 will be like the automatic response by Niels. There is potential for the king to escape to F7, and I'm going to acknowledge that. But the point is that this type of move is so natural for Niels to play. Whereas if the situation is a bit more ambiguous, or if there are some, instead of immediate threats, we're just maintaining the pressure in a way that leaves it for a while, that is where our opponents often have to spend the most amount of time. Of course, if there is a checkmate attack and it's going to work, you go for it. But in a position like this, I wouldn't be surprised if a slower method is chosen by Praggnanandhaa.
Absolutely. And before we move on from here, I see a lot of comments in the chat of people liking Niels's sweater. And where did he get it? Why is that? A little insight. Niels Guendelius, he does most of his shopping, pretty much all of his shopping, in second-hand shops. So go Niels. A great way to promote, to do something sustainable, the fashion industry. I mean, there's so many clothes being produced, but Niels, he's not supporting that. He's buying his clothes secondhand. I know he got a new suit in a secondhand shop before the tournament. He was very happy with that. So I encourage you all to do more second-hand shopping as well. And with that little plug out of the way, Robert, let's go back to the bird's eye view.
I was about to say, is Niels trying to become a clothing model here, and you're just his PR person? You're doing a great job. Like now, I'm curious. I wasn't curious before. Now I want to know where the clothing came from. But this Mamedyarov game against Duda, we see that second from the right on the top level here in our bird's eye view. The eval bar swinging in Duda's favor. That's bad news for the fans of the hoodie. Mamedyarov, he's going super aggressively, but he's down a pawn, and if he can't justify it with an attack, he will simply be worse.
Yeah, and I loved our camera work there, swinging over. And what's happening there? Sorry, Robert, but did you... I think Shahryar offered a draw. Did you see that?
All right, I'm gonna take my breaths. Okay, so I don't blame him for offering a draw. The position is very complicated. He probably thinks he is worse here, but the draw should not be allowed. I'm just, again, I know I've been repeating myself. I'm a broken record, but yeah. Okay, so I'll talk about why this is an interesting position, and the result is unclear. In the last few moves, we saw rook c7, bishop b3, attacking the pawn. e5 was the choice of Duda. His pawn was under attack. He pushes it. Now Mamedyarov goes to the last rank. That rook was doing a job. It was defending h4. The pawn is captured, and he made the move rook to e8. I don't know why that move is frowned upon by the engine. Duda doesn't have an engine at his side helping him figure it out, but this pawn on e5 is under attack. The rook can stop one square short with rook e6 check, and then that king is in some danger. For example, if you play the move e4, you are protecting your e5 pawn, but after rook e6 check, where's your king going? I think you have to, Fiona, play king g5, because king to g7, well, king f7, of course, is never going to be played. You don't want to walk into discover check. And after king to g7, f5 is no longer defended. So rook h1 hits the knight, and then f5 falls. And that is a really bad situation.
Maybe we can just point out, I think bishop e7 here, there's some tactical problems, right? If after rook h1, if you try and defend the knight, I guess we can capture the knight, and after bishop takes, in comes knight f5 with the fork, and we're going to get the two pieces for the rook.
Exactly. So too many tactics available to white to be able to just retreat your king, which is why if e4 were to be played, which is a very logical move defending your pawn that's attacked here, but e4, rook e6 check, you have to play king g5. And if I'm Duda and I was just offered a draw and I'm visualizing this position, I could see myself being like, yeah, I don't really want a part of this because my king is here. One check could lead to mate. That's not the spot you really want your king. Though the g2 pawn's under attack, it's not clear how white continues putting pressure on the king here. So it's a position that's just interesting, which is why we should not see them agree to a draw, even though it may feel best for their tournament standing. Let them play.
And the funny thing is, I mean, you can almost see the pain on Duda's face. It's almost like he didn't want to have to deal with that draw offer because it is a tough spot. Maybe he senses that he is a little bit better, but it is quite a wild position. Despite the reduced material, his king could get into some trouble. We see him actually shaking his head, you know, frowning. He took off the mask to take a more clear look. And it's just so funny to see him. But a tough spot here for Duda. Do you take the draw or not?
Well, what kind of draw decliner are you? When someone offers you a draw and you don't want it, do you just make your move or do you say no?
I think it depends probably on the opponent, also on how the draw offer was made. Either I'll just play or I'll say I'll play.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if it also depends on the ask. Like you said, if they say, you know, would you like a draw?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's very pleasant, right? Like, would you like one? I'm offering.
No, thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you. I would like to continue. But if they're just like draw, and then are you like no?
I actually, you know, I miss the days when we were playing in the youth competitions, and I think it's so funny. We still see it sometimes. It's so rare. But well, you spoke English already, of course. I didn't as a child, and well, I am not going to be able to explain it. I have to wait until we're back on the camera, because the way, of course, that the draws were offered back then was with the cross sign with the fingers, and there were so many times when as children we'd go. And then I did okay.
I remember those days for sure, and you know, I think someone needs to become clever enough to have a witty response. You know, so someone's like, you know, offers a draw, and they have just their saying that they use every single time. You know, like noted. You know, like you instead of just like I'll think about it, just something that is a funny response. I do understand why Mamedyarov offered the draw. It's an unclear position. He's probably nervous about his chances, and Duda undoubtedly senses that. The question becomes how to play on. The e5 pawn is under attack. There's a check on e6. I think, Fiona, if he plays on, his king will very likely have to go to the g5 square. I don't really see a clear way around that. Rook e7, I guess, is a way to save your pawn, but it just looks so strange when there's this rook on the last rank. Knight takes h5 check is not out of the question because you're distracting the rook on h8 from the bishop on f8, so maybe that pawn will fall. It's really an unclear situation. So if Duda accepted, I wouldn't blame him. I'm going, maybe hopefully the last time I have to say this, I just hope that the draw offer is removed from chess.
I agree with you on that. I think as long as it is allowed from Shahia's point of view, I think it makes a lot of sense because A, he probably senses that things haven't entirely gone his way, and B, at the moment where he made his draw offer, they were roughly even on time, and throwing in a draw offer very often is going to make your opponent, if they play on, at least spend more time before they make their move, because they are, unless they feel they are overwhelmingly better and immediately know they won't take it, some time will have to be invested into the decision. Do I want to play? How much risk am I taking? So from that point of view, the draw offer makes some sense if Shahia is not feeling completely comfortable in this position.
And Duda, he's working hard because he has that offer on the table. He can spend quite a deal of time working through these complications here. We mentioned the move rook e7, the move e4, another move candidate, and everyone should have move candidates. Sometimes a position, if someone captures your piece, you have to capture back. You don't need other options. But in a position like this, you need to check your lines. And one other move I would say is knight g6. The knight was there before. It stole a pawn on h4. Now might be the time to move back. You protect e5, you protect the bishop, you protect the
Sorry
rook.
to interrupt you, Robert. We just had another result come in as the game between Fabiano Caruana and Daniil Dubov, I think you called it, has just ended in a draw, and wow, they played down to this rook endgame real fast.
They did. There was nothing really in the position after we saw bishop b5. It looks like they just forced all the pieces up very quickly. Knight g5, instead of trading queens, just trade pawns, trade bishops. They knew the draw was coming. This was their way of offering. They played it out to a position that was extremely clear. Trade rooks, protect, trade pawns in a funny way, and then it's rook and four. Pawns are exactly symmetrical. It's just completely even. I am okay and more than happy for them to offer the draw.
And you're about to be even happier, Robert, because Duda has played on.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that will likely make him even more of a fan favorite. He has gained so many fans by winning the World Cup, but even ignoring for a moment his successes, his tournament victories, the way he plays chess is so exciting. And he has the respect of everybody. You know that Magnus Carlsen deeply respects Jan-Krzysztof Duda's game. In fact, it was Duda who eliminated Magnus in the World Cup. And so in this position, he played knight back to g6, saying, no draw for you, rook e6 check. And Fiona, it's time. King has to go to g5, because if you step back, you lose f5 with check, your position falls apart. Duda is bringing his king up to g5.
Yeah, the king, well, as you're pointing out, has no choice. And then the question is, how do we try and get to the king on g5? Can we try and open some more lines? Is it ever worth trying to consider giving up our f-pawn? Do we want to bring the knight into the game? How do we proceed here?
It's a good question. I mean, the king actually is kind of safe here. It's like, it's tucked between all these pawns and f5, h5, the knight on g6 is helping out. So it's not really obvious how Mamedyarov should go forward. I mean, you said something about giving up the f-pawn. That's not out of the question.
And actually, just one thing, for a second I thought, oh, could I consider taking on e5 with the rook, and then f5 is not to be defended, but then I realized actually rook c5, and, well, yeah, rook c5 still defends the pawn, so that I don't think, oh. Why?
Oh my gosh, there's some ridiculous move. I also was like, oh, rook c5 looks pretty good, but knight e4 check, there's a pin here. And after king f4, rook takes, the rook has to take c5, because if you take with your knight, you lose your rook. And then white will lose the knight, but then it's even material, opposite colored bishops. That's pretty wild. So rook c5, I mean, that from a distance would be my first instinct as well. I think you can play h4 here.
H4 looks good.
If the rook takes, you bring your king back. And now if the knight moves, you lose the rook. If the knight doesn't move, you lose the knight. And if the knight took on f5 instead, you have your move, rook c5, forcing a trade of rooks, and then black is completely winning in the ensuing endgame.
Yeah, so king g5 is on the board, and well, very interesting moment here. What is Shahriar going to respond? We will leave him to think about it. We'll go on a short break. We are only an hour away from the first time control, so things are going to heat up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we're back here with the action from round 4. Well, you saw the bird's eye view throughout the break, but Robert, I think we're going to do a deep dive here with the world champion and the title defender because Jorden has just given up another pawn.
He is playing some brilliantly aggressive chess. He started off by giving a pawn away on g4. We'll just quickly go back to that moment where he pushed his g-pawn up the board. Magnus said, I'll take that, don't mind me. And then look at what happened here. So the rook went up to c5, h5 played by Jorden attacking the queen. The queen drops back, queen f7 played, and here was an opportunity for Magnus. He could have tried to open up the queen side on this board. Maybe he would have had to bring his rook over, play b4, things of that nature. Instead, he retreats, and after the move a4, b4 played, this is the kind of locked up position he didn't really want to have happen. And look at Jorden go. h4, rook c1, rook f6, and after the trade in g4, Jorden says, I have no fear. h3 is here, giving up the pawn to open up more lines.
Was that a rhyme?
Hopefully it's not a crime to give a little rhyme, Fiona, but it's just that kind of day, isn't it?
It is. And it's funny because we were looking at this position here during our break, and you were just saying, oh, once Magnus gets to play h3 himself, he will be fine. And Jorden said, no h3 for you.
And I was wondering, like, if White had, let's say Black just made some moves to the corner and White played h3, how does Black ever increase the pressure? Because you can put one rook on f3, but you can't attack this pawn a second time. So I felt like it would be difficult to see a way for Black to ever punch through. Not that I see a way for White to do anything either. So this could have just been a standstill. Instead, we see h3, queen takes, and rook f8. And now we're in a situation where the h file is open. So a rook can swing to h6, and then maybe the second rook can join the h file. The f file is open. So it's just a very dicey position where this rook is going to come to h6. This rook is going to come to f3, and Magnus's king is going to be feeling the heat.
I mean, a couple of hours ago, I remember when Jorden gave up the first pawn, I wasn't too sure where is the counterplay, where is the compensation going to come from, but he has certainly shown me, and if anything, although in general I prefer the material, I think I would like to play Black here. And we see Magnus not looking too happy. He definitely has reasons to be concerned here. This is everyone's game. Anything could happen here. So the question is, how do we try and consolidate now as White?
I don't know if it's about consolidation as much as it is about hope, because rook h6, rook f3, these ideas come quite obviously. So one idea I have is tied to this pawn on c6. So the good news for White, if you can even call it good news, is that Black can't just crush you, as this rook does need to stay attached to this pawn. So let's say, I'm going to try to make this work. How do I do this? Okay, I'll start with queen g2, rook h6, and then I don't really want to play h3, but I just want to make a point that I can make this move g5, because this rook, if it captures on h3, loses sight of c6, and then it's White who has a big attack of his own, where rook c8 check is now a threat. This king on g8 doesn't have any shelter. You've given up all your pawns in front of your king. So this kind of g5 move could force the rook back somewhere in this direction potentially, or you can move your rook and try to take with the f3 rook, because you want to double your rooks on an open file and go for a checkmating attack. It's very unclear to me. I see the evaluation bar staying in the middle. That means there's some kind of draw by repetition in the works, but who knows where and why and how? I'll leave that to the engine.
Such a double-edged position, and I have to say, Jorden really, well, last year he had the standout performance, but he has really matured so much over the years. Another player who's gone through all the tournaments here. He started from the amateur groups when he was only a child. And it's interesting because when we looked at Magnus's portrait earlier, he was saying when asked about the influence of technology and computers. He said, there are a lot of people on my team who use computers more than I do, and one of them is probably Jorden van Foreest.
I wouldn't say probably, I would say definitely. Jorden van Foreest, he showed in his own preparation, not just for Magnus at the World Championship, but Jorden last year, every game was fresh. We had Vishy Anand on commentating for part of the event, and he was super impressed by how Jorden was playing. I mean, it just was a sight to behold. And right now, giving up not just one pawn, but a second pawn, a sacrifice initially so deep that when we had the bird's eye view up, I was like, wait, Fiona, am I counting right? Like, isn't Magnus up a pawn? But that's why we can't just count material. I am sure, I'm not looking at chat. Sorry, everybody, please forgive me. But I'm sure people in chat saying, wait, how is it zeros? Black is down 2 full pawns, but material doesn't tell the full story. What Black lacks in material quantity, he makes up for in material quality. He has these great rooks on the same line heading down the F file. He can bring this rook over to H6 to attack the queen. The G4 pawn sticks out like a sore thumb. If White could put the queen on G2 and that pawn back 1 square on G3, we would like White's position, and White would probably be close to winning because everything is protected. But when you move pawns up the board, they are harder to defend and easier to attack. And that is why Black is absolutely hanging in this game, if not the side to be preferred.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see what is going to happen. You mentioned the 0-0s, which sometimes indicate there could be some kind of repetition on the horizon. We'll see what happens. I think it is also a thin line. It is a position where you can't take too many liberties. One wrong step and you might find yourself in huge trouble. That's true for both sides. So we will come back here. Magnus Carlsen right now deep in thought, and I would like to go back actually to the bird's eye view, see what are the other developments elsewhere. I'm curious, what has Shahriar Mamediyarov done? Maybe we can quickly go back to Mamediyarov and do that before moving on elsewhere.
Well, that's a very interesting position we see on the top line here, the second from the right, the one game that's still in play there. Mamediyarov, he's brought his rook up. So his knight was attacked and he didn't move the knight, which is an interesting idea for sure. So let's just see. King G5 was played. The bishop came back to C2, attacking this pawn on F5. And look at Duda's skill. He plays H4 because if the bishop takes on F5, now you see that this knight is under attack. And once I take your knight, you can't take my knight with your rook as your bishop lost its defender. If you take on the knight with the bishop, my pawn reaches F2, my bishop will come to C5, and I think that Black is winning, even if the material will end up being even because of this beautiful pass pawn on F2, the loose bishop on G6 as well. And if you start trying to take the pawn, we saw how Vidit did this yesterday. Up goes the king. You give it a check. Hey, guess what? King to G3. You know where the king is safe? On H2, maybe even on G2, but Black is going to win this game with that pass pawn. I mean, what a position this could have been had Mamediyarov gone for it. So he did not take this pawn on F5 with the bishop, Fiona, and if the knight took on F5, we have a tactic similar to one we saw earlier. The rook could take this bishop on C2, and after the king takes, we get 2 minor pieces for a rook.
Yeah, so Duda managed to Shahriar managed to avoid that, but he might not be faring much better in the game. So what's happening now?
Yeah, rook E3, please take me. I would like to take back and get your knight on G6. You're in check. So Duda shuts down the diagonal with E4, and after knight takes F5, he's hoping for king takes F5, I think at least, and then after a rook takes on E4, there's problems on this diagonal. But no matter what, Black is going to play rook takes C2 at some point. It could be in this position to start with, just rook takes C2, but king takes F5. You can't take on E4 with the bishop because the rook is loose. And if you take on E4 with the rook, then rook takes C2, I believe, is forced because of the king's placement. And then we're in a messy situation where it's a knight, a bishop for Black, it's a rook and pawn for White. If we just do a quick count, that's 6 points versus 6 points. But typically speaking, the minor pieces outclass a rook even with that pawn.
Absolutely agreed. And I saw a question in the chat. Duda isn't winning, is he? Well, he might not be winning just yet, but he has certainly got a big advantage here, Robert.
He does. This type of position is one where he can play for a win without too much risk, even though his king is up the board. That knight on g6 is such a good piece.
And he's just about to make a move, and he has taken on f5 immediately. So what do we expect? After a rook capture, he will take on c2.
I think he has to, because your king is in line with this bishop. And if you move your king to g5, I will take your knight with check, because I'm giving up more material to put your king in the line of fire with my bishop. And this is important. At this point, you don't go rook e7 check, because the rook can take the bishop. You go rook c4 check to interpose on the file, still a check, and then I win your rook, and then white is up a pawn. So that would not be good for Duda, of course.
No, and while rook takes c4 is on the boards, and there he goes. He has snapped off the bishop on c2, and we will see this endgame here unfold, where Duda is playing 4-2 results with the two minor pieces against the rook. And Robert, I guess you fancy his winning chances.
I certainly do. This rook on e6 has one move that's safe because of this knight on g6. So, for instance, if bishop c5 or bishop g7, I think the future for Mamedyar's pieces will include rook to e8, but I'm really concerned about this pawn on h4. If you ever try to trade it with g3, you're welcoming my pawn to the other side to promote. So I really feel like this g2 pawn will be a target. Maybe bishop g7 isn't the correct choice, but if bishop c5 is better, which attacks a pawn, and then you make a move like f3, white is frozen. It's not a fun position to have for Mamedyarov. And actually, I just want to go a little bit deeper, if that's okay, Fiona. At this point, if I kind of force the issue, let's say I make this move to get the rooks off the board here, I think that this bishop will land on g3, and this knight first comes to f4, because after rook g8, there's bishop f2, bishop g3, pawn and bishop protect one another, g2 is in trouble, and that's exactly how Black could win this material imbalance.
Yeah, once the g-pawn drops, that will be the end of the game, because the black h-pawn will then decide the game. So that is one in the ways in which we could imagine Jan Christoph winning this game. Richard is long gone by now, but let's have a look at who else is still fighting it out here. So the two main clashes we were looking forward to are still ongoing: Carlsen against Van Foreest and Vidit against Yesapanko. Shall we maybe go to Vidit and Yesapanko first, Robert, and then check in with Praggnanandhaa and Grandelius?
Let's do it, because the position has changed between Vidit and Yesapanko. We saw opposite colored bishops earlier. Now we have a bishop for white and a knight for black. So let's see how we got here, because it was just a few moves ago. There was a queen on e5, queen f2, rook c8 going after this pawn, rook to f1. Don't take on c3, you lose a more important pawn. f6.
Don't take on c3, but never play f6.
Yeah, I don't believe we should promote never doing things. Very often, most of the time, almost all the time, do not push your f pawns, because your king is less safe. Here, f6 is a great move. So, Ben, it's okay. You'll be all right. Rook e1 played. Now don't take on c3, because there's a nice little move here of bishop to d2. Or maybe actually bishop f4 traps. No, bishop d2 looks good enough. You win the rook because the queen's under attack. But for a second, I thought the queen is trapped. And then I noticed that the queen could come to h5. So it's not quite trapped, even if it's still good for white. But either way, there's a rook in line with the queen. So you should probably move out the way. He did. Knight to f5. And that's where we saw the trade of pieces. And the knight came to e7. Knight, rook, both under attack. It covers the rook. It attacks the queen. And Fiona, as we sit in this live position here, the pawn structure is probably better for black in the sense that no double pawns, but I really don't like isolated pawns in general.
Yeah, on the other side, thankfully, at least on the other side, at least the pawn is on a light square, so it cannot be hit by the white bishop. I'm wondering if, as white, we can make anything happen. I wonder how safe is the black king. I guess it is safe, but the pawn structure is looking somewhat weird in front of the king with the pawns on g7, f6, and h6. But yes, I agree with you. d5 is definitely a weakness. I imagine Vidit will put his bishop. Well, I guess first things first, we have to deal with the pawn that's undefended on c3, and the queen, of course, which is under attack. So I guess the queen will come back to d3, or can we create some threats and avoid and give up the pawn?
Yeah, the g3 pawns, I just noticed that pawn 2 was under attack. I was going to actually compliment Black's pawn structure on the king side, because these 3 pawns here restrict the axis of this bishop. If this bishop gets to d4, we of course know the queen's under attack, but just speaking in terms of strategies here, the bishop doesn't attack anything. The pawn on f6 is blocking it and is protected by a pawn on g7. So the queen needs to move. Where to? If you go back on the f file to protect g3, you lose c3, which does not seem like something you want to do. You can go queen d3, but as we mentioned, you lose the g3 pawn. So queen to g4 could put some pressure on the h6 pawn because of the pin. Queen f4 is also plausible because after queen f4, we're attacking the queen. And if we see a trade of queens, I'm pretty sure you can take with either the bishop or the pawn. And the reason why the pawn works is because after rook takes c3, there's a hanging knight on e7. So bishop d2 will at the very least pick this pawn back up because the rook needs to drop back to defend the knight.
And Vidit has just made a move, and he's dropped back to g4. So that is looking down at the king on g8, and we're threatening to take on h6. I was wondering, Robert, what happens here after rook takes c3?
Yeah, it's one of these moves where I think a lot of players would say, no, you can't do that. Bishop takes h6 is hanging. But then you realize that that's not the end of the world. And in fact, it's not going to be good news for white because the rook on c3, it attacks b3, sure, but look that way, the g3 pawn. So rook takes c3, bishop takes h6, and let's wait for the bar to drop. Oh, it didn't drop too much, but rook takes g3 is an issue for white. g7 is protected by the rook on g3. The bishop is able to be captured if the queen moves out the way. There is queen f4, and that probably saves the day because you're offering a queen trade. And if the queens do get traded here, that's not a good thing for black. Rook and knight both under attack. So I think you have to give a check to save the queen. And then it's a mess, Fiona. I mean, this knight is a little bit loose on e7, but the rook is hanging and the bishop is stuck over here. So it says slightly better for black. The computer is funny.
I have to say, I didn't expect for us to get into such a mess here. And we see Vidit is back in the not like this pose. So yeah, rook c3 seems to lead to a lot of complications, but they could just be favoring black, because I don't think we found a way for Vidit.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think that bishop takes h6, rook takes g3 is such an important point. And if you can't take on h6, you've lost a pawn in the position. And I don't think that Vidit's position is that bad. I think his bishop has some promise. The knight on e7 being loose is really essential because otherwise white would really be in trouble. And I think in many of these variations, that knight being under attack, some rook endgames, you can even be down a pawn and still hold a draw. So Vidit has good chances to hold this position. But now it's Yesapanko's turn to play for more.
And Yesapanko, I mean, he made his debut here last year, and he was in a way almost unlucky that Jorden won the tournament so unexpectedly, because that overshadowed pretty much everyone else's accomplishments. But Yesapanko, on his first year here last year, he shared third place, which was simply a phenomenal result, beating Magnus Carlsen, of course, on the way. But today, if he can beat Vidit, he might just be the sole leader himself going into tomorrow's first rest day.
Yeah, it really depends if Duda is able to win his game against Mamadjarov, because Duda entered the round tied with Yesapanko. You never know what's going to happen, especially as these games head towards time trouble. But Yesapanko has to be proud of the way he's been playing. I mean, seriously, good chess. The way he handled Mamadjarov's G4 in that game, he was not phased. He played quite well, and he was never in real danger. So Yesapanko is a promising player and having a very good event.
Indeed. And maybe a quick look at Praggnanandhaa, unless something is happening in the cards, and maybe we can bring up the overview for a second to make sure we're not missing anything. So quick scan. Well, actually, Robert, maybe we have to go back to Magnus against Jorden, because what is happening there?
Every game that we have left is exciting. I mean, look at what is going on with Duda's king over there. I mean, look at that. If there's a king on G5. If we look on the top row, second from the right, there's a king on G5. An F4 check was just played. And I wonder if Duda overlooked this variation. I know you mentioned Magnus's game. I'm excited about that one. I don't know where to go, Fiona, because all of these games are fast.
Let's go first. I think things are happening right now in Mamadjarov, if you're right. So let's go there. And indeed, could it be that Duda missed this here? So let's go back to where we left it off.
Oh my gosh, look at Mamadjarov. He found this move G4 check. That was, oh my goodness. I mean, this move looks really bad because you're inviting a pass pawn. But if you take en passant, then we've traded here on the only benefit really in Black's position. And so Black will not win this game. I mean, the two rooks are good enough. Even if you trade a pair of rooks and win this pawn, we have pawns on the same side of the board, it will be a draw. So Duda plays king G5 and then F4 check. This pawn can be captured. This pawn can be captured. But no matter which one you take, you lose one of your minor pieces.
Incredible resource by Shahriar Mamadjarov. I think this was definitely missed by Jan Krzysztof Duda, who took on F4, but after rook E5 check, as you said, there goes the bishop on C5. And now the question is, well, suddenly Black is in exchange down. He still has that outside passer on H4. How much is that pawn worth, Robert?
I'm just still in a bit of shock by that tactical resource he had. That's why he offered the draw. He saw all of this well ahead that he's not in trouble. But the H pawn is worth its weight in gold. H3, you always think about pushing a pass pawn, and H3 makes sense. Rook C4 will be the response. And then the first question is, can I just push my pawn? The answer seems to be, at first glance, yes. But then you see, there it goes. And the reason why this is so good for White is that this rook can come back to F1 to take care of this pawn here. And then there's going to be a rook C7 at the end. And I'm not even sure you can queen right away if you are Black, because if you move your king back here, rook F1, we get this situation, takes rook C7. I mean, you're just losing this endgame. You get a rook back, but you lose your pawns.
Yeah, so this has really turned around. Let's go back one more time to the position on the board.
So H3, rook here. I guess the rook has to come to F8, to defend, but then you don't have your rook behind your passed pawn.
Yeah, and it will also be, it might be a bit tricky to untangle. So let's have a look at that. If we go H3, rook C4, rook F8.
I think we have to bring one of our rooks to the 7th rank. I think this rook is
to get
smarter
behind
to bring.
the pawn.
And I think this rook is better to bring, because if we bring the C rook, at some point this king can move in with a tempo against the rook on E4. So because that rook's closer to the king, I want to move it away. And if you play H2, then the rook simply goes behind the pawn and starts putting it in some trouble. But this king can still go to Oh my gosh! I mean, what a
I mean,
position we
I'm
have
shocked, to be honest, that the engine bra is going up into White's favor now. If I was White here, I would be terrified.
Same. It looks really worrisome to have that pawn here. I think the good news for White is that in plenty of these positions, you can maybe sacrifice your rook for the pass pawn and then start taking the queenside pawns, because a rook and knight versus a rook, if those are the pieces that are remaining, that's a theoretical draw. So I don't think that White should be too worried, but I do see your point, Fiona, that this H pawn is very scary, especially as it starts darting up the board.
Also, Jan Christoph Duda, we hadn't seen this at all. There was so much happening in the position that we completely forgot to look at the clock. But if they are correct, which I believe they should be, he's only got 3.5 minutes, Robert. Thankfully, he only has 6 moves to make, but still, 6 moves in this position, especially when you've just had this what must have come as a shock, this tactical resource with this whole G4, F4 check. 1 minute you think you are pushing with no risk at all, and suddenly you find yourself here. Not an easy spot to be in.
Yeah, the emotions are going to be running high for Duda. He probably felt like he was better, if not closing in on a win after declining a draw offer. And then when you miss a tactic, I think that's even more important than the evaluation of the position, because sometimes, like, how could I not see that? Like, of course that was going to happen. What's wrong with me? Why am I not calculating well? You get in your own head. So Duda is a professional. He won the World Cup, and the World Cup is one of the hardest tournaments to win. It's so nerve-wracking getting into tie breaks, but here he has a tough task to settle himself with just a couple minutes in the clock. I do think that with proper play, he should be all right, thanks to this pawn. But now it's Mamedyarov who is in the driver's seat, and, well, the hoodie speaks.
Yeah, there will be no more draw offers here. And that's also a problem. Sometimes you turn down the draw, and then it gets hard to not. You shouldn't beat yourself up, of course. You should never beat yourself up for turning down a draw offer, but sometimes that can later on linger at the back of your mind. Robert, we're going to go on a very quick break, the last one, before all the time control action, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Will he take revenge, Robert? That's the question on everyone's mind. Well, Magnus Carlsen, he certainly is hellbent to do so, and things are happening in his game. Things are happening everywhere. We're half an hour away from the first time control, but let's look at Magnus's game first.
Yeah, we'll jump everywhere. Don't worry. We will do our best to cover all of the exciting action here. And we were just looking at this during the break. And Fiona, White pushed those pawns forward, first with G5, then with H4. And you see the eval bar creep up in White's favor. Bishop E7 was played, but not because of the move rook to B2. It goes back down. You see that Black is aiming all of his firepower at this G5 pawn, trying to sacrifice the bishop there to win the queen on G2 because it's in line with the king. And with the engine helping us, I think my insight says King F1 should be the choice, just to run away. But Rook B2 was Magnus' choice, and I can't really fault him for that. This rook is getting the open file. The second rook can join it, and B7 and B8 probably the destinations for the rooks.
Yeah, Rook B2, not the engine's preferred choice. We see it plummet down again, and the question is, why has it done so? Can we take on G5, I guess, is the question we have to answer.
I think it's kind of funny because bishop takes G5, you want to take with the least valuable piece. But I think that's the mistake, because after bishop takes G5, the problem is you're actually in a pin here. So you can't move your bishop, and that may give Magnus the time to move his king next. So he allows his opponent to make a great sacrifice that turned out to be maybe not so great after all once the king escapes, and then perhaps you can capture their problems on the B file, their problems on the G file. Just because a rook is there doesn't mean that it's always going to win the battle against the queen.
So Robert, is what you were saying that we can capture on G5 with the rook?
I think you might have to take with the rook, pawn takes G5, and then rook takes G5, and we get a messy position. We know what happened in the game between Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi in game 6. It was 2 rooks against a queen. Here, though, the Black queen is about to swoop into G4, and at the very least, that seems like it should be a draw for Black. But if the game continues here and this rook comes to B1 and to B7, both sides have their chances.
Yeah, for sure. I think if I had to place a bet now, I would probably go with a draw, but the time is ticking down, nerves are creeping in. I think a draw is the most likely result. We will see if Jorden captures on G5. For now, let's go back to the overview for a second. Maybe we can see Duda, in Duda's game. Did they repeat moves? Let's very quickly update that, and then we'll finally go to Pragnananda, promise.
Oh, this is a big moment, because what happened here was the king went to F3 to attack the rook. The rook went over to B4 to save itself. H3 was played, rook C3 check. The king has to go back to G4 to keep in touch with the knight. And after king G4, rook C4, we saw this position, but the rook had been on E4. This B4 rook was here, but I think it makes a difference. Excuse me. I think it's even worse for Black now, because we saw why rook takes F4, but why rook F1 is so good for White. The queenside pawns will fall. And now after rook F8, Fiona, rook takes B7 happens. I'm still trying to get my rook behind the pawn, and I stole your pawn in the process. This is really bad turn of events for Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah, really, really dramatic stuff here. Jan Krzysztof Duda, who turned down a draw for we were so happy. He seemed to have a very, very advantageous position, and then Shahriar finding this incredible resource with G4, and now it looks like he is the one who's not just pressing, but it looks like his position is winning. That rook, as you mentioned, is now on the second rank. It has taken a pawn. It is attacking A7. It is also threatening to get behind the Black H pawn, and what a turn of events here.
And not to be too obvious and quote searching for Bobby Fischer, but take the draw. And I don't mean the draw offer. I mean at this moment here after G4, I think that Duda should have just taken on G3. He was playing for a win. I mean, F4 probably was just off his radar. And after F takes G3 here, Black should not be in any trouble because the knight and the bishop, they compensate for the rook and the pawn. The king is actually perfectly fine on F5. So he could have likely just made a split of the point at this moment. Instead, Fiona, he went king to G5. I think he missed F4 check. I mean, I don't see why you would walk into this if you solve it, or maybe he just made an incorrect assessment.
Yes, and I think the players have just made move 40. So what happened after Shah took on B7? Why do I keep calling him Richard? Brian Shishov went H2, and after Rook H7, King G3. This was move 40. But Shahia, he took a quick last look back. Very often the players go away for a toilet break or to get a drink. So we will come back here in a while. For now, I think we're going to keep the camera on the Jorden close-up. Oh, we came back just in time to see Jorden capture not with the rook, but with the bishop on G5.
Oh my goodness, another big moment. And this could be a slip for the player with the black pieces because bishop takes G5. Uh-oh, we talked about it. There's a pin down the G file in both directions. So as we bring up the board here and we analyze a little bit, the rook typically wins a stare down with the queen, but here that is not the case. The queen is winning the stare down because the rook is not defended. I think just king F1, the king can run away. You need to use this moment to get out of the G file. And although the engine's not sure about anything anymore, it is anyone's game. And if we just go a move ago, I mean, what else is there besides king F1? Because taking on G5, of course, is bad. Your queen is in the line of fire. So I think king F1 has to happen, but perhaps when the move is played with more depth, the engine says not so fast. This is still unclear.
I mean, okay, I guess as black, we have to find a move now which will defend the rook on G6, and at the same time, maybe try and keep looking down at the king. I'm not sure how we do that.
All right, well, it's going back up. So it went down and then it goes back up. So the more it thinks, the more it sits there as it gains depth, it is saying that white's doing well. So yeah, what move can you even consider here, Fiona, after king F1? That's what I'm struggling to see.
So, okay, I was thinking if I get my king out of the way, but I don't want to step onto H7 really, because then the H file will open. I'll expose myself to some checks. Okay, what if I try king G7?
So king G7, so you're protecting the rook. I guess I just take.
And your king will manage to run, right? If I take with, yes, like that.
This is the problem. He played king F1. It's on the board. So the problem is that the black king, Fiona, is also in huge trouble. Queen G4 type of moves. Oh, that's not G4. That's G4. This is F5. These type of moves, they allow the rook to come down to B7, and it's black's king that gets checkmated first. And if you play rook G1 check here, the king can run away. King E2, king D2 after queen G4 check. There go your checks. There goes the game.
Maybe you can show why you didn't take the rook on G1. At first sight, it looks like, oh, we can get rid of the two rooks and we'll have plenty of material. But that would be a big mistake because of queen H3 check.
Exactly. The king goes away, and only then do you take the queen, and black's king has plenty of safety, plenty of shelter to be had, and then this king is in a miserable spot. So we see after king F1, queen A7. Which, it covers the B8 check, and there's queen A6 check to look out for. So this is Jordan's plan. If pawn takes G5, you're about to see the engine do it. Watch the bar. Woo! I knew that was going to happen, because once this take happens on G5, there's now the check on G1. Queen H2, first queen A6 check. Your king cannot run away. Rook E2 is the only way to block it. And then rook G1 check, takes, king takes, queen takes A2, and this actually still might be like a potential draw somehow if you can create a little fortress, but it's not what white wants, that's for sure. And maybe you can't even get a fortress. The Nigel Short king walk could happen.
Incredible. So what do we do after Queen A7? We can't allow this. Do we just have to keep running?
Oh
Run for the hills.
I think you run for D1. King to E2. Check. Because if you play King D2, you get checkmated on the spot thanks to Queen D3 here. So you have to play King D1. And now when the check on D3 happens, your rook slides to D2 and everything is defended. And your king is actually tucked away quite nicely. It's got like a blanket. It's got, you got your little favorite stuffed animal and you're safe and sound, ready for a good night.
All that's missing is Danny to read out some bedtime stories.
Yeah, Fabiano, where are you at? Come on.
Fabiano, that's... Well, Fabiano, he's back in his hotel room after his draw. Let's bring back the overview and maybe we'll come back to this one very shortly, but maybe we have to, for a second, look at Praggnanandha's game. I've been promising it for hours. So a quick look there as it looks like the bar has shot up even further in that game, and Pragg on the verge of his first victory here in the Tata Steel Masters.
And for Niels Grandelius, he's playing the lowest rated, the youngest player in the field, and he's about to suffer another defeat. It's not his event that sometimes happens to chess players, but look at the current position, Fiona. Remember how we were all excited about the attacking prospects? That rook that was on H1, all the way over to A7. And that's what happens when you have full board awareness, when you're playing objective chess. You're not just going for checkmate. If we go back in time a little bit, first in this moment, A5 was played. So trying to open up the A file, we like that move. Bishop G5, Queen H3, and the queen went to G7. But now the queen went back towards the queen side, and we'll get to the live board just because there isn't that much time left. And it looks like there might not be many moves left for Niels. Castle kingside. Can you believe that? There was an attack on the H file. He castles. He says, you're not going to checkmate me. My king is going to be safe. And there goes the knight, the rook. And now it's White's turn here. I think Bishop G4, take over the light squares. That's a terrible piece. This knight is going to be good on the G4 square. No.
Yeah, the black king is in a lot of trouble. Those rooks, the white rooks dominating the E file, also attacking along the 7th rank. So yeah, Bishop G4 looks very strong, and Praggnanandha on the verge here of his first victory. We'll come back here. I don't know where to go, Robert. I want to keep an eye on everything, but there's so many things happening. Maybe a quick look at Vidit. How far from the time control are we there? And just, I was looking at the bar dropping, then coming back. We left this off after Vidit played Queen G4, looking down at the pawn on H6, and Yesapanko did indeed take on C3, but Vidit now not taking on H6, but instead playing Bishop F4.
Yeah, he did. Queen C5 check, king went to H2. So now the white king is tucked away, safe and sound. King H7, H4, D4 played. That move the engine at first glance doesn't love, and Queen E6. And they're in time trouble, Fiona. So mistakes are going to happen at this stage of the game, but I don't really even consider these moves mistakes. I mean, D4 makes sense. You have a pass pawn, let's push it. Queen E6, very logical, going after the knight and also near this enemy king.
Robert, I'm sorry. I mean, it's madness here, but we have to go back to Magnus, who did not play King E2, which I think I had seen in the chat was the only move to get a winning advantage. And it looks like after Queen A6, we are back to being in an equal position again. What an incredible roller coaster.
I mean, we have the absolute benefit of having the eval bar off the side. We don't know the moves, but when we see it's plus a billion, we probably know that the king is running away. Magnus doesn't have that as confirmation. If he did, he would find it very quickly. But Queen G4, he made this move to attack the rook, trying to get into the enemy position. Remember, the queen was on A7, so C8 was a square that queen could have jumped to. And now after king, which one? I don't know how to choose between these two options.
How do you choose? It's so tough.
I I don't know. I'm just gonna. Okay, I'll pick G1. It's closer to the edge of the boards. I'll pick G1. And actually, where's that rook going? Because as soon as your rook moves, I can take this bishop.
Do you want to? Yeah, that rook. As soon as that rook moves, you will take the bishop.
You know what? You might leave it there and play rook G7 because if you take this, the king on G1 is open. And so queen takes F5. You see that there? I think bishop F4, queen F1 is mate.
Oh my God.
King H1, checkmate. Thanks to all these pieces.
What a crazy game. So Magnus, okay, he has to even be careful. So let's see this again. After king G1, he went back to G7. So I cannot take you on F5, or I'm actually the one that's going to get mated. If I don't take you on F5, then what do I do?
Great question. So if this is as scary as it looks, and I think it is, can he play queen to E2 and just try to trade queens? That like seems to be the safest option.
Yeah, of course, I'm not going to do you that favor. I don't think, although maybe I could, but I would love to keep this on. Say to you, Robert, please be my guest. Take my bishop.
Yeah, okay. I guess you want this, and we get an even worse version for white, because if this queen had somewhere to go on the diagonal, white would be doing okay, but there's no squares on the diagonal to work with. And so the black queen will go to A6 if the queen moves. If the queen doesn't move, there's rook G1 and queen H3 checkmate. So that's why this is so winning for black.
Yeah, so, I mean, what an incredible little game. There's still 2 moves to make for Magnus before he reaches the time control. Only 3.5 minutes on the clock. First, this decision, which we ended up just picking a square. I don't know. I was going to say at random, you chose it, Robert, so I don't want to do you any disservice. But it's not so easy to decide which of the 2 squares do you want to go to.
I didn't know, and you saw me. I was hovering over them. I was like, let's just pick one. And I picked G1 simply because it was closer to the edge of the board. It probably does matter, but I just felt, I know another difference actually. In King G2, there could be a moment where Queen C8 is really nasty because rook takes F2 check is a threat. But with the king on exposing the queen on G4, if the king's on G1, there's never any kind of like rook takes F2 as an option. So I don't really know why this is even in this variation. I understand Queen E2 looks safer now that I'm looking here.
Sorry, Robert, but we've had a result in the game between Vidit and Yesapanko that has ended in a draw. We can come back to here later and see what happened. I think we should stick with Magnus and see the last couple of moves before they reach move 40. So Magnus, he decided to go with the square that's closer to the edge of the board. The king is on G1, and now the question is, well, rook G7, we're also assisted a little bit by the engine. Is it the only move for Jorden?
Queen C8 is another move that comes to mind, but I don't want to put my queen on this back rank in line with the king. So for example, Queen C8, you see that if I can get my rook to B8, then, well, actually, rook B8 right away is nasty, because if you take, I take on F5, hitting your rook so you don't have any discoveries with your bishop, and then I will take your bishop next move, and your whole position is done.
Unbelievable. So it could be that rook G7 is the only move. It's also not an obvious move to find for Jorden.
No, I mean, I'm just helped by the evaluation bar off to the side. I'm like, I mean, I don't see initially this is an even position. And that's the huge difference between sitting and chatting about the game and taking moves back and seeing our options, drawing arrows. The player's like, okay, well, if I make this move, that doesn't look great. But then you have to just dig deep, calculate. And Jorden, he's fully concentrated here. Besides rook to G7, I'm trying to
I think he's, sorry to interrupt, I think he's not seeing it yet. From what I can see from his face, he's making the kind of faces when you don't see anything. And and you think that maybe you messed up a little bit. He's shaking his head, and he doesn't look too happy right now.
And I don't blame him because, there's so many things to calculate. Rook G7, there's like Rook B8 check. You always have to watch out for your own king if you're Jorden. So there are so many options in this position. I don't envy his task here. It is a huge, huge assistance to have the eval bar off to the side.
Yeah, and also, well, his time situation, 5 minutes, 5 minutes for 2 moves, but this is a really tough move to find Rook G7 with both players here full focus, and I think this is the decisive moment of the game.
Will he find it? He's down to 4.5 minutes. He's thinking here, and it's a position where a mutual oversight could happen because it's very complex and there are so many options that look pretty good. The thing is, as we keep saying, Fiona, as soon as we make a move, we see how the eval bar reacts. The players are all calculating this in their head, trying to figure it out. And the rook on f5 is threatened. So you have to deal with that threat. You can't move your bishop from g5. Your rook on g6 is undefended. So that's why scooting the rook back with rook g7 does make sense and is easy to explain, but very difficult to see when you're in the moment under pressure.
There's also a suggestion. What about c5, which would also do the same job of defending the rook on g6? And rook g7, he has found it just in time before someone stepped in front of the camera. But wow, what a move. Jorden finding rook g7, and now the ball is once again in Magnus's camp. There's also some danger looming for Magnus, who has one final move to make and 2 minutes 40 on the clock before the time control is reached.
And I don't think we found the move that keeps it equal for Magnus. We found the move that kept it equal for Jorden. I don't know what Magnus should play here. Seriously, you can't take on g5 because rook takes g5. You lose your queen. You're going to get checkmated. Where does Magnus go here?
We've talked about the check on b8. What happens after that check?
There might be bishop d8. I'll block you, sacrifice my bishop, and then your queen is pinned to your king. So I don't know what Magnus should do.
I'm seeing in the chat there's a few suggestions of rook takes c6. Robert, what is that move?
Okay, well, so that makes perfect sense. They're obviously using engines, unless we have, Anish Giri, did you come to the chat? Otherwise, they're all just using the engines. That makes sense now that it's mentioned because the queen is, not that, I can't draw my arrows, is covering this diagonal. So remember the variation we just showed. After queen takes f5, it wasn't bishop takes e3. We're stopping instead one square short of expectations because as you see here, you take a rook on c1, you get checkmated right away. You're just done. It's over. So you play bishop f4 check. Instead, the king can't go to h2. The king can't go to f1. It can't go to the G file. So you have to go king h1, and that was the checkmate. So rook takes c6, which is such a difficult move to find no matter how much time you have left, but it distracts the queen away. So now that the queen's on c6, we can take this rook. And if you do any sort of bishop takes e3 or bishop f4, now the king can even come to h1. There is no check on f1. And again, the black king is being checkmated. So if Magnus finds rook takes c6, it's Jorden who has the burden of seeing why it's then a draw. Like, both of these players have so much to work through.
And this is peak drama because it is move 40. How the players wish they could have made one move more and have an extra 50 minutes, but they don't. 30 seconds on the clock for Magnus. And I don't think it's rook c6. What did he move? Rook b8 check.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So he goes rook to b8. Can't fault him for not finding rook takes c6, especially with such little time when it's called, and the complications would have continued from there. He plays rook b8 check, bishop d8, Fiona. That was the automatic reaction I was having because all other moves are bad. Rook
and
f8,
I think Jorden has the same automatic reaction there. He goes bishop d8 is on the board.
That's right, because other moves just lose. So we were talking about this earlier. When someone's in time trouble, if there are only moves, they're easier to find. Magnus is going to take this bishop. He is then going to have to give up his queen for the rook. I'm not sure if Jorden wants to trade the other pair of rooks first, or if he... Wait a second. Oh my gosh. King h7? Is there rook d7, Fiona?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. I think there is. You have to play rook f8. Because king h7, rook d7, I distract your rook from the pin of my queen. And once you take the rook on d7, because I'm trying to checkmate you on g7, I take your rook with check and win your other rook and just win on the spot. So king h7 is losing, and that means that rook f8 is forced here, and then we trade off all of the pieces. These come off, this comes off, and we had a position like this earlier, Fiona, where I was saying that maybe a3, bishop to b4, and actually this looks like a fortress that white should not lose.
I mean, what a game, Robert. I don't know what to say. Even this, I'm looking at, you talk about this fortress. Are you not afraid that my black king will manage to get to f3? Will you manage to stop me?
Let me pretend to be confident for a second. I've had no idea what's going on all game. So I am imagining that this should be a fortress, but you're absolutely right. We can't just say the game's a draw. It should be a draw. No, no, no. With that king entering the light squares, maybe even to f3, the queen wrapping around towards the king side, this king could be in big trouble. So the game will continue. Jorden, of course, will not just agree to a draw, but I think that it should be a draw. Proving it is another matter altogether.
And Jorden has, of course, played rook f8, not stepping into that blunder with king h7, which would be incredible. So we're gonna see this fortress-like endgame unfold here, and the bird's eye view. Well, we've had 4 draws so far, but I think every other game has just been incredible. It looks like both Mamedyarov and Praggnanandhaa are on the verge of winning their games. Let's immediately go to Pragg. They aren't on move 40 yet. Still 2 moves to make for Niels Grandelius, but look at those rook on the 7th rank. Look at the weakness of the pawn on e5, on the pawn on b6. Niels is trying to hold on. He has just played king g8, trying to get out of the 7th rank. And this is the last move now to make for Pragg before he gets an additional 50 minutes.
It is a pretty big moment here, though, because it's the type of position, it's move 40, and he has 20-something seconds left. Is that right? He's like no time?
I think that's correct. He's reaching out already. I think he has the clock, his eyes on the clock, and he has just made his final 40th move, king f2, and immediately gets up from the board. Now the ball is in Niels' court, who's also on, just we can see there, 40 seconds for his final move. But of course, it's a lot more difficult here to make moves for black. Poor Niels, his position is completely crammed. He's just defending passively, and still it will not be enough here.
I think he'll play queen h4 check because it's a check and it's the last move of the time control. It at least gives you some faint semblance of hope. Like, oh, I got to check in. Maybe my queen will come to h1. It should definitely be losing because there's this pressure down the 7th rank and the black king is in trouble. And there he goes, queen h4 check. But the good news
I don't think it was queen h4. I think it was the other. It looked like something happened towards the bottom of the h file, but it was actually rook h1.
Great move, because queen h4 check is a big threat, trying to go and checkmate the white king. So that's what happens on move 40. The eval bar still is in Praggnanandhaa's favor. He's about to hit zeros in the clock, but he will gain more time. That's what happens when you reach the 40th move. And Fiona, as long as he doesn't blunder queen h4 check and a mating attack for black, I think he should sidestep that check to begin with, king to e2, and it's going to go back up. I'm not worried. So we see here that there's no check on h4. And if you try to go all in for some kind of mate, this knight has the h6 square. There might be a sacrifice here at some point. The e5 pawn is loose. So you need to create some sort of threat if you are Niels, and this king is just going to walk to the queen side and try to find safety there.
Indeed, so this is looking good for Pragg. We'll just have to find a couple of precise moves. We're going to go for a break in just a second, but let's quickly update the last remaining game, that is Mamedyarov against Duda.
Okay, pulling that up right now. And there is an eval bar that's very high. The move king to b3, an accurate choice by Mamajara, because his rook now can walk back along the c file, helping to prevent this pawn from promoting. If king g2, the move you'd want to play to promote, then the rook comes to c2 with check, and you just lose the pawn on the spot. The two rooks team up. And Fiona, this is another big problem, is that if this rook leaves f8, say to go rook e8, the end game after rook takes h2 is winning for white. You take the rook, you lose your knight, and then you're going to lose this pawn. Thanks to how strong this king on b3 is, it will likely walk up the board, and the rook will help out attacking this pawn. The king on h2 is out of the game.
Absolutely. So this game, I mean, what a wild game this was. A dramatic turnaround for Duda. But Shahriar, I saw earlier in the chat, someone was saying the power of the hoodie. Well, he certainly has been so resourceful, and it looks like Shahriar is going to get his first win as well. Robert, I think we're going to take a quick breather. The day started quite slowly, but then it exploded everywhere. We still have 3 games going here. Anything could still happen, so you don't want to go anywhere. And we'll be back in a few minutes. we are back, and we see the discussion there between Magnus Carlsen and Jorden van Foreest, who have agreed to a draw. So if we bring up the game between the two players and we see them discussing there, so we left off here after rook to f8. Well, let's first watch the players analyze. So what happened here? We thought it was gonna all take some time as they get an extra minute, 50 minutes on move 50, but Jorden quickly recaptured. Magnus gave a check on b4, king g8. So we thought this was gonna go on for a while, but I believe Robert was probably correct in that this is just a fortress. Jorden tried to bring his king via g6, which was my idea, but it turns out there was no way in for this black king. The king cannot get further than g4. So after c5, Jorden giving up a pawn to open the 6th rank for the black queen. And after bishop takes, we just had a repetition here with queen g6 check, king f1, queen a6, and so on and so forth. And the draw was agreed. Robert, what a game!
Seriously, that was an awesome finish to a great game. There will always be mistakes in a game of chess, but that was really exciting, and both players gave it their all, particularly Jorden van Foreest. He sacrificed not just one pawn, but a second as well, and he was ready for a clash with the world champion.
Absolutely. During our quick break, I saw that Ivan Sokolov, who has worked with Jorden in the past, tweeted something along the lines of "Fortune favors the brave." He is very impressed with Jorden's performance here so far. I don't know what we just saw on the screen there. Looked like some kind of private joke between the two players. And yeah, what a game. Magnus definitely, I think the only big chance he missed was probably this moment with king e2. But of course, we're sitting here, you know, we have the evil bar. It is a lot easier. And both players, well, it's very nice to see their smiles. And I hope we are going to hear from them and hear their thoughts about what was a fascinating game.
That would be great. And it looks like Mamedyarov has won his game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So for all of those early draws that we've seen from Mamedyarov, that he's been fighting like no other. You have to give him credit. He comes up with creative, innovative lines. And this one was not going his way for a while, but it ended up in his favor. As you just quoted, fortune favors the brave, fortune favors the bold. And Mamedyarov is quite a bold chess player.
Absolutely. For Jan-Krzysztof Duda, what a tough loss before the rest day. The draw offer, we caught it on camera. It's quite rare for us to catch a draw offer on camera. It was turned down, which was, I believe, absolutely the right decision. But then, yeah, this moment with g4, f4, a bolt out of the blue, and Shahryar Mamedyarov getting his first win here this year. That leaves us with only one game. It all happened so fast suddenly, Robert. But the only game remaining is Praggnanandhaa against Niels. And after move 40, the players got an extra 50 minutes. And Praggnanandhaa is still thinking here how to deal with this threat of queen h4 check.
That is correct. And if you just look at this position, Fiona, it's one that I would say that Black should just resign. And I don't recommend that people resign, but all of the pluses in the position are in White's favor. These pawns here, all on light squares. There's a knight on g4 that can't ever be touched because the dark square bishop that's only staring into its own pawns, both of which are weak and attacked by White's pieces. 2 rooks in the 7th rank. You couldn't ask for more. The only thing that's causing Praggnanandhaa some trouble is his king on f2. If this king were somewhere over here, like on b3, then the position would just fall apart for Black, I imagine. So I think the move king to e2 is a step in the right direction. That way you avoid queen h4 check. And if the queen does come to h4, I'm not going to take your bishop on c7 because you'll see what the evaluation bar does to you. There it is. Queen e1 check, king to d1. And this king is just too far out in the open. King c3, check, king here, check. So many checks, not really many places to run to. If you go to a2, you lose c4. If you go queen c3, rook to b1. So it just shows.
What if I run to a4?
You run to a4. I'm going to take here. You have to go back to a3 and must have some. Oh, I'll trade rooks because that gives me a check here.
Yeah, too tricky.
No, I just like you said, asked a question. I was like, wait, how am I gonna deliver these checks? I get that check because queen d3 check. I guess that also takes care of things. You can just because the queen can't block. Then there's the rook coming to a1. So, wow, the king wants to run, but it doesn't want to allow the black queen in with a check. And that's why I was going to say, instead of taking this bishop on c7, if you just back the rook up to a1, you remove black's only threat in the position. That was the one threat. And now if we trade rooks, black's position still remains terrible. The king is actually quite safe. The knight can always retreat. The queen's about to join on the a file. e5 is hanging. I think I just I'm having trouble looking at this position for.
Yeah, it is certainly a very ugly position for Niels. For me, it is quite incredible to look at this position. Of course, we understand it is winning for white, but material is even, and the engine just says +8. This is game over.
Yeah, this is unfortunately. It looks worse than that for Niels. I mean, just none of his pieces, with the exception being this rook on h1, are really doing all that much, and all of white's pieces are active. So I think Pragnanda, he's just several moves away from ending this game and getting his first victory in the Masters section.
Yeah, I think once again, it makes a lot of sense when you get an extra 50 minutes and you're on the verge of what will be a big win for him, for Pragnananda. You want to take your time. There is no rush here. He knows he's winning. He knows he just has to take care of some last threats by Niels. But it looks like he's getting ready to make a move to me.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. He's up. Oh, there he goes. And I think he went rook a1 first. So maybe king e2 is not strictly necessary. He brings the rook back. And the advantage, yeah, it's still tremendous for him. The rook is not going to be on h1 for much longer. If you trade, then you still have a problem down the a file, problem down the 7th rank. There's a passed pawn on d5 that's protected. And if you think about the pawn structure, Fiona, white has this wonderful pawn on d5, and the material is even. So you're like, where's black's pawn? It's this one on b6, which makes the bishop look bad. It can't move. So it's just clear that everything, positionally speaking, is favoring white.
Yes, indeed. And Niels now, this is a depressing spot. And I think even from Niels' face, he knows, of course, that this one is gone. And he's had, as we mentioned before, a really tough start to the tournament. He is most likely going to walk out of the playing hall today on a half out of 4 score, which, of course, is not what he wanted last year. I think in the same situation going into the first rest day, he was one of the tournament leaders, but hopefully he will be able to bounce back. He will try and fight here, but as you pointed out, there's just too many problems in this position, and the white king is safe enough for there not really to be too many tricks here for black.
And as we see the emptying playing hall, I do want to give a quick shout out to somebody that's not in the Masters section. It actually is Arjun Erigaisi. He won his game today with the black pieces. He moved to 3.5 out of 4 in the Challengers. And we know that the winner of the Challengers gets to take place in the Masters tournament in the following year. So to see Arjun continue his success, I think at first, Fiona, people thought that he's a rapid and blitz specialist because that's where he had the most opportunity. He was playing online. He's been known for so many years on Chess.com as he's been in the Junior Speed Chess Championship, playing in all the biggest events, Title Tuesday, blitz rating above 3,000. And now he gets to show the world that, no, it's not just the quicker time controls. In all time controls, any game of chess, he's ready to play against the world's best. And he is right now in the sole lead in the Challengers.
I mean, for me, I'd never kept such a close eye. I think I wasn't so familiar with him. I'd heard of him, but suddenly he made such a big splash all over the different, across different online, offline, rapid, blitz, classical. He's been everywhere these last few months. I'm so happy he got the chance to play here in the Challenger section. He's off to a fantastic start, and yeah, long may it continue. I believe here in Wijk he's working with Srinath Narayanan, but other than that, I think he's been working with none other than Rustam Kazanjanov, who Rustam, well, what an experienced coach he is for the FIDE, former FIDE world champion himself. He's worked with Vichy, he's worked with Fabiano, he's worked with the best of the best.
And isn't Rustam also working with Abdusattorov, who recently won the World Rapid Championship? So not bad in terms of coaching duty. But you know, Arjun is one of the many young talents from India, and of course we have Vishy Anand to thank for much of the success of the current generation. He's an inspiration. He's a national hero. He's beloved in India, and I think Arjun, you know, nowadays maybe not so much overlooked because of his success, particularly in rapid and blitz, but we know Nihal Sarin, that's the name that everyone talks about. And then we forget there's Gukesh, there's Raunak Sadhwani, there's Arjun, there's Pragnananda. I'm definitely missing like 4 more names, but India is really thriving. It's blossoming as a chess country. And we have to give a shout out to the former world chess champion, our friend Vishy Anand, but also just all the coaches there. You mentioned Grandmaster Narayanan and so many people who are supporting Indian chess, Grandmaster Ramesh, fantastic coach, well known as the leader of the national team for a long time. So it's really awesome to see that. And for Niels, he's probably thinking, hey, someone root for the Swedes. Why not us? But it's not his event. It's not his game. And unfortunately, Sweden is not as stocked with, you know, future potential champions.
On the bright side, this is a long event, and even after today's game, there will still be 9 rounds to go. Very often, most events are only 9 rounds long, so hopefully he can clear his head tomorrow on the rest day and then come back in a fighting mood, and I'm sure he will after the rest day. But yeah, Robert, you talked about all these Indian players. I mean, this summer the Olympiad is hopefully going to be back after 4 years. And I don't envy the task of whoever is going to be in charge of picking the Indian team.
Right, because there's some people that are obvious. If Vishy decides to play, of course, he'll be on the team. Vidit, who is doing so well here in the Masters tournament, 3 out of 4, heading into the rest day. You have Patala Hari Krishna, and then you're like, well, who's next? We've got Adiban, we've got Nihal Sarin, and then we just listed all these other players, in addition to the slightly older generation than all the teenagers. But you're spoiled for choice at this point, being a fan of India, and it's really awesome to see. So many of these players, they take part in just pretty much every event they possibly can. So it's awesome. It really is. And Pragnananda, he's making his mark on this field in the early going.
Absolutely. What they need to do, Robert, maybe is organize the Olympiad themselves. That way they can field 2 or 3 teams. And I believe they could literally have at least 2 teams in the top 10. That's how strong and how many up-and-coming players there are. Meanwhile, yeah, we are looking at Niels. Niels hasn't moved yet. I see a lot of people. It is sad looking at him, but for Prague, it will be a huge moment. And Niels, he will be back for sure.
Yes, he can defeat anybody in this field. Last year, he started off with a bang. This year, it's going the complete opposite direction, but it's still a long tournament. His next opponent, I'm not sure who it is, but they better be on the lookout, because Niels Grandelius, he can compete with all the best players. But, you know, we see him here. You have to feel for him. I've been the last game playing it around on numerous occasions where I'm trying my best, just trying to come up with a way to survive. Some hope here, a little bit of chances there. but realistically, he knows that this position is gone. He has no way in. The king is coming to e2, the rook on b7, followed up by the rook eventually coming back to a7, or queen entering on the a file, e5, b6, all weaknesses. The king on g8, not happy either. If the rook leaves the h file ever, there's knight h6 check. So just so many issues to deal with, and White has way too much firepower.
Robert, I didn't want to interrupt you there. You were in such a flow. We had pulled up already the pairings. So let's take a quick look at what awaits us in round 5. So that will be after tomorrow's rest day, so on the 20th of January. Well, you were saying, I don't know who Niels is going to be facing, but things aren't going to get easier because he will be playing White against none other than world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Who?
Magnus?
Like I said, I don't know who he's playing. So, I mean, who is that guy, Magnus? Gosh, well, that's not actually a fun pairing to have when you're losing a bunch of games and then you have to play Magnus. Or maybe, things can't really get worse for Niels, and it's just the opponent he needed to feel inspired.
Yeah, so that's going to... I think Niels will be inspired. I think usually likes to fight it out against the best. Another standout pairing I see is, well, the two local players. Anish Giri will be playing his good friend Vidit Gujrati, and Jorden van Foreest against Shahriar Mamediyarov. Those are two clashes that I already very much look forward to.
Wow, Jorden against Mamediyarov, that could be my game of the round for round 5. Both players are extremely creative, especially in the opening stage. I think that Rapport getting the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa, that should be a fun battle as well. Duda against Karyakin, both players going to be disappointed. Duda losing the game today, a position he probably felt he would never in a million years lose. And Karyakin with the white pieces, he really just didn't do anything. He made a quick draw against Anish Giri, and he lost yesterday's game against Yesapanko. So he's probably not in the best frame of mind.
And that will be, of course, a repeat of the World Cup final matchup with both players qualifying to the candidates tournament. Meanwhile, Niels, he is still thinking. We haven't, we keep pointing out the problems with Black's position. The reason we don't talk so much about what can Black do is because simply there isn't so much. We have looked at the check on h4, but the king is going to be safe. And we have an interview, so let's go there.
You just played your first Black game against Magnus Carlsen in your career. An eventful game it was.
Yeah, very eventful. A lot of crazy things happened. I still have to process the game, but it was definitely a fun game. Probably what I was doing was not very correct, but I thought if I slow play it, I'm gonna get positionally squeezed. So I wanted to go for some complications, and at least I think then the white position is tough to play. But yeah, it was definitely a crazy game.
And then there was all this mess on g5. G4, like
the pawns on h4 and g5. I could take on g5, but my head kind of hurt and I couldn't calculate very well, so I was just trying to attack g5 as many times as possible and then sacrifice somehow, but it was just insanely complicated to calculate all the variations for me. So I have no idea what exactly was going
on. Yeah, Magnus apparently missed a couple of ways to win or get like a big advantage. One of them was like king f1 instead of queen to g4, I believe.
Yeah, I heard just now actually from Peter that he had king e2, but I honestly didn't even consider that possibility there. So just didn't consider it.
Are you relieved that that you managed to play the draw?
Yeah, it's very good result. Of course, I didn't expect to make a draw. During the game, I was even maybe moderately optimistic at some point, maybe useful optimism, but probably objectively it was never good for me, and playing against Magnus with Black, it's definitely a very good result for me.
So how does it work like after the game? Like you have worked together, so are you like on friendly terms after the game? Do you talk about the game, or like how does it work?
Yeah, we talked about the game. I think he also found an interesting game, so we talked a bit. So yeah, that's what we did.
Any plans for the rest day?
No, not specifically, but we'll see what pops up.
Okay, well, the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Jorden van Foreest. He is clearly satisfied with what he called a crazy game, and it certainly was. We might have another quick look at that later on. But here we see once again, well, the pairings. I think what we meant to show you, we'll bring up in a moment the results from today for those of you who might just be tuning in. We only had one decisive result with Mamedyarov beating Jan-Krzysztof Duda, but Robert, as so often, that doesn't tell the whole story.
No, it certainly does not. I mean, the game between Carlsen and Van Foreest could have gone either way. We are going to get our second decisive result in this game unless something very strange happens, but it's looking particularly bad for Niels Grandelius. And some of the other draws were also full of life. Some were not. Some were quite quick, but Vidit Gujrati against Andrei Yesapanko, that was a fight that just so happened to end in an even position. And Fiona, I was thinking about, how to explain why this position is as winning as the engine pointed out to be. And so I just wanted to make a move, I don't know, rook back, because if you trade your only active piece, you're going to get squeezed. So I thought I could make the move rook to h7. And what I want to do at some point is give up my rook for this bishop. I'm not sold I should do it right now, but I was thinking that at the moment that I can do it, I'm going to take this pawn on e5, and your position is going to fall in part in its entirety. So if you take with the queen, I could even throw in rook a8 check. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the best move, because rook f8 is met by knight f6 check, taking advantage of a pin. So now I guess just get to have fun with tactics. You go here, I take your rook. If you take here, it's like, oh, great. We traded everything. It's even now, right? No, I'll just take this pawn, and then I'll take this pawn, or I'll check you here and grab this pawn, or trade queens, and everything is just collapsing for black d6, trying to checkmate your king. It's only one pawn, you may say, but it's also plus 7.3.
Yeah, and that shows you the power of an active queen. Very often, especially queen endings, it's not always about just the material balance, but how active the queen is, how advanced the pawns are. And yeah, we see there the shake of the head. I know Niels well. He's a great friend of mine, so I've seen this face before. Unfortunately, Niels, he knows that the position is lost. I know that he has a lot of fans in the chat. He will keep fighting, but I think, yeah, I'm repeating myself, Robert, but Prag, he will not let this one slip.
Nah, just one of these positions where you look at the eval bar and it says plus 1,000,000, and then you look at the position and that also says plus 1,000,000. There's no mismatch. Sometimes we have positions where it's like, wait, it's that much better for one side? No, but I see all these chances for the opponent. We see nothing to be afraid of if you're Pragnananda, and we hardly see a move for Niels at this point. And I mean, if I'm speaking frankly, it's just the most difficult type of position to have, to sit and try to will yourself to continue playing. I mean, look at the guy. It's not fun to see Niels looking like this. He's obviously very upset with how the game has gone, with his current position, but he is doing the right thing. So he deserves some credit by remaining in the game, not resigning, because perhaps there is something that Pragnananda can miss. It just doesn't seem apparent to me.
Indeed, and for those wondering about the clock, that will adjust after Niels makes his next move. I think I saw it on the camera. I think Niels has spent about 15 minutes after the time control, so he should. I think they're roughly on the same amount of time now, both around the 35-minute mark.
Yes, and it almost looked like he was about to move. We see 33 minutes and counting down here, but when you have a position that's even in material, and you're as lost as this one is, that's just, I've been there. And I've been there at a much earlier stage of the game.
Yeah, and he has just made a move, and it is rook h4. And now Niels stepping away from the board. Pragg is back already, and Pragg is actually spoiled for choice here.
I mean, you know me, material that's not mine, I'm sacrificing it. Rook takes c7 does look good to my eyes, because if the rook takes c7, I'm just collapsing your position completely. e5 now has lost its defender. If you take with the queen on c7, I can just take that pawn on e5. This pawn on g6 is under attack. Rook a8 check is still on the horizon. I mean, if you try to defend this pawn here, rook a8, king h7, and your king is about to get mated, I feel like. And there's got to be just some tactic. Where is it? Knight g4, you'll take. I see that. Still good for white, probably winning. But I want to find the knockout. You know, that perfect chess. Where is it?
These positions can be so frustrating sometimes, because it feels like I am just a move away. I just need to find a move, but what is the damn move?
I see one cool tactic. I'm not sure if it's right. If you take here, there's rook h8 check. And after king takes h8, there's knight f7 check.
Oh my goodness.
Rook is pinned, and then that's a fork.
That's a lovely tactic, actually.
Yeah, and one of the things I was thinking about was here actually playing rook h8 check, because after king takes h8, there's knight takes g6, and then I get your rook here. But I didn't like the prospects of leaving your rook on g7 and on the g file.
This looks good enough, but the other looks even stronger.
Yeah, just having fun at this point, right?
Yeah, so did you mean to take us from the start?
Oh, no. I was trying to refresh the page, and then I clicked the wrong thing. And I was trying to, then go send a message at the same time. So when you're multitasking, you just go wrong.
Well, I think anyway, very soon it is time for us to take another short break. We will let Pragnananda think things through, and we'll be back with this final remaining game from round 4. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
At Tata Steel, we place artificial intelligence into the center of our innovation program so we can innovate faster than ever before.
Advanced data analyzing techniques are not only fun to work with, but it really helps me to work on sustainability. For example, reducing dust emissions. This is a really important topic for me.
We have developed the digital tools to accurately predict the performance of our products in the processes of our customers. Quantifying the performance of our products is key in making our customers and us successful.
We achieved world-class process stability by using AI to forecast and control the outcomes of over 2,000 simultaneous reactions.
We use cameras instead of eyes and computers instead of human brains, so in the near future our factories can make their own decisions.
Hikaru Nakamura is playing for the win, even though his opponent has a pawn one step away from becoming a new queen. It's sensational the amount of risks Hikaru is taking here.
It seems like Black is making some progress, finally, and...
Well, he just made the decision to trade off everything. He did get a draw, but that could very easily have been a win.
It looks like it should be winning for Bibisara. I mean, Black only has that one queen in the attack, and White has an extra piece and lots of pawns. I think we're going to see a little bit of an upset in this game.
And Muzichuk ends up losing on time, and Asobayeva confirms her excellent form by winning that matchup.
This is incredible. Bartosz Soczko is up a piece against Magnus Carlsen.
Soczko, playing in his native Poland, has a winning position, and Magnus resigns. Soczko is on a perfect score, having defeated the reigning world champion.
The lead just keeps changing. Asobayeva has already been in the lead, and now she's going to get it back. I mean, because this game is about to be over.
And Shuvalova has to resign. In the end, she was 5 pawns down. There's no hope saving that.
We got Sindarov and Fedoseev is actually the battle of the leaders on 7 points out of 8.
There's a pawn endgame now, only pawns remaining, and Sindarov is going for the win! Sindarov is going for the win! Fedoseev rushes his king back into defense, and the guys agree to a draw. Oh my gosh, and both of these players remain in the lead. Aronian with an extra pawn in the rook endgame, and Fedoseev, he's unable to do anything about the white pawns in conjunction with the white king just making their way up the board. It's over! Levon Aronian taking the lead in the tournament. Aronian rushing his king over to the left-hand side, trying to get rid of Black's rook. The king is now coming to the aid of the pawn that's only 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. And Aronian is making very good progress here. And Anish Giri resigns the game.
Levon Aronian, 13 points. Fantastic result. He's playing so confidently.
Hikaru Nakamura is not on the list. He tested positive for COVID and had to withdraw from the tournament. Bibisara has a 1.5 point lead. She's gonna win it if she wins this one. Look at this. Bibisara with her queen can go for the queen trade. If the queens are traded, she's going to win this game, and she does go for it. The queens are traded off the board. The bishop coming in against the white king to give a check, and Goryachkina resigns. Asobayeva is the world champion.
A lot of credit to our women's world blitz champion, the young player from Kazakhstan, making her name known to the whole world.
Maxim making his calculations. Can he stop that black pawn in time? And he thinks he can do that after lots of captures. It's Aronian who's down by a pawn, but Aronian's king is unable to assist against the white king making its way forward, and Aronian now will resign the game. And what a stunning turnaround there. He made a couple of mistakes, and the Frenchman capitalizes on that. Dubov trying to get his pieces pointing in towards Black's king, but Olivreza has a pawn 1 step away from becoming a new queen.
And he has made a queen, and he knows that he can always sack that queen for the bishop, and that is the end of the game. And we're almost certainly guaranteed a tie for first place after the final game.
He's using his queen to help out. That pawn is moving forward, and Aronian now, he's gonna have to resign. The pawn is becoming a new queen. Aronian does keep on playing, but there's no hope. He resigns the game. Was that the championship for Alireza Firouzja? Actually, it's definitely not the championship because Jan Krzysztof Duda has managed to win his game, so there will be a tie. The question is whether or not Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will be able to join them, and Vachier-Lagrave has beaten Magnus Carlsen. Jan Krzysztof Duda and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will be playing for the gold medal. It's less than 30 seconds on the clock for Duda, who needs to figure out this endgame. And he chooses to push his pawn forward.
Exactly. He chose to protect it with this rook b4, not going in for that trade where he might lose a pawn.
Yeah, the pawns are just getting exchanged off, and the guys agree to a draw. The handshake there, a solid game from Duda. Duda is actually giving away his bishop. A strange decision from the Polish player there. He chooses to move the one knight, losing the other.
I'm not thrilled about where White took this position because certainly he's not better at all in this endgame. Duda is going to have to play for a draw. Yeah, certainly I don't see any danger at all for Black. They just agreed to a draw.
Now, to find the victor of this tournament, we're going to play one game at a time. And if someone wins, that is the world champion. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave now in the end game. Duda trying to use his king to stop White's king from getting into the game. But here, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is able to capture another pawn on the side of the board. 2 extra pawns for him now. Duda resides Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the world champion in 2021. And here we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave being congratulated. He is the World Blitz champion.
Welcome back to the final moments of this 4th round here at the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, as Praggnanandhaa is just putting the finishing touches on his game against Niels Grandelius. And Robert, it looks like he heard you, because he did indeed take that bishop on c7.
He did, and after rook takes e7, he grabbed the pawn e5 with his queen, and as we get to the live position with queen e6, devastation all around. g6 is hanging. The f7 rook is pinned. The knight is about to join the party on e5. And Black is not going to be able to deal with all of these threats. And we saw Praggnanandhaa kind of look at Niels. He was like, I got this one. This one is mine. You can resign at any time and it won't be too early. And the reason is king g7 protects both the g6 pawn and gets out of the pin. But knight e5, rook f6, in comes that rook to a7 with check. The king has to run somewhere. If it goes to h8, you have a fork on f7, and you get to win the rook for the knight, and then go checkmate the king. If the king goes up to h6, the knight can come to g4 with check, forking the rook and the king. And in a position like this, the queen comes back and is going to deliver a checkmating attack right here.
Yeah, and I really think these are the final moments. Praggnanandhaa has played this all very confidently, and the position, as you say, is just collapsing, and there is no holding it together. Sometimes there are some positions in which you can give back some material and try and hold a worse end game, but here that's just not happening. Maybe we can look at, you just highlighted it there, what happens if Niels tries to do just that.
Well, he can survive maybe a couple more moves. Let's say you bring your queen out to f6, which protects the pawn. You just play e5. And even if king g7, you play e5. If you don't take the pawn, and they're connected passed pawns walking up the board, if you do take, after queen takes g6 check, if you block on g7 here with your queen, I bring my rook in with check. You bring your rook here. I take. You take, and this is kind of funny. You may want to take a free pawn. It's better to just transition into a winning king and pawn end game, because you're up a pawn, it's a pass pawn, you free up a second one, and then the game is very clearly over.
And just as we say that, well, Niels has just captured on g4, so we might see something like this unfold over the board.
Yeah, queen takes back for sure is what Prague will play, because if you take with the pawn, you allow queen h4 check, which very likely is still great for white, but why allow that check? Just take with the queen. You have everything in your position covered. But I also like that he's thinking. He's not rushing. He has plenty of time left. And with accuracy, he knows he's going to take home this victory.
Yes, indeed. He is not rushing, but he is reaching out. And I think It will indeed be queen takes, not allowing any counterplay, not ruining the pawn structure. The queen from g4 will still be attacking the pawn on g6, but plenty of time still on the clock for Praggnanandhaa, and there he goes. Queen takes g4 is on the board.
And this game has been a different type of impressive compared to, say, Vidit's defensive prowess shown against Dubov from yesterday. The Praggnanandhaa had an advantage as early as when he pushed his pawn up to h4 and then cemented his pawn on d5. Like, he was better, and he's been better the whole game, and he never let go of that advantage. In fact, there was not a moment where it seemed like he wasn't going to be pressing. So you have to give the youngster so much credit for being able to handle the nuances, the subtleties of a game like this, where he first opened the H file, then decided to open up the A file, castled kingside after all that, brought his rooks up the board. He has played a fantastic game, very precise, very solid game, but not in the way that was passive, in a way that was improving his position move after move, quite Karpovian.
Yes, which is, I think if 10 years ago you had told someone this is the effort by a 16-year-old, it would have been hard to believe. But what a mature performance, never losing his cool. First, as you said, attacking on the H file, then switching play to playing on the A file. And I loved that move when he castled kingside into the open H file, a touch of class. And now he's about to earn the rewards of his efforts.
Yes, and Neil's just trying to figure out, is there something I can do here? Maybe I can play on for a little bit, but you can almost pre-move e5 for white. And as we mentioned, after queen f6, e5 is a good deflection. And if king g7, you're not stopping me from playing e5, and I'm just going to walk my pawns up the board. I will join my passed d pawn with a passed e pawn, and it's just going from bad to worse for Niels.
And we saw Niels there shake his head one more time. These pawns, they are unstoppable. Just look at them. They are going to advance. Not just are they going to advance, your king is also not safe. He has just made a move. It is king g7. And well, Robert, I guess we still want to just push the pawns.
But look at his face, right? You know, he knows he's lost. He's playing on, but he's kind of resigned to the fact that it's going to be a defeat. And even if this were a blitz or bullet game, I don't think that you can really go wrong for white. It's hard to imagine any way to make a mistake. And well, speaking of blitz, Title Tuesday is about to begin in 5 minutes. I can't play. I did play last week, but I'll be busy here commentating with you. But Title Tuesday is about to begin, and I believe it is on the Chess.com live channel, so twitch.tv/chess.com live. You will not want to miss that action, but maybe you can wait until after this round ends.
Indeed, and if you are watching us and you are a title player, of course, go and take part. For now, we see once again the results today. We had only one decisive result so far, Mamedyarov beating Duda, but Praggnanandhaa is about to make that too. And I think we're once again spoiled for action here. A few quiet games, which I think is often the case before the rest day. So here's your, I don't know how many reminder, but tomorrow is a rest day, so no need to show up at 2 p.m. The action will resume 2 days from now on January the 20th. As always, same time. Every round will be at 2 p.m. Central European time, except for the last one, which will start 2 hours early at noon Central European time. Robert, what are you planning to do with your rest day?
There's no rest for me. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be commentating something tomorrow. If it's not chess, it will just be my thoughts. But no, on chess.com, there is Winner Stays, and I will, I think, be joined by Danya Naroditsky. The two of us will cover that event. So I will continue speaking about chess. That's how my day off will be spent.
Well, maybe then I can spend my day listen to you commentating on chess. We will see. We will see about that, but both of us will be back here 2 days from now. I think for the players also a much needed rest day after the first 4 rounds. Wijk aan Zee, it is a very long tournament, a tough tournament, and the players will be back with renewed energy 2 days from now.
And I see we have a graphic ready of the participants in tomorrow's winner stays. It's in the master section. We have Dina Belankaya taking on Anamaya Kazarian, so that will be a great matchup. We have the CEO of Chess.com, Eric, taking on Samai. Samai, of course, extremely popular as both a comedian and as a chess content creator. He's commentated events. He's played a ton of the who's who of chess. So he'll be at it against Eric. And then we have LSV taking on Crybaby Carly in the Pogger section. So it's going to be a fun day. That's tomorrow during the rest day from Wijk aan Zee.
Plenty of action to look forward to. Anamaya Kazarian, of course, another local hero. We have 2 here in the tournament, Anish Giri and Jorden van Foreest. And Anamaya will try and fly the Dutch flag in winner stays on. So plenty to look forward to even on the rest day. Pragnananda, meanwhile, he is still thinking. It's one of these positions where you're so happy now, Robert. I think we can both relate. When you sit in that position, unless I lose on time or my phone goes off, I can barely spoil it. And you're just thinking, how do you want to go on about this? I still love your suggestion of simply pushing that pawn forward.
Yeah, E5 just looks really strong. There's no drawback that I can see. And you have these central pawns. And you're right, Pragnananda should be happy. He should be very pleased with how he's played, and he should be proud of himself. And the game's not over. You don't want to start jumping for joy before you've actually won. But for all intents and purposes, I think both players know that Pragnananda has won this game.
Yes, and well, this game isn't going to go on for too much longer, but don't go anywhere. We don't want to lose you to Title Tuesday just yet, because we will not be done, Robert. After this game, there will be a rapid recap, and we still haven't completely made up your mind. I'm curious, in the chat, let us know, what do you think was the most exciting game of the day? Which was the one that had you on the edge of your seats?
I don't want the chat to say their piece, because I'm not going to listen to them. I'm not looking at what they're going to say. And ultimately, we're going to choose what game we want to talk about.
Surely someone in the chat at least is going to be picking the game that you will be picking. So we can at least see what they have to say. I think there are 2 candidates, and I think that's the 2 that the chat is currently torn between. The Magnus game against Jorden, or Mamedyarov against Duda.
Well, the only torn thing I want to hear from the chat is if they're playing the song Torn by Natalie Imbruglia, because otherwise, like I said, I'm just not going to listen. So if that song is playing, please, by all means, I will be glad to join in and listen. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, they can say what they want.
Fiona and Robert playing good cop, bad cop is so entertaining.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's bad. I just think that you appreciate and listen to the people, and I just don't bother.
Don't bother, don't care. We see Pragnananda. He is still thinking. You don't want to lose your focus too soon. I was just saying, you are enjoying sitting in this position, but you don't want to enjoy it too much. You want to make sure you don't allow any chances at all. But as I say this, he is getting ready to reach out. Niels not currently at the board. What do you predict the move is going to be, Robert?
It has to be E5. I'm trying to think of another move that makes more sense, and I can't. Your rook is well positioned on the open file. At some point, you may want to swing to the H file. I mean, we already saw the rook on H1 go to the A file. Now the rook on the A file might go to the H file, but no, I think E5 just makes so much sense. And what did he do?
Queen E6.
Okay, that's fine as well. You can go Queen E5 check at some point. You're going after the king. I can't blame him. That looks like a very good move.
So, well, while we let Niels ponder his response, here is your reminder that despite the fact that the Tata Steel Chess Festival this year, the Tata Steel Chess Tournament is going ahead without amateur groups and without spectators, there will still be a Tata Steel Chess Festival, which you can all take part in. All the activities will be taking place online over 2 days, so that's January 22nd and 23rd. You can take part free of charge and you don't need to register. There is a wide range of activities, from taking online chess lessons, participating in an online football training from SC Telstar, which I'm actually very curious about, participating in a virtual visit to Tata Steel. You can get creative with the craft videos, or you can take a digital walk through Wijk aan Zee, see what it would feel like to be here. Finally, there will also be an online rapid tournament, so head on over to tatasteelchess.com/Tata Steel Chess Festival to see what activities are on offer, and you too can be a part of it.
Hey, Fiona, believe it or not, I do want to speak to the chat. Do join. Have a good time. I know so many people here who have been watching. We do appreciate your continued support and viewership. And why not? If you have time to play, it is free of charge, as Fiona just said. And there's going to be so many people from all around the world. Chess is a wonderful international game. And so if you want to, please go ahead, take part, enjoy yourself a good chess tournament.
Absolutely. We would love to see as many of you as possible of you. It's been a long day. I think I need that rest day too. I've been struggling. It started from the first seconds of our broadcast, Robert. I almost forgot my own name. I've been confusing players. I've been struggling to find the words, but we're almost at the end of the day here. Tomorrow I can recalibrate. Is that even a word? I don't know.
Yes,
I will recalibrate. I will rest.
You're just questioning yourself now. It's okay, Fiona. You got this. Just like Pragnananda has this game under control. If I'm Niels and I'm continuing this game, I'm going to try to play the move Queen to G5 because it stops Queen E5 check. It also gives me a G3 check. Not that that really does anything, because as soon as the Queen goes to G3, the King can just step away. But you need to do something. If you sit on the position, there's really no way. Like there's no move to even pass, I would say, at this point for Niels.
So let's have a look. Maybe we can put that on the board. So if Queen G5.
Maybe
my first question is, can I just take that pawn?
You're getting greedy. You probably can, because Queen E5 to try and take over the diagonal, to hit the rook, try to land on D4. There's just this calm move, Rook D1, which seems to hold everything together. But Queen comes into C3. Like, this is the exact type of counterplay that Niels needs. If he doesn't get something like this, he can just resign on the spot. But if he does get his queen here, there's Queen C2, Queen takes pawn, Queen E3 check. There are things that White needs to consider.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is the kind of thing that if I can avoid it, I would like to. So maybe I don't actually want to take the pawn on B6. Maybe I don't want to get greedy here.
It's probably good. I mean, it almost certainly is, but maybe there's something that makes life a bit easier. And now E5 makes less sense because Rook E7, and that's why you see the evaluation bar go down quite a lot. You attack the queen, the pawn behind it, and that's not at all what you want to do if you are Prague. So Queen to G5 does make sense. Queen takes B6 is likely a very good follow-up. You just need to be careful about allowing this queen from G5 into the game.
And there he goes, Queen, and not Queen G5, Queen H4 check, which has similar ideas.
Yeah, if the king goes to F1 or something like that, you lose your rook. That's not going to be played. King to G1, that gets the king out of check. But now your rook can't move off the first rank, because then Queen E1 check, queen back to g3 would be a draw. I don't think there's any rush to move that rook for white. I still don't know what black would play in response because b6 is hanging, as we were talking about before. And yeah, I just feel like white should have everything under control.
Yes, so that looks like a reasonable move with, as you say, everything under control, which is exactly what Pragg wants. Pragg, he doesn't want to see any counterplay here. Unlucky for Niels that the rook on f7 is quite restricted. If we could somehow get that rook to the h file, but then again, the rook also has to defend our own king, so really there is just no way to get active because that rook has to stay on an f7 to prevent the white rook from coming in to a7 with a check.
That's right. And if the king runs to e2, the queen will probably just drop back to g5 and attack this pawn on g2 here. So you can only run so far. The king can come back to f1 and it can sit fine here. But then you're going to need a follow-up. And well, black also needs to find a move himself. It just, with, limiting black's options, white should be able to take this. But I do feel like e5 was much easier than queen to e6. Yeah,
I'm curious as well. I think, of course, it will still be enough. Pragg, the only thing he needs to watch out for, he doesn't, we talk about it every day, doesn't want to drop too low on time. He's now down to 13 minutes, but still 14 moves to go until move 60 to the second and final time control.
Yes, plenty of time, and he is double, triple checking. Sometimes that can backfire, honestly, where you get too cautious. Like, I don't want to lose my advantage, but by playing it too safe, that's how you can lose your advantage. Here, he should not be worried about that. He has everything under control. He can just drop his king back, and he can play for e5 at some point. He just needs to be able to do it when rook e7 won't be a problem. So b6, we've mentioned, is under attack. The rook on a1 is nicely placed in the a file, but if black could just pass the move, like after king to g1, and black did nothing, like just said, your turn, then the b6 pawn would be captured. So I think that's why the queen has to come back to
he hasn't gone to g1, by the way, instead choosing e2.
Okay, so if queen to g3, then he can even bring his queen back, because a queen trade would win for white. But I mean, queen e5 check might just end the game as well. If your king goes to h7, in comes my rook to the party and checkmate you down here. If your king g8, there's rook a8 with check, and you have to block because you can't allow a rook or a queen to h8. So you go here, and once we trade pieces here, I feel like this position is just over, because this queen, it gets one move, one check here. But that's the only check it gets, and white's going to go in for the checkmate.
Yeah, so king e2 looking equally good. Does Niels have any alternatives apart from queen g3?
Queen g5 again. That's the only other move that comes to mind, because I don't want to give this, or allow this check, I should say, on e5, if I'm thinking from Niels's perspective.
So Niels, we see him there. I think you always get a little bit of hope, especially when you still have a queen remaining, and the queen gets closer to the enemy king, but I think it's often just an illusion. And we are going to go on a final quick break here. Let Niels consider this, and we'll come back for the end of the game. So we'll see you very soon. Welcome back for this final part of the game between Pragnananda and Niels Grandelius. So after Queen G5, Prag has dropped his king back to F1, defending the pawn on G2.
Yes, he needed to make sure he did not lose that pawn because that would be a really bad turn of events. So he brings his king back to F1. And now he's passed the turn to black. So we're asking the question is, what would white do in this position? And now Pragnananda says, no, Niels, what are you about to do? If you move your queen to H4, we're talking about positions with the queen on E5 check. This is going to be winning for white as the rook will enter the party. If the king comes to H7, you have to watch out because you don't even have to watch out. The rook's protected. So if you don't need to worry about that, you can even make the move D6. I was thinking the king could potentially jump up the board to E2, but let's push our pawn. It's a passer. We can bring our rook to the center of the board soon, and we're going to use that pawn to our advantage.
What is interesting is Niels seems to have gained some kind of hope compared to when we saw this position a while back. Of course, objectively, it is still lost, but maybe Prag had clearer ways of putting it away, although, Robert, it shouldn't really matter, right?
But this is one of the things as a coach. So he's working with Ramesh, right? Not that you should be too critical of his technique, but you'd like your student, or as a player, you'd like yourself to be able to convert without giving your opponent any chances or making your life difficult. Because while he may still win this game and probably will, in another, he may not be able to if the position is a bit more complex. So as we go back in time just a little bit here, where was it? Right here, E5. I mean, I just don't see how black gets any activity. The queen is well positioned to deal with any possible threats. The rook takes care of the open file. This pawn is coming up to E6. It just seemed like there's nothing that black can do at all. Whereas here in the game, there's a big difference. Queen H1 check has to be considered. What to do with this king on F1. So I just feel like he gave Niels more opportunities, more tricks, more chances to survive than he deserved.
Yes, absolutely. And now, well, after Queen H4, we had the queen coming to H4 2 moves ago, but at that point it was with a check, so King E2 was played. Queen H1 is a threat, but you don't really want to go King E2 because then Niels goes King G5 and we're back in the same situation. So you have to at some point play something different. And do you want to do it here? Is Queen E5 check anything, defending the rook? And then can we just start pushing, as you said?
Yeah, the king has to go to H7, no other choice. And maybe you push, but then it looks like your pawn, it's no longer protected. So you could worry, Fiona, that you're going to lose it if you're not careful, even though it is perfectly fine there for the time being.
I also see a suggestion in the chat about King G1. That probably is another option.
Yeah, the king coming to G1 can be played, but then your rook can never leave the first rank, so that's the downside. But it does make sense to me. Why not? You don't need your rook to leave. You want to push your pawn. B6 is still hanging in all these positions. And if you can take B6 without allowing the queen to E5, that's exactly what you want.
Yes, so Prag here. Prag's time is starting soon. He will be under 10 minutes. That is still plenty of time, but we're only on move 48, so 12 moves to go. I'm curious, what is his move going to be? I think he will give a check.
He's really spending so much time and energy here. It's good that there's a rest day tomorrow, because without the rest day, you would have a round tomorrow, and you want to conserve this energy. You don't want to be all concerned about your game here and then waste energy that could have been better saved for the next game. But he's working. He's really trying his best. It's not like he's wants Niels to be back in the game, but Niels is, to his credit, is fighting till the last move, until he eventually feels like he must resign.
And as he should. Prague could become nervous if suddenly it's only a minute on the clock, let's say, and he still has a few moves to go. I think he needs to decide now with a direction, because somehow the last few moves, the position is so good that you can't really spoil it. But the last moves have felt like they lacked a clear direction, a clear plan.
That's right. And that's why he's still on the clock. He still hasn't figured out a plan. That's the key word you used there, Fiona. He's made moves that were sensible, but now he needs to figure out a way to end this game and stop giving Niels any hope whatsoever.
And if you're Niels, in a way, sometimes it's almost, you almost feel like you wish your opponent played more accurately, because it is, of course, extending the torture. You think, okay, he's giving me some tiny chances, but not quite enough yet for me to actually fight back. How do you feel in these spots, Robert?
You like kind of hate it because you want the game to be over with, but then you get this hope and you're like, I can do this. And they're like, no, I can't. Oh, but yes, I can. And then you're having an argument with yourself internally. So it looks like Prague did just pick the move King to G1. He is hiding his king. And I think for Niels, Queen G5 makes sense, because we've been talking about this. Queen takes B6 now is the threat. There's no queen getting to E5 unless you go Queen G5. And I'm guessing that you can just take this pawn, Queen E5, and here, well, what can you do? Because this queen check is annoying, but the king can run here. So maybe just rook A6 and give one check, and that's it.
Yeah, this looks fairly convincing, I have to say.
It's still taking so much effort. It is convincing in the end, but it has taken quite a lot.
It has taken a hell of a lot, but Praggnanandhaa, at the end of the day, he won't matter. It won't matter. He won't mind, because he will be getting his first win here. He could have maybe gotten there a little bit sooner, but who are we to judge? In some games, it will make a difference. Here, I think at the end of the day, it will lead to the same result. He will be getting the full point here. As you said, Queen G5 is the move, and Niels has just played it. Or has he played Queen F6? Oh, he's played Queen F6 instead.
Wow. I think he wants to bring his king up here and then to D4 and try to get this pawn. So queen takes, king takes. This would look completely winning, and the evaluation bar is sky high, and we have seen that trade. If rook A6, for example, Black will play rook to B7, and this is the idea. It's a very straightforward idea from Niels, claiming that your pawns can't really push too easily. You're protected, they're passed. With the king coming to E5, that means that White has something to deal with himself.
Yeah, and I'm curious, if we just go back to the live position after the queen swap, the rook A6 is the move we made. I wonder, do we want to start by bringing our own king, or maybe do we want to go even further with the rook and not attack the pawn, but sort of try and get behind with rook A8?
I like rook A8. That move is, because the thing is, we know what Black is going to do by bringing the king here, and the king wants to get to D4 and take the pawn. But if the king does take this pawn, perhaps it has wandered too far. For example, king here, we give a check. If you take on C4, I go D6, you have to block my pawn, and then I go E5, and I have my second pawn joining the party.
Yeah, that is true. So very often, Black will not even be able, even if he gets to D5 here, to D4, he will not be able to take the pawn on C4. And do you think Praggnanandhaa is relieved that the queen's off the board?
Yes, but also there were moments where it seemed like with the queens on the board, he could have just had a million threats. So he is probably relieved. There's nothing that puts him in danger, but he still needs to prove the victory.
Yes, and I'm curious to see what's the next move going to be. King F2, so he decides to start by bringing the king. I think it is the same story. If Black goes King E5, followed by King D4, then what next anyway? Prague will always be able to meet that with rook d1 check.
That's right, and that's really essential here, that the white pawns are too fast, because otherwise black would have some serious chances to hold. If the c4 pawn fell, then the b pawn or the c pawn would start running. You just don't have those opportunities.
Yes, and we see from a distance here, as we look into the almost empty playing hall, that Prague has made another move. King e2 is now on the board, and he is saying to Niels, okay, if you go further, king d4, I will give you that pawn. I will just give you a check from d1, and you cannot take it, as then my pawns will just run. So what can Niels do instead? Can he try and activate the rook somehow? Rook h7?
He's going to have to try, but after rook h7, I like king d3, because now your king takes care of the d4 square. And if you play rook h2, I think that white can play rook b1, you take g2, and I take b6, and guess what? That's
black
checkmate.
king's in a mating net. Very nice.
Yeah, very little can go wrong for white. I mean, if you can't play king d4, then I play king d3. If you do play king d4, I play rook d1 check. That should be that.
Yeah, and although it has taken a while, it feels now. I always feel, Robert, that at the end of the day, I always say, oh, we're getting there, and then at some point I'm like, okay, we're really getting there now.
Yeah, it's cool to see the players take their time, because while they know it's winning, you don't want to make a mistake. You don't want to be careless and give your opponent like a real chance, not just a chance to maybe kind of almost survive, but a chance to actually be like, wait, oh no, my advantage is slipping and I don't know what to do.
Yes, indeed. And well, here the advantage won't be slipping with Niels literally, I think, out of defensive options. Either the white king will activate, there's still too many weak pawns in the black camp. b6 is still weak, g6 is weak. The white rook is on a nice and open file. And yeah, we see it once again on the camera with Niels going through the motions here.
Yeah, and once he figures that the king's not getting to d4, it's a clear technical win for Pragnanda, and then there's nothing at that point too much left to play for, because b6 is still a target. This rook, you point out this idea before, Fiona, bringing the rook up to a8, and then the rook can swing around to e8 or c8 or b8, depending on where the black rook is. And there's just too many weaknesses, too many threats for white to use and exploit those weaknesses.
And Niels is switching out. He has gone king d4, so I'm curious what his response will be. After rook d1 check, will he go back? There we see Pragnananda immediately giving the check, and Niels stepping back to e5.
And now what? So king... Okay, so if you play d6, you're trying to go d7, and that looks pretty good, because if the rook goes back, the rook checks on d5, the king goes to e6, and then you play e5. So maybe that's all it takes.
Interestingly enough, Prague very quickly decided. I'm so confused. Like, of course, Prague won't repeat 3 times, but I'm still a little confused as to what he's doing.
Some coaches teach this, that always repeat at least once. You gain time on the clock. You also get closer to move 60. So he has plenty of time left, but still you don't want to have 7 moves left. You'd rather have 5 when you have a winning position.
So I guess now is where he will play something else than rook a2. And what do you think that move is going to be?
I mean, d6 should win, because you have rook d5, you have pawn e5 after it. I guess the one potential worry is that if you do start pushing very far, that black could have a move like b5, or, I mean, b5 just, it's not going to do anything. Right? B5 tries to undermine the defense of the rook here, but the king can just come to D3 to reinforce it. C5 is going to fall. So yeah, I'm trying my best to find a way for Niels to cling on to hope.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't, this whole time we've been looking at this endgame, unfortunately for Niels, and I think that shows just how hopeless the position has been this whole time. I think we've barely found a single variation where he could trick Pragnananda in one way or another.
Yeah, credit to Pragnananda. I mean, we were thinking that he was wavering a bit. He wasn't finding that, a knockout. Right? There was no knockout yet, but he also figured out another way to win. So maybe it took a little bit longer. Maybe he spent more time thinking about it, but a win is a win, and that's all that he came here for today.
Yes, so we see him there with the time ticking down, but now we're a lot closer to the final time control. A reminder for everyone that on move 60, the players get an additional 15 minutes, so that is the last extra time of the game, and of course they continue having their 30-second increment per move. So we're now on move 55, which means that 5 moves from now the two players will get an extra 15 minutes.
Yeah, plenty of time for them, and unfortunately too much time if you're Niels. Like, no more time, let's just play a blitz game here. This isn't Title Tuesday, even though that's going on right now. And king to D3 was in fact played, Fiona. So he decides to bring his king up the board first to take control of the D4 square, and the only way to get access back is to play rook A7, and then when you play rook A7, you need to play rook A3, but that means that your rook isn't going to be in front of the pawn, and that's not good for when the pawn springs free.
Yes, indeed. So I guess if rook A7 here, can we try and activate our own rook? Do we want to bring that rook to B1, maybe looking down at the pawn on B6, or how do we want to proceed?
Yeah, eventually you can't play rook to B1. You can't play king C3. Black needs to do something at some point, and in fact, let's say Black does nothing, and you play king C3 and rook D7, and then you play king B3, and then you just continue sort of shuffling. Then White can play king A4, king to B5, and if you take away the A4 square, White can play D6, because this type of position we still have rook D5 check and pawn to E5, and we protect everything and win the game. So it seems like no matter what, we're coming to the same conclusion, and rook A7, king C3 was played. If you check, the king steps back, and then you have to deal with the D pawn.
Yeah, so although the black rook has finally managed to get to an open file, it can simply not activate itself, as it has to help in the defense of those pass pawns moving forward. And Pragnananda here, move by move, getting closer to that first win in this Tata Steel Chess Masters 2022.
And that was the 57th move by Pragnananda, king to C3. So he just needs to reach move 60 before gaining more time on the clock. And even without that, there's the increment, 30 seconds added to the clock per move. So Pragnananda could win this position without the extra time, but he will get it for good measure. And Niels, he's known for a very long time that he was going to lose this game. So this isn't a surprise, isn't a shock, but it is a disappointment, because he didn't want to start his tournament half out of 4. And for Pragnananda, on the other hand, 2 out of 4 against this field, you have to be feeling good about that start in the master section.
For sure. What a debut for him. Yeah, for Niels, I mean, one thing, of course, is his start into the tournament. Another is just, chess can be so tough. I mean, he's never really had a position where you want to resign, because you still have a queen, you still have some hopes, but it's been lost for so long. And as you say, he knows it, and those games are just not much fun. Like, Prag has been in the driver's seat for so long, first with a small edge, then a winning edge, And we see here the results from today. And we also see that those two players are the last two remaining in the playing hall. And one decisive game here today, Shahriar Mamedov beating Duda, which means that Vidit Gujarati remains in the lead.
Yeah, for sure. He was able to stabilize against Yesapanko. Yesapanko would have loved to somehow win that game and overtake Vidit, but Vidit, 3 out of 4, very impressive start for him, beating Dubov, beating Shanklin, and drawing against Caruana and Yesapanko.
Yes, and well, Niels still is thinking. I mean, it's just we're getting to that point where I just find it so hard to make a move. You can't really go forward with your rook, so you have to again play a passive defensive move again. So what do you do?
Let's think. What could he be thinking of? Maybe king back to d6, but the problem is king to d6 doesn't solve many of the other issues. King to b3 happens, and now there's no access along the a file for the black rook. And if you stay on the a file, this white rook can go to h1. Right? Both files are open, and it would allow the rook to get in the game here. If the rook ever leaves the a file, white's king goes up to b5. You can't cover everything. There's just no way possible for Niels to do that.
Yeah, and we see Niels there. He is going into the tank, while I want to give a big shout out to our photographer, Leonard Oates, who's here in the room with us. He's done such fantastic work these days. You can find, oh, too bad. Leonard is here saying hello. You can find all of his photographs. He's been taking so many great pictures from the tournament. He's going to take a picture of you right now, Robert, it looks like. You can find his pictures on our official website, tatasteelchess.com, as well as on the social media, I think on our Facebook page. You can find some of them on Twitter. Go and follow him at Leonard Oates.
Yeah, Leonard Oates.
You know what, Robert? I have known Leonard for so many years, and every time I don't remember how to pronounce literally every time I mispronounce his name, and every time I'm like, yeah, I think I'm doing it right now, and every time I'm not.
He will forgive you if he hasn't already. I can't speak for him, but knowing Leonard, he's forgiven you. And there he is.
We're having way too much fun here in the what are we in? It's almost 8 o'clock again.
Wow. Yeah, it's been a long round. Prognosticated he didn't want us to get an early day here. He said that no, Fiona, Robert, you're staying put because I'm going to win, and I'm going to win it on my own time.
Yeah, he certainly did. Well, with Niels also putting up the maximum fight here. But it is just, as you demonstrated, what to do now. There simply doesn't seem anything, and Niels deciding to push the g-pawn, but shaking his head at the same time. He knows, of course, that this one is gone.
d6 would be my move pretty immediately, because I'm threatening d7. I will force either the king to come back to e6 or the rook to d7. I don't know if it makes too much of a difference, because after king e6, now the king and pawn endgame might just be winning. And this is actually is important. So I'm glad we got to this moment, but we need to calculate. I'm not just going to play d7 and hope that it's winning. I see the evaluation bar says winning. We don't have the move. The bar could be winning because rook d5 followed by e5. That looks great, but let's do a little bit of calculation. d7, we will trade the rooks on the square, so we know that the king will end up on d7 without the pawn on d6. Now, from my experience, I can tell you for a fact that white is winning, because white will march the king up to a4, and we have this nice protected passed pawn, whereas your extra pawn for black is not passed, and my one pawn here is taking care of your two. So to put that all on display for you, the eval bar has not changed because king b3, king a4 is coming. You can't play b5. I simply take your pawn. If you play king c6, I play king to a4. I'm going to push your king back, and then once we get here, I'm going to use my pawn as a decoy. You will win this pawn. Good for you. But I will take b6, I will take c5, and thus I win the game. So sometimes you need to transfer your advantage from an extra pawn and then liquidate into a winning king and pawn in game. So you need to make the most of these situations, and that's why this position is just completely losing. Even if you gain material back, you still are on the bad side of an ending because your pawn is stopped, your two pawns, I should say, are stopped by one pawn, and my pawns are not. I can spring free a second passer.
I think that's such an instructive moment here, how Prague maybe has the opportunity to liquidate into a winning pawn endgame. And I think that's exactly why he is thinking right now. He is certainly, I guess, considering d6. And do you think he will play it?
I don't know what to think anymore, but I hope he will play d6. It seems like the best move. That means if no king e6, the only move is rook to d7 to deal with that passed pawn. But we just talked about what happens if the rooks get traded. Even if you win a pawn, I can play rook d5 check and e5 and save my pawn. But if I play king to b3 and we get here once again, we know the result of this game. After king c6, I play e5. You go win my pawn, I win both of yours, and I end up a pawn ahead. My c4 pawn will queen.
Bragg says, I am not in a rush. I'm not going to do that just yet. Instead, he just brings the king over to b3.
You know, I really like Prague. Seems like a great kid. He's a fantastic chess player. But right now, let's just say he's not on my best list because he is making this game go longer when he doesn't need to. It's completely winning. If the king goes to d6 to block the pawn, then rook h1, rook h6. He can win in 1,000 different ways. But I just want him to win at this point because he is winning. Not because I'm rooting for him or against Niels or anything like that, but finish the game.
Yeah, it feels like...
Finish the game.
It feels like we have been here for a very long time in a position which has seemed winning for so long, and I think at this stage we want it. We want this game to be over.
Is there anyone who doesn't? Right, Niels wants the game to be over. Pragnananda, I'm not sure if he wants the game to be over. I'm sure, his family and friends, as they watch, they want him to get the victory, his coach. So it seems like it's only Pragnananda who hasn't quite convinced himself that he wants this then. Maybe he's savoring the moment.
Well, indeed, I don't know what to think any longer. But poor Niels, yeah, I'm sure he wants this torture to be over. Now the rook has no entry squares. D6 is still a threat. So what's he gonna do? Maybe king d6? Try and get in front of the pawn?
Only thing I see, and then rook h1, and the rook joins the party anyway. So yeah, you can stop the pawn for a turn or two, but the rook will enter, and that, yeah, what's he doing?
So Niels
G4
goes...
maybe?
Sorry?
Did he go g4?
He did, yes.
Got it. So he's trying for something, but even d6 again.
Even your neighbors, Robert, clearly want the torture to be over. They're like knocking on the walls, like, make it stop. We don't want to hear Robert talking about chess any longer.
Those aren't neighbors. That's a drilling. And yeah, like I've been trying to mute myself. So I'm glad you brought attention to it because I purposely will stop talking and then mute my microphone. But now everybody knows what's happening here. So I'm sorry I couldn't keep the secret any longer.
The drillers want the game to be over. G4. And is D6 finally going to be played, Robert?
Yes. I mean, it's winning, so it should be played. You could probably just take the pawn. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. But d6, rook to d7, and we get to the positions we've been talking about with the king entering.
d6, Robert, is on the board.
Okay, d6 it is. And at long last, we are going to see this king walk into b5 and just trade on f3.
So Prague recaptures, and maybe we'll see a resignation here.
Let's see.
Oh, so okay, king
back to
e6.
So then if he plays d7, then will Niels resign because he knows the king and pawn game is losing. That's what Pragnana is calculating right now. And that's what they're drilling into our heads behind me.
We have also just made move 60. So Prague, he now has around 20 minutes on the clock to figure out. I think not to figure out, just to make, to double check, because he knows, I think, that this is winning. But when you've been fighting for so long for the win, you just want to make extra double sure he's done everything right enough. Like maybe there were ways he could have played righter, if that makes sense. But he's never lost control of the position. And now this is the final step. And there we go, d7 is on the board. And Robert, I agree with you. I think we might see resignation here.
Well, there's only one choice, and rook takes d7 is the only move because white's about to queen. So you better take it. And once you do take it, you know the white king will enter via b5. He has captured. Quickly, Pragnana will capture, play king to a4, push his pawn to e5, and distract the black king, and win these pawns here.
Yeah, so we are waiting for the king, and there he goes. King a4 is on the board. King c6 played, and now sorry, the camera is ready for the final moves here in e5. Sorry.
I guess this position has gotten to you.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness, it's been an intense day. But I think here, I think the fun, well, not the fun, the torture ends now, because the black king will have to go back to deal with the e-pawn, and as you said, the black b and b6 and c5 pawns will fall, and that will be that.
And it's interesting that Niels is sitting and thinking here because he knows for sure that this is over. But yeah, there he goes. He resigns. It's about it's about time in a way, but Pragnana wasn't super convincing at points, and that's why Niels kept the game going.
I see a comment in the chat from Dan Autremont who says, if I had an extra hour of life for every time Fiona has said we might see resignation here, I'd be near immortal.
Oh, well, it felt like it was about to end from a chess perspective, but from a time perspective, they had plenty left on the clock, so they used it. And that is a good thing to do, to use your time. Don't rush. You may be winning, but the hardest game to win is a one game. That's what they say. So good job by Pragnana. He gets his first victory in the Masters, and he moves to 2 out of 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to him. He was made to work hard for his victory by Niels Grandelius, who's had a tough start to his tournament. Of course, we hope to see Niels bounce back after tomorrow's rest day. But for now, Robert, we're going to take a final quick break of the day. There we have the results. So 2 decisive results today. A win for Shahriar Mamedjarov against Jan Krzysztof Duda. And, well, the one we've been following for the last few hours, Pragnananda beating Niels Grandelius, and we see these 2 players still in the playing hall discussing their game. We're gonna go on a short break, and we will be back with our rapid recap, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you in just a moment.
There should be one, but I don't remember which one. Exactly the times.
Okay. In that case, I will put the mic a little bit closer to your mouth.
Welcome back here. As you can see, Prague is almost ready for the interview, but not just yet. So we're going to wait to hear from Prague his thoughts on the game. Are they still just testing? I don't know. I can see Prague talking, but I don't know if it's the interview or if they're setting up. I'm not sure. Robert, I know you're still muted because I think
I'm not muted.
And you're not
I'm
muted.
Here. No. I'm here. Don't worry.
Huh?
It looks like an interview.
Okay, let's go there.
Quite convincing.
It's your first win in the Tata Steel Masters. How important is it for you to finally get this thing started?
Yeah, it's a very important win for me. It gives huge confidence, of course, and yeah, I really wanted to win today with the white pieces.
I guess this is like the strongest tournament you ever played?
Yeah, definitely classical.
Yeah. So how did you prepare for the tournament? Like to play the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri?
Yeah, I was just preparing normally, like I was also preparing mentally, trying to be ready because, things could go very wrong easily. So I was also preparing mentally.
How do you prepare mentally?
Like I was just trying to say to me, like, just be calm and so on. Like if something goes wrong, in case.
One thing that went wrong, and that was shared on Twitter by your trainer Ramesh, is that he tested positive on COVID.
Yeah.
How is he?
He's fine. He's isolated now in a different room. But yeah, I'm staying alone now. It's a difficult thing for me because it's like the first tournament I'm staying alone in a room, and yeah, it's a important event as well. So.
But you can still like prepare together?
No, online we can do.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely a good thing that we can do online, at least.
So you're now still at 50%.
Yeah.
Right. So things are going well in the tournament. Like, what is your prospect for the next few rounds?
Like haven't thought about it. Like, yeah, just to play good chess and see what comes.
And then the rest day is coming up. And like you said, like the first time that you're like really like alone in the tournament. Like, do you have any friends in the tournament where you can spend the rest day with?
I'm not so sure. Like, I can go and meet other people because I was in contact with the positive person. So I'm not sure. Probably I'll just stay in the room and see. Maybe go for a walk alone.
Do you enjoy the beach here in Wijk aan Zee?
Yeah, I haven't gone there, so maybe I'll go tomorrow.
Okay, all the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Well, that is a happy winner of today's game. He gets the rest day tomorrow, so he will probably need that going into round 5. We had 2 decisive games here in round 4 of Wijk aan Zee, but without further ado, this is your rapid recap. And Fiona, no surprise here that our game of the day is between Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, and his second, the defending Tata Steel champion, Jorden van Foreest.
And what a game it was. Magnus said yesterday he was curious to see what Jorden had up his sleeve, but it was Magnus himself who dictated the tempo in the opening, deciding he didn't want any big theoretical debates.
I feel like we were lied to because when this game started, we're looking at this position symmetrical. It was going to be boring, right, Fiona?
Absolutely. It started off quietly, and we weren't too sure what we were in for. Jorden did a great job of keeping things under control with the black pieces, but very soon things started coming to life here.
And I think this was the first moment. Bishop to f1. The rook cleared out of the way. And the point is the bishop on e4. There's a wall of pawns on light squares, which restricts the mobility of black's bishop. So if he didn't take on f3, let's say he made some random move like king h8, in comes knight d2, then comes pawn to f3. This bishop is going to get trapped as it only has a couple squares. So that bishop on the light squares needed to capture on f3. Jorden did just that. And then Fiona, the knight jumped into the middle of the board.
Yes, absolutely. That knight cannot or shouldn't be captured, because then the bishop from g7 comes to life, captures on c3. So instead, Magnus, he just dropped his bishop back and the knight jumped into e4. Magnus tried to attack the knight with bishop to d3, and now Jorden with an interesting decision, f5.
We really liked the decision during the game. He is solidifying the e4 square, and then he tried to take it firmly under his control. But there was a bit of an issue, or so we thought, when after g5 and g4, bishop takes e4. You don't really want to lose the pawn you just placed here, but if you take on e4 with the d pawn, black's position is in shambles. After d5, you see first the rook on d1, then after some captures in the d5 square. If we trade and take a free pawn, it's not so free after all, because here comes a rook to c5. We're hitting the d5 pawn. Behind it is a weak f5 pawn. All of white's pieces have come to life, and black's position is really terrible.
So it turns out the whole idea of Jorden, of course, he had seen this coming. His idea was to give up the pawn by capturing with the f-pawn and leaving the pawn on g4 undefended. Magnus took it. At first, we weren't sure what was going on here.
No, we weren't, because a pawn is a pawn, except there is clear compensation down the f file. The rook on f8, the pawn on e4, they team up quite nicely. And after the next few moves, we saw that Jorden had a plan to just strike on the king side. So Fiona, it seemed like Magnus needed to find something for himself on the queen side, but it was feeling like it might be a little bit too slow, and his king was the one in danger.
Yes, and Jorden, well, it wasn't enough for him to give up just one pawn. So here Magnus trying to get some play on the queen side. And Jorden, he decides, well, after g4, Magnus is threatening to consolidate by playing h3 himself. So Jorden says, no, 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 Magnus, no h3 for you. Take my own pawn there.
That's right. Without pawns, there are open files, and that's what black needed in this game, was trying first the f file, but why not the h file as well? So queen takes h3, the rook came to f8, and then we saw this moment here with rook g6, g5, rook f5, very clearly going after this pawn, h4 defends, and this is where things got really out of control. Bishop f8, the rook came back, bishop e7. Fiona, we saw the clear point of this. Bishop takes g5 was the big threat.
Indeed, but after Magnus's next move, rook b2, now the question is, you want to take on g5, and Jorden did, but he took with the bishop. Robert, why was that maybe not ideal?
You tend to want to take with the less valuable piece. So bishop takes g5 makes sense from that principle. But unfortunately, after bishop takes g5, your bishop is pinned. And king f1 was a great move by Magnus. But before we look at the game continuation, what should have been played was rook takes g5, pawn takes on g5. And after this rook takes g5, we see that it's going to be a queen for black, two rooks for white. It's kind of reminiscent of Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus Carlsen game 6. But in fact, here the position, according to the eval bar, is zeros. It's because the white king will be exposed. So while the rooks will try to attack, unfortunately, the king is too exposed.
Yes, so this would most likely have led to a draw. But Jorden, maybe after playing such brilliant moves, giving up two pawns, maybe the first misstep, capturing with the bishop on g5, and Magnus finding the reason why bishop g5 wasn't the best, because king f1 just steps out of the g file, and suddenly we look down at Jorden's rook on g6, which is unprotected.
That's right, because the bishop can't move, the rook is loose, and even the evaluation wasn't sure. The players certainly were not. They had no idea. They were just trying to calculate as best they could without much time. You see on the left-hand side of the screen here, 10 plus minutes for white, 7 and change for black. That's not a lot of time. And we saw queen a7, which actually was a big mistake because of king to e2. It was not seen by the players. It's much easier to see a move like this with the help of an engine. The point is, after queen a6 check, king comes to d1, and after queen d3 check, you are out of checks. The rook comes to d2. The king is nice and snug on d1. I will win your bishop. Thank you very much. So that was a missed chance by Magnus Carlsen. And then instead of that, king to e2, he didn't want to walk away. He said queen g4. And after queen a6 check, Fiona, we were wondering what white could do here, and chat helped us out, didn't they?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this was such a critical moment as well, because it was move 40, so the last move before the time control. And we saw Magnus Carlsen go down to his last seconds before giving the check on b8.
Yeah, he went here just to show everybody. Queen takes f5 is a losing move. You win a rook, but you lose the game. You do not want any part of that. The reason, the king on g1. Bishop f4 is check. Where can the king go? It certainly can't go to f1. Thank you. The queen covers that square, leaves only h1, and then the queen will go to f1 itself. That is check and mate. So in this position, the queen couldn't take on f5, but chat told us rook takes c6 was in the air. And the point is, after queen takes c6, queen takes f5 is now available. There's no f1 control. That means if this bishop were to move and go to f4, the same as we were looking at just a moment ago, the king slides over to h1. There is no checkmate. The game remains complicated, but that would have allowed Magnus to scoop off the rook. But Fiona, instead, we saw a different approach.
Yeah, good to see. Magnus is only human. King e2 earlier would have been the first moment, rook c2, but he is human. But rook b8 seemed to also just be enough. We weren't too sure at first. Is Jorden suddenly gonna get some chances? He instantly played bishop d8, which uncovers the skewer along the g file. But once again, although Magnus said he doesn't believe in fortresses, that is what was about to happen here.
It was just one careful move by Jorden, because king h7, trying to play for a win. I want to keep more material on the board. Your king is worse than mine. I have a queen. Unfortunately, this move loses because of the beautiful deflection, rook to d7. You can't take my queen because your rook is pinned. If you take what looks like a free rook, queen takes f5 comes in with check. Down goes your rook on d7. White wins the game. So that was not played. Instead, rook f8 in this moment here. But the trade, the queen gives itself up for the rook, but I like throwing in the check first. And then after a3, this was a fortress that Jorden could not break.
Indeed, a few more moves were played with Jorden trying to get his king closer to the enemy king, but finally, this final pawn sacrifice with c5 to open the 6th rank and activate the black queen led to this perpetual check here along the 6th rank. Robert, what a stunning fighting draw between Magnus Carlsen and his second, Jorden van Foreest.
Yeah, they're friends. Today they were foes, but they still had a friendly split of the point, even if the game was extremely combative, both players having chances. But alas, the game was a draw, and this was your round 4 rapid recap. Whew, Fiona, what a day it was here in Wijk aan Zee. 4 rounds are in the books, and we have the results on screen. 2 decisive games. We just showed you a game that was not decisive, but that was such a barn burner.
Absolutely. And the other game of the day, I think it was a close toss-up between the two. If you haven't seen Shahriar Mamedyarov's win over Jan Krzysztof Duda, that was a very exciting one as well, and quite a turnaround in that game. And well, Prague playing the longest game of the day to beat Niels Grandelius. And let's look at the standings, Robert, after 4 rounds.
We have Vidit Gujarati. His many fans will celebrate his lead, but we shouldn't be celebrating early no matter who you're a fan of. It's only 4 rounds done. There are 13 total rounds, 9 to go. And so Vidit Gujarati, he is in the lead. Magnus Carlsen, Shahriar Mamedjarov. I have to say, Mamedjarov has made some draws by agreement, some offers that I have been very vocal about. I love the way he plays the game. That's why I want to see more moves from him. And today, his draw offer declined by Jan Krzysztof Duda, and he goes on to win the game. He's joined by Rapport and Yesapanko and Van Foreest at the top.
Indeed, he is always a force to be reckoned with, and I'm very curious to see how the players deal with their rest day. I think we're going to look at the pairings for the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow is a rest day. We'll have Niels Grandelius, who's been struggling. It will be interesting to see what he can do with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Another very interesting game, our leader Vidit Gujrati, he will be playing black against his good friend Anish Giri. What are your expectations for that game?
Anish is going to come prepared. We know he had an early day today. He drew with the black piece against Sergei Karyakin without much effort. It was just a standard opening draw, and he gets white. So he's going to want to take down Vidit. It's his friend, but when you play competitions, nobody is really your friend anymore. After the game is done, you can have a bite to eat, enjoy each other's company. But I think Anish is really going to go for it. And I said this earlier, Fiona, and you can disagree with me, but my game of the round, at least in advance, is Jorden van Foreest with the white pieces against Shakir and Mamedyarov, two of the most creative players in the game.
Yes, I'm very much looking forward to that. Also, another game between you, Phoenix Vera, and Yesapanko against Caruana. Plenty to look forward to. But first, we will have a rest day tomorrow. And then, Robert, you and I will be back 2 days from now on January the 20th at 2 p.m. Central European Time. That's 5 a.m. Pacific. We look forward to having you back, Robert. It's been quite the day. Thank you so much for being here by my side. Thank you to everyone in the chat who was watching us. And I hope you all enjoy your rest day. And we will see you 2 days from now. Robert, any final words?
Yeah, they don't get a rest yet. We get to go. We can do whatever we want. They're staying put because Title Tuesday is coming to this channel right here, right now. We're off. Fiona, it's been an absolute pleasure. Chat, you've been okay. No, in all seriousness, I appreciate your support, your viewership. It really means the world to us. But now you have to watch those speed chess players blitz it out. It is Title Tuesday. You don't want to miss it.